I was enveloped by endless pain. The unforgettable pain was not an illusory feeling, but a real nightmare that happened to me. Those people whom I once regarded as friends and neighbors, whom I once trusted and generously helped, now ruthlessly trampled me to the ground. Fists, kicks, sticks and clubs rained down on me. In this end times of scarcity, they completely ignored my past kindness and beat me up. In my dying moments, I vaguely saw Fang Yuqing, the goddess in my heart. She stood behind the crowd and cried out pitifully. I asked him to open the door. You should give me more of the supplies. It was this woman who tricked me into opening the door and pushed me into the abyss of death. I looked at her, my heart filled with hatred and regret. I can only blame myself for being too stupid and too kind, which made me a stepping stone for others in this end of the world. How I wish everything could start over again. If I have the chance, I will never be kind to anyone again. I want to live only for myself. Soon, my eyes went dark and I lost consciousness. However, miraculously, I suddenly opened my eyes and sat up from the sofa. The hellish scene and the terrible pain were still vivid in my mind. I was breathing heavily and my whole body was soaked with sweat. What happened? Wasn't I killed by those beastly neighbors? I looked around. This was my familiar home. But the comfortable temperature in the air surprised me. I remember that in December 2050, the blue planet was affected by a supernova explosion and suffered a global Cambrian storm. The temperature dropped sharply. The daily temperature in Tianhai City where I live was as low as -60 to 70 degrees Celsius. The blizzard lasted for a month and submerged the entire city. It is said that the temperature in the north reached a terrifying -100 degrees Celsius, and the earth was buried in ice and snow. A large number of creatures became extinct, and more than 95% of humans died. I got up and took out a bottle of water from the refrigerator, and gulped down half of it. The refrigerated water was like nectar to me. In the end times, the only way to get water was to brave the cold and go out to dig snow to melt it, which could easily freeze people to death. After drinking the water, I checked my phone and it showed November 12th, which was a full month away from the end of the world. It seems that I am reborn. I took a deep breath and understood everything. The experience of that month was so real, it was definitely not a dream. I was thankful to have survived the catastrophe. At the same time, a sharp light flashed in my eyes. I will always remember those who killed me. In this life, I must live well and never be soft-hearted to those beasts. Moreover, under the premise of ensuring my own safety, I will definitely take revenge on them. But at the moment, the first thing I have to consider is how to survive in the apocalypse 1 month later. My own conditions are not bad. After my parents died early, I inherited a 120 square meter house in Tianhai City and more than 2 million in savings. But when the end of the world comes, this little money can't last long. A person needs a lot of supplies to survive. If I can prepare in advance, I not only want to stay alive, but also hope to have a certain quality of life. Food and entertainment are not lacking, otherwise my spirit will collapse sooner or later. Weapons and equipment are also necessary, only in this way can I protect myself and complete my revenge. At this moment, a ray of white light appeared in front of my eyes. I thought my right eye was blurry, so I rubbed my eyes with my hands. Suddenly, a strange idea came into my brain, as if this white light was a part of me, and I also knew its information. My mind moved, and my consciousness entered the white light. Inside was an extremely huge, white space, with a vast area and only large areas of blank space. Is this an alien space? It seems that after rebirth, I have special abilities. I was delighted. The influence of this gamma ray actually made my body mutate and have extraordinary powers. With this space, it is much more convenient to store supplies. But I have to figure out its capacity and the limitations of collecting objects. I returned to the room and began to try to put things into the space. From teacups and washbasins to color TVs, refrigerators, washing machines, and other home appliances, they were all easily stored. As long as I thought about it, things could be taken out. However, objects that were subject to strong external forces and did not exist independently were difficult to store in the space, such as the floor on the ground. The alien space seems to have many rules, and I need to explore them slowly. But this storage space alone can store a huge amount of resources. I licked my lips, and a bold plan came to my mind. I work as a supervisor at the South China warehouse of Walmart supermarket. As the world's largest supermarket, Walmart has everything. It has 3 giant warehouses in China, and the South China warehouse is particularly terrifying. It was built in 2040, is 1,500 meters long, 720 meters wide, and covers an area of more than 1 million square meters. It is the world's largest warehouse and was once praised by the president as the 8th wonder of the world. The supplies inside can be consumed by tens of millions of people in several cities for a week. If I can empty a warehouse, the supplies will not be used up in 10 lifetimes. The key is that Walmart has strict quality control. There are no miscellaneous goods in the warehouse. Food, department stores, and luxury goods are all big brands with good reputations. If I empty the warehouse, not only will I have no worries about supplies, but I can also live a chic life. I am very familiar with warehouses, and it is not difficult to empty them. Having made up my mind, I felt much more relaxed. Gurgle, my stomach growled. I looked at the braised chicken and rice on the table, touched my stomach, hesitated, smiled and shook my head, and gave up. In another month, it will be the end of the world. There are so many delicious foods that I have to eat quickly. I won't have the chance to eat them later. Why be stingy? I have survived a month of the icy end of the world, and now I am eager to eat hot food. There is no point in keeping money. It will become waste paper when the end of the world comes. It is better to spend it now. I turned around and prepared to go to a high-end restaurant for a good meal. When I walked out of the house, it was peaceful outside, with parents and children playing in the community square, full of happiness. But I knew that in a month, all this would be gone. I walked quickly to the Michelin 3-star Western restaurant not far from the community. I was reluctant to come before, but now I don't care. I have to celebrate my resurrection from the dead. Walking into the restaurant, I found a seat by the window, ordered all the most expensive dishes, and also ordered a bottle of Chateau Lafite red wine. This meal cost 50,000 yuan, and the waiter looked at me with an ambiguous look, thinking that I was a rich second generation. I didn't care what others thought, and I ate the food as soon as it was served. Perhaps it was because I had experienced the end of the world. At this moment, this delicious food moved me to tears, and I ate it a little fiercely, which attracted discussions from the diners around me. But I ignored it. In the end of the world, people will kneel down and kowtow for a pack of instant noodles. At that time, civilization and morality will disappear. While I was eating, Fang Yiqing stopped by the window. She had long flowing hair, delicate makeup, Gucci high heels, and an LV bag. Next to her was her best friend Li Caning. The two of them always took a few more glances when they passed by the restaurant, eager to splurge here, but unable to do so due to limited funds. They often looked for a rich man with a scrutinizing look. This time, Fang Yiqing was surprised to find me inside, with top-notch food in front of me. Isn't that Zhang Yi? How can he afford to eat here? Fang Yiqing asked in surprise. Lin Caning also covered her mouth in surprise. Zhang Yi is so rich. She looked at Fang Yiqing ambiguously and smiled. Yiqing, you are so lucky. The dog chasing you turned out to be an invisible rich second generation. Look at his table of dishes, at least 50,000 or 60,000, who can eat like this? Lin Caning's tone was envious. She knew that Zhang Yi had been chasing Fang Yiqing for 2.5 years, and Fang Yiqing had been hanging on Zhang Yi, neither refusing nor agreeing. Fang Yiqing is a gold digger. She wants to marry a rich second generation and be a young lady, but she is reluctant to give up me who has a car and a house. She has always treated me as a spare tire, adhering to the principles of not taking the initiative, not refusing, and not taking responsibility. Seeing me enjoying a luxurious meal alone today, Fang Yiqing couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Zhang Yi is an invisible rich second generation? She held her chin and thought. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. Yes, there are often such people in TV dramas, who are rich but pretend to be ordinary people to find true love. Her eyes lit up. If this is true, it would save a lot of effort. After all, I have been pursuing her, and she thinks that as long as she nods, I will propose to her. Lin Caning also advised, Yiqing, let's go in and find Zhang Yi. She actually has her eyes on delicious food that ordinary people can never taste in their lifetime. Fang Yiqing hesitated and shook her head. This is not good, it will make him think I am materialistic. Let's wait outside and pretend to meet by chance. She is not stupid, she will not lower her posture for a meal. Even if I have money, she will maintain the demeanor of a goddess, so that she can control me in the future and let me continue to be a dog. So the two hid not far from the restaurant and waited for me to come out. I ate for more than an hour, and rubbed my round belly with satisfaction. The Michelin 3-star food tasted average, but it was a delicacy for me who was reborn. Next, I planned to go to the supermarket to buy some supplies and test the storage capacity of the alien space, just in case. Although I was sure that I could move supplies from the warehouse, it was better to be safe than sorry. I had been hungry before, and I would not allow any accidents. I paid the bill happily and walked out of the restaurant with the waiter's attentive smile. At this time, a familiar voice sounded next to me, Zhang-yi, what a coincidence. I turned my head and it was Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Fang Yuqing gathered her hair and deliberately exposed her white neck and pink earlobes. This is a classic routine of green tea. She knows this well if she wants to make a man's heart beat. Unfortunately, I am no longer the dog who licked me. Not long ago, I was killed tragically by her. She even wanted to break my ribs to make soup. Thinking of this, my eyes were cold and murderous. Anyway, the end of the world is coming, so it doesn't matter if I kill her. But I quickly changed my mind. It would be too easy for her to die like this. If I take action now, I will most likely not escape legal sanctions. I don't want to stay in the detention center at the end of the world. It's better to let her experience the despair of the end of the world, and then slowly play her to death. I have the memory of rebirth, and there are countless ways to make her die painfully. Now I will keep her life for now. The key at the moment is to create a safe haven so that I can survive safely and comfortably in the end of the world. I was cold to Fang Yuqing. She and Lin Caning noticed something was wrong, but after mistaking me for an invisible rich second generation, they were not angry, but came over to me. In their opinion, rich people with a bit of temper are cool. Hey, Zhang-yi, did you just eat in this restaurant? Lin Caning asked casually. I frowned slightly. This woman is not a good thing either. She cheated me of food in my previous life and was also responsible for my death. Yeah. I replied coldly, with my hands in my pockets, walking towards the supermarket. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning hurried to catch up. Zhang-yi, where are you going? Fang Yuqing asked with a gentle smile. To the supermarket. My voice was cold and impatient. If I didn't want her to experience the despair of doomsday, I really wanted to kill her immediately. Fang Yuqing winked at Lin Caning and said quickly, what a coincidence, let's go buy some things too, it's just on the way. I understood that they must have seen me eating at a Michelin 3-star restaurant and mistook me for a rich second generation, which is why they were suddenly enthusiastic. I was too lazy to pay attention and walked straight to the supermarket. The more I acted like this, the more they believed that I was a rich second generation and thought that my arrogance was natural. The two of them followed me, and Fang Yuqing even deliberately got close to me and reached out to touch me from time to time. When I looked at her, she shyly turned her head away, blushing and pretending to be shy. I sneered in my heart, this green tea bitch is really good at acting, she can win an Oscar for Best Actress if she acts in a movie. I entered the supermarket and pushed the cart inside. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning hurriedly followed with the cart. Zhang-yi, who are you having dinner with? Fang Yuqing asked with a smile. I walked towards the food area and said coldly, can't I eat by myself? Fang Yuqing's eyes lit up and she quickly said, oh, that's not what I meant. It's just that the things inside are expensive, I thought you were treating someone to dinner. Lin Caning couldn't help asking, Zhang-yi, your monthly salary is only more than 10,000, right? This meal costs you half a year's salary. It seems that your family has left you a lot of money. Fang Yuqing glared at Lin Caning fiercely, idiot, how can you ask such a question casually? As a top green tea, the rule is to talk about feelings with the rich and money with the poor. Lin Caning realized that she had said the wrong thing, and quickly made up for it, ha ha ha, I'm kidding. In fact, we are all good friends, money doesn't matter. I ignored them. Coming to the food section, looking at the dazzling array of goods, I felt like I had entered a treasure house. Having experienced the days of eating instant noodles for 2 days in my previous life, I was full of desire for food. I walked to the shelf and put all the food into the cart, buying large quantities of ham, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot and seasonings. This move stunned Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Zhang Yi, why are you buying so much food? Are you going camping? Yeah. I answered lightly. Lin Caning was skeptical, and secretly said to Fang Yuqing, will the rich second generation eat these when camping? Fang Yuqing was also puzzled, but when she thought of the big meal, she was unwilling to give up the idea that I was a rich second generation. She ran to me and said enthusiastically, is there anything I can help you with? There is free labor, there is no reason for me not to use it. Looking at Fang Yuqing's pretending to be innocent smile, the idea of revenge came to my mind. I have a month to prepare for the end of the world. It is not difficult to build a safe shelter to ensure safety. Daily necessities can be obtained from the warehouse, so that I can be safe and comfortable in the end of the world. It is better to tell Fang Yuqing that I have stockpiled supplies, so that she will beg me at the end of the world. As for her leaking the news and attracting siege from neighbors, it is also easy to solve. As long as the safe house is strong enough, I don't need to worry about being besieged, and I can even kill them. Thinking of their frustrated and helpless look, the smile on the corner of my mouth is a little perverted. Well, this is a feasible option. I plan to go back to the security company to build a safe house. If it is feasible, I will use this plan. If not, I will stay away from the city and build an underground shelter in the wilderness to prepare for both. The corners of my mouth curved up, then you help me push the cart. Fang Yuqing nodded in agreement. I asked Lin Caning to push a cart back as well. Although the two were full of doubts, they did as they were told. I bought a lot of food that can be stored, and used a cart to store fresh meat, fruits, vegetables and live fish, in order to test the effect of storing fresh food in a different space. After the 3 carts were full, I gave the cart with beef, mutton and canned food to 2 women to push. They weighed at least 400 or 500 kilograms, and they were sweating profusely. Fang Yuqing complained and pouted, Zhang Yi, how many people can eat so many things? Did you have any activities that you didn't tell me about? I sneered and said, unexpected things happen. What if the world ends? I'll stock up more things to live on. I was telling the truth, but no one believed it. Fang Yuqing thought I was joking and chuckled, oh, if you don't want to say it, forget it. Why make such a joke? It's just that I helped you a lot today, you have to treat me to a meal later. Her eyes were full of hints, expecting me to take her to a Michelin 3-star restaurant. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly, well, okay. But I'm busy recently and don't have time. Maybe next month. Fang Yuqing said happily, okay, it's a deal. Lin Caning came over quickly, okay, let's go together, hee hee. She was naturally happy that she could have a big meal by helping to push the cart. Fang Yuqing glared at her, and she pretended not to see it. I went to check out. The purchases cost more than 10,000 yuan, and I paid without blinking an eye. In the end times, the value of these materials will increase by tens of thousands of times, or even become priceless. At that time, even if you have money, you may not be able to buy food. Because I bought a lot of things, the supermarket readily lent me a trolley. I unceremoniously ordered the 2 women to help me push the things home. I have a car and could have driven the things back, but it would be a waste to use the free labor. Although the 2 women complained of being tired, I promised to treat them to a big meal, and they became motivated. The 3 of us pushed 3 large carts of supplies back to the community. Along the way, the neighbors saw and talked about it. I don't care about being found out for hoarding goods now. Anyway, the 2 green teas know about the shopping and the news can't be concealed. If I just want to save my life, I can sell my assets and build a fortress in the deserted place. But how can I take revenge on the neighbors who chopped me up in the previous life? If I don't kill them all, I will be worried. So one of my doomsday plans is to stay in the community and take revenge on those who owe me in a cruel way. The premise is that the security company can build an impenetrable shelter, otherwise I will make a second-hand preparation and build an underground shelter in the wilderness. I looked at my neighbors, they were laughing and talking about the purpose of my purchases. I seemed to see them rushing into my house to steal things at the end of the world. I have experienced all of this. But I am not afraid. In this life, I will prepare in advance so that they can see but not eat, and be mad at me. Fang Yuqing and I live in an apartment building. I work in a Walmart warehouse. Neighbors often ask me to buy discounted items. Everyone knows me. Seeing us buy so many things, Aunt Lin, who was taking her grandson out to play, came over. She looked at the food and beef and mutton in the cart and was moved. Xiaozhang, why did you bring so many things back? Did you get them from the warehouse? You can't use up so many, so give some to the neighbors. Aunt Lin works in the property management committee. She usually uses her power to point fingers at the neighbors and likes to take advantage of them. In her previous life, she asked me for food. When the neighbors robbed my house, she not only did not stop them, but was more energetic than the young people. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning didn't want to provoke her, and hurriedly said, "These things were bought by Zhang Yi, we just helped to send them back." Aunt Lin looked at me and said with a smile, "Xiao Zhang, it seems that these are things from your warehouse. How about giving some to Aunt Lin?" Her grandson Xiaohu climbed onto the cart and took out a box of imported chocolates worth more than 200 yuan. Without saying a word, I snatched the chocolate back. Then I said coldly to Aunt Lin, "Sorry, I'm keeping these for myself. Anyway, the end of the world is approaching, I don't even bother to be polite." Aunt Lin's face suddenly changed. I didn't give her face, she was very angry. Xiaohu cried and asked for chocolate, pointing at me and scolding, "You bad guy, give it back to me. Otherwise I will beat you to death." I looked at him coldly and said in a deep voice, "If you say another word, I will slap you in the mouth." Xiaohu was frightened. Wow. He cried loudly and sat on the ground and rolled around. Aunt Lin hurriedly coaxed her grandson, and then angrily blamed me. "How old are you? Why are you still arguing with a child? It's just a box of chocolates. What's wrong with giving it to a child? Otherwise, you can give him a box of chocolates. It's considered as bought by me, and I will give you the money later. Who wants to take advantage of you?" I curled my lips. Mobile payment is convenient now. She said she wanted to default on the debt by paying later. I told you, this is for me to eat. If you want to eat it, go to the supermarket and buy it yourself. I sneered, called Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning and left. I heard Aunt Lin scolding behind me, but I turned a deaf ear to it. Aunt Lin's son and daughter-in-law work outside, so she takes care of her grandson alone. She usually only buys enough food for one day. When the end of the world comes, her family supplies are the first to run out. In my previous life, I was soft-hearted and helped them. Without my help in this life, it is a miracle that this old woman and her naughty grandson can survive for 10 days. I don't want to quarrel with the corpse, not because I am cruel, but when the end of the world comes, everyone is busy taking care of themselves, and the lives of others can only be put at the back. After pushing the 3 carts of supplies back home, I asked them to leave. "Zhang Yi, don't forget to treat us." Fang Yuqing winked at me playfully, but I just felt sick and perfunctorily responded. The two wanted to stay and find evidence that I was a rich second generation, but seeing that I was not in the mood to entertain them, they had to leave first. After they left, I opened the alien space, put the things in, and prepared to observe whether there were any changes in the supplies. After doing all this, it was already late. I didn't rush to rest, but took out paper and pen to plan the preparations for the next month in detail. I am lazy on weekdays, but in order to survive, I can always stimulate my potential. If you want to be comfortable in the end of the world, you must first solve the food problem. This is easy to solve. Apart from daily purchases, other things can be taken from the warehouse. But don't rush, you need to investigate first. And we have to collect it a few days before the end of the world to avoid attracting other people's attention. If we are caught, we will definitely not survive more than a few days in the detention room. Zhang Yi wrote the word food on the notebook and put a check mark behind it. Then it's heating. After the apocalypse, energy supply will be extremely short and air conditioners will soon be unusable. Then we have to use the simplest method. The fireplace is the first choice. The principles of fireplaces and kangs are similar, both use primitive methods to provide heating. The temperature in Europe is particularly low in winter, and this method is used to spend the long winter. In this case, you will have to renovate the house and it would be best if you add insulation. Speaking of decoration, Zhang Yi thought of his own house being broken into in his previous life, and his heart tightened. I also need to make my home into an impenetrable steel fortress. First, we need to install thick steel plates or alloy materials throughout the building, which should at least be able to withstand ordinary explosions. When the end of the world comes, people will do anything to survive, so they must be fully prepared. You can't joke about your life safety. Zhang Yi has tasted death once and doesn't want to experience it a second time. The problem of safe houses is also easy to solve. Tianhai City has a security company that specializes in providing security for the powerful and wealthy. Among them is the service of building a safe room. Zhang Yi remembered reading news in his previous life that a top tycoon abroad once built a super fortress that could even withstand attacks from small H weapons. Then, medicine. I have to prevent myself from getting incurably sick. Walmart's warehouses have many commonly used medicines that can treat minor illnesses such as colds and fevers. But these are far from enough. The Cambrian storm will last for at least several decades. I must be fully prepared. Fortunately, Zhang Yi has good connections in Tianhai City. After all, he was in warehouse management, and he knew some hospital warehouse staff. As long as you can pay enough money, you can get any medicine. After these problems were solved, Zhang Yi tapped on the notebook with the ballpoint pen in his hand. Next, there is one last problem that needs to be solved. His eyes sharpened. That's a weapon. The end of the world has come, humanity has been lost, and battles for supplies can be seen everywhere. Human life is worthless. If you want to stay alive, you must have enough force. Zhang Yi is not an expert in fighting, but no matter how skilled he is in martial arts, he is still afraid of a kitchen knife. As long as the weapons you prepare are strong enough, you don't have to worry about this problem. Machetes, crowbars, and axes are easy to come by. There are also channels for crossbows, air rifles, and compound bows. But the most powerful one is, of course, the American IAI. This thing can only be obtained on the black market in China. Going abroad. That's not realistic. I don't know anyone there, and it would take many days to go back and forth. I don't have a foreign gun license, so I can't buy one at a gun store. Zhang Yi touched his chin. There was no way to solve this problem for the time being. But he still has a month, and as long as he is willing to spend money, he should be able to find a way to get it done. He spent 3 hours working out a perfect plan before taking a nice hot bath and falling asleep in his comfortable bed. The next morning, Zhang Yi climbed out of bed. He didn't sleep well that night and woke up several times because of nightmares. After waking up, I found myself still lying in the warm and comfortable big bed at home, and I breathed a sigh of relief. The end of the world took a huge toll on his soul. In order to avoid repeating the same mistakes, Zhang Yi became more determined and made sure to be foolproof. After Zhang Yi got up, he made himself breakfast. Then opened the different space and checked the changes of the materials thrown into it. What delighted him was that the meat, fruits, and vegetables that had been left out overnight did not change at all. You won't see any signs of freshness with meat in a short period of time, but fruits and vegetables will easily go stale after being left overnight. However, after being placed in the different space, the fruits and vegetables were the same as when they were bought yesterday. My alternate dimension is independent of this world, and perhaps the rules of time change are also different. It's possible that time flows more slowly, or even stops. This is great news. This way, I can put all kinds of things in it without any scruples. However, when Zhang Yi checked the fish he had put in, he found that they were all dead. Even after death, it was still lifelike and showed no signs of deterioration. Zhang Yi touched his chin and understood some rules of using the different space. Living things can't be put in there, or they can't survive for long. It seems that my idea of living in there is not very practical. This is not a big problem. The alien space is completely white and it is not as comfortable as Zhang Yi's own home. As long as you can put things in it, it's fine. Thinking of this, many things appeared in Zhang Yi's mind. If you can preserve fresh meat, vegetables and fruits, what about prepared meals? Although Zhang Yi can cook, there is still a big gap between him and professional chefs. He will have to cook for himself in the future, and he will get tired of it sooner or later. So Zhang Yi immediately called Hongfu Tianxia, the largest 5-star hotel in Tianhai City. This hotel also offers takeout, and their food is top-notch, which Zhang Yi loves very much. Hello, this is Hongfu Tianxia Hotel. How can I help you? Zhang Yi immediately said, I want to invite guests to my house for a 3-day and 3-night buffet. So we need to reserve 500 tables of food. The person on the other end of the phone was also surprised. It would take them a long time to prepare 500 tables of food. Moreover, they are a 5-star hotel, and the cheapest table of banquet costs at least 3 to 4,000 yuan. With 500 tables, that would be more than 1 million. The waiter didn't dare to act on his own, and quickly said, "Please wait a moment, I'll go ask our manager." After a while, another person answered the phone. "Hello, sir. I am Qin Dingfang, the manager of Hongfu Hotel. What is your name?" Zhang Yi replied, "My name is Zhang Yi. I want to order 500 tables for a banquet. Do you have any problem with that?" The manager was shocked. This was the first time they had encountered such a thing since their hotel opened. But if such a large order came, they would definitely accept it. "Mr. Zhang, a banquet for 500 tables will cost millions. If you need it, we will prepare it for you right away, but you need to pay a deposit of 200,000 in advance." Zhang Yi replied, "That's no problem. Send me your account number later and I'll transfer the money to you." Things will be easier with money, so the manager readily agreed, added Zhang Yi as a friend, and sent him his bank account number. Zhang Yi transferred 200,000 yuan without hesitation. On the manager's side, after confirming with the finance department that the deposit had been received, he immediately began to give instructions to each department. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. We have a big order. Tell the purchasing department to prepare the goods quickly. The kitchen should not accept other takeout orders for the time being. We need to prepare 500 banquets requested by our guests within 1 day." On the other side, after Zhang Yi hung up the phone, he couldn't help but sigh, "Although the money will be useless in a month, you still need money to buy things now." In his hands, the inheritance left by his parents and his own savings totaled about 2 million. Now, half of it is gone. To be honest, I still feel a little sad. But on second thought, this is also a good thing. Many people held a lot of money in their hands, but later it turned into waste paper. Not everyone has the opportunity to spend money. However, there will be many things that will require money in the future, so I have to find a way to get the money. Zhang Yi's eyes immediately fell on his own house. This house is located in the central ring of Tianhai City, with an area of 120 square meters. The community was built 10 years ago. According to the current market price, 1 square meter costs more than 40,000 yuan. In other words, this house is now worth at least more than 5 million. Yes, I'll go get a mortgage, and then I'll have money, right? Zhang Yi chuckled. He felt so comfortable that he didn't have to pay back the money after borrowing it. He immediately left home and drove to the bank to apply for a loan. While on the way, he received a message from Fang Yuqing. "Zhang Yi, this weekend is so boring. I really want someone to go out with me." Zhang Yi took a look and threw the phone aside. He came to the bank and started a loan business. Since Zhang Yi's loan amount was large and his documents were complete, he was able to buy the house in full. So the loan was approved very quickly, but the bank only gave him a loan of 4 million. Zhang Yi did not bargain. It was free money anyway, and he did not have the time to argue with the bank. After he signed the contract happily, the bank transferred the money into his account. This time, after deducting the more than 1 million yuan spent on the banquet, I still have about 5 million yuan in my hand. It should be enough to redecorate the house. However, I also need to buy a large amount of medicine and weapons. This money may not be enough. Zhang Yi touched his chin and began to think about how to get more money. At this moment, a yellow-haired man on the side of the road saw Zhang Yi, who was lost in thought. His eyes lit up and he immediately walked over. "Hey, man, do you need some money?" Zhang Yi raised his head and glanced at the yellow-haired man. "Who are you?" The smile on Huang Mao's face deepened. He lowered his voice and asked, "I just want to ask you if you need money now. And the bank won't lend you money." When Zhang Yi heard this, he understood what the person in front of him did. He must be a loan shark. Zhang Yi's mind moved and a plan came to mind. He sighed and said in a difficult tone, "Yes, my family's business is in urgent need of funds. But the bank?" When Zhang Yi said this, he deliberately showed an embarrassed expression. Huang Mao also seemed to understand immediately. Anyone who can borrow money from a bank through normal channels would go to borrow money from loan sharks. He said to Zhang Yi, yes, the bank is very strict about lending money now. There are all kinds of rules and regulations, and the money comes in slowly. But brother, if you are in urgent need of money, I can help you with this. Zhang Yi looked at the yellow-haired man cautiously. You. Can you really do it? I need millions. When Hua Mao heard that it was a big business, his eyes became obviously more excited. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yi. Our company specializes in rescuing people from danger. If you need money, you can always come to us. Zhang Yi took a look and saw that the business card read, Duoduodai Financial Services Company, Limited. The yellow-haired man's real name is Business Manager Hu Minghua. Zhang Yi said excitedly, can you really lend me money? I need 5 million. As long as you can help me through this difficult time, I promise to pay the money back within 3 months at most. Hu Minghua smiled and said, this is easy to discuss. Our company is very powerful. We are specially designed to help people like you who are short of funds. Let's go to the company and discuss this matter slowly. Zhang Yi nodded with an expectant look on his face, and followed Hu Minghua to their company. The so-called company is located in a remote office building. After entering the door, Hu Minghua took Zhang Yi to their boss's office. The boss of this lending company looked big and strong, but he was wearing a famous Bellino suit. Obviously, it is trying to create an image of a formal company. However, there was a hint of hostility between his brows. If I hadn't worked in society for many years, I wouldn't have this feeling. Hu Minghua introduced Zhang Yi's basic situation to the boss in front of him. Manager, this is a customer who wants to borrow money from us. The boss's name was Chen Xiong. After seeing Zhang Yi, he smiled and asked Zhang Yi to sit down. Mr. Zhang, how much money do you want to borrow? As expected of a loan sharking company, the content of the conversation was so simple and crude. Such a company is not formal in itself, so there are not so many rules and regulations. Moreover, they have plenty of ways to make you pay back, so they don't worry about you defaulting on your debt at all. Zhang Yi said, I want to borrow 5 million. Chen Xiong frowned, oh, this is not a small amount. But Mr. Zhang, let me tell you in advance that our interest rate is very high. You have to be mentally prepared. Hu Minghua said, Mr. Zhang's business is in urgent need of funds. Once the business is turned around, the money will be earned quickly, right? The two of them sang in unison, and Zhang Yi saw it all. Zhang Yi still pretended to be anxious and said, yes, I can pay it back soon. It doesn't matter if the interest rate is higher. As long as you can lend me the money. A smile appeared on Chen Xiong's face. That's good. Our interest rate is 4%. If you borrow 5 million, you have to pay back 7 million. So, you have to write me an IOU for 7 million first. Also, you must have something of sufficient value as collateral. It can be a house, a factory, or a car. Zhang Yi pretended to hesitate for a while, then gritted his teeth and took out the property certificate from his body. He used this money to apply for a loan from the bank, and he happened to have it with him. My house is worth more than 5 million yuan, I can mortgage it to you, right? I also have a 300,000 yuan Mercedes-Benz, if you can't pay it back then you can take it away. It was the first time that Chen Xiong had seen such a happy customer, so he quickly took the property certificate and took a look at it. After confirming the information about Zhang Yi's house, he felt even more satisfied. Because according to the current market price, the house is worth at least 5.5 million. If I add one more car, I will not lose money in this business no matter how I do it. However, Chen Xiong still looked dissatisfied. Mr. Zhang, your house is worth at most 4 or 5 million. But you want to take 5 million from me, I'm at a loss. Zhang Yi had a shocked expression on his face and said excitedly, Boss Chen, you must help me. I'm in urgent need of money now. As long as you can transfer the money to me today, I only need 4.5 million. Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua looked at each other, with a playful look in their eyes. What they do is take advantage of others' misfortunes. The more anxious others are to use the money, the harder they will charge them. No, this business is really not worth it. Finally, after some bargaining, the two sides reached an agreement at 4 million. However, Zhang Yi requested that the money must be transferred to his account today. Although the lending companies are unscrupulous, they are really efficient. This is probably the only advantage they have over banks. After signing the contract, Zhang Yi soon received 4 million in cash into his account. He laughed secretly in his heart. For Chen Xiong, this money is like throwing meat buns at a dog, it is gone and will never come back. Why does it feel like I'm scolding myself? Zhang Yi left with the money, smiling. After he left, the sound of Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua's hearty laughter could be heard from the office. Ha ha ha. This business is so simple. That stupid guy really took the 4 million and left. Chen Xiong said proudly, we can at least make 2 to 3 million from this. We don't have to worry about the performance this month. Hu Minghua leaned on the table and said with a smile, boss, he signed the contract so happily, could there be something wrong with the house? Chen Xiong held the property certificate in his hand and said with a smile, this property certificate is real, there is no problem. As long as the house is his, he can't run away. With the property certificate and the 7 million in hand, they will naturally find a way to get the house when the time comes. Not only that, they have more ways to completely squeeze Zhang Yi dry. Chen Xiong squinted his eyes and took a sip of coffee elegantly. If that doesn't work, we can contact several overseas organizations to see if he has any valuable parts to sell. We never do business at a loss. Zhang Yi left the lending company happily. He looked back at the office building with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. They are all good people. They give me money for free. From now on, Zhang Yi will not have any contact with Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua. Rather, there is a high probability that they will die in the doomsday cold wave in a month. Zhang Yi now has about 9 million yuan in funds. It is more than enough to implement your own plan. After all, he can pay for any goods he buys next time by paying a deposit in advance. These 9 million must have a purchasing power of tens of millions. There is no need to make more money, otherwise Zhang Yi would not mind taking advantage of various online loan platforms. Zhang Yi drove to the famous Zhanlong Security Company in Tianhai City. Zhanlong is one of the largest security companies in China, specializing in providing security services for wealthy people and celebrities. Sometimes, some high-ranking officials would even ask them for help when traveling. The reason why Zhang Yi found them was because he had heard in his previous life that Zhanlong Company had built a top-notch safe house worth $1 billion for the richest men in Jiangnan province. It is said that the family is a wealthy second generation that started out in real estate and can still live a carefree life in the doomsday. The safe house built for them by Zhanlong Company played an indispensable role. Zhang Yi came to Zhanlong Company and explained his purpose to the front desk. Immediately, someone from the business department invited Zhang Yi to a lounge. The female receptionist brought Zhang Yi some freshly ground coffee. Not long after, a burly man with a crew cut walked in. He was wearing a black suit, which made him look like a thug in a suit. It makes people worry at any time that the clothes will be burst. However, it must be said that when guests see such people, they will feel safe. Hello, sir. My name is Wu Huiren and I am the manager of the business department. Is there anything we can do for you? Wu Huiren asked as he sat next to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took a sip of coffee and said, I need you to build a safe house for me. It's the kind of top-level safe house that can withstand the end of the world. When Wu Huiren heard this, his eyes suddenly became serious. If others heard this, they would find it very ridiculous. Because no one believes in the end of the world. But for Zhanlong Company, this is no joke. Because in this world, the richest and most powerful people are often the most afraid of death. A long time ago, some wealthy people abroad spent hundreds of millions of dollars to build doomsday shelters. Over the years, many wealthy people around the world have begun to follow suit. Some people may be genuinely afraid of encountering large-scale natural disasters. There are also some people who simply have too many enemies in their daily lives, so they hope to give themselves some extra sense of security. The Doomsday Safe House of Zhanlong Security Company was naturally born in response to the market. When Wu Huiren heard that Zhang Yi wanted to build a doomsday-level safe house, he immediately became polite. They only receive a few big orders like this every year. Mr. Zhang, we at Zhanlong are a world-class security company. We can definitely meet your requirements. Zhang Yi immediately asked, "If I ask you to renovate a house on the 24th floor, can you do it?" Wu Huairan looked at him strangely. Usually, these safe houses were single-family villas or underground shelters. Few wealthy people would choose to build a safe room in their apartment. However, since the customer has made a request, their company will of course meet it. Wu Huairan smiled confidently. Of course there is no problem with this. We, Zhanlong, are the world's top security company. With our technology, we can absolutely do what you ask. After hearing what Wu Huairan said, Zhang Yi also had a plan in mind. In that case, he chose to turn his own house into a safe house. If he chose to stay, he would have to watch with his own eyes how those who had hurt him died. Wu Huairan took out a tablet and handed it to Zhang Yi. Our company's services are all customized. You can choose the services you need. And there are corresponding prices on them. In the information age, communication is convenient. Zhang Yi took the computer he handed over and began to carefully screen the services on it. It has to be said that professional companies are professional companies. As long as you have the money, Zhanlong Security Company can meet almost all your requirements, including building safe houses 100 meters underground and on the seabed. However, these projects were too slow for Zhang Yi to complete as he only had 1 month. After reading the introduction to the safe house, Zhang Yi immediately selected his own service. The first thing was to reinforce the whole house and replace all the materials in their house. The walls, ceilings, and floors are all made of 200 mm thick alloy, directly replacing the original walls. This is an aviation material that weighs only 1/3 of steel, but is 10 times stronger than fine steel. The safe house built with this material can be embedded in the building where Zhang Yi lives, and there will be no problem of overload. The window glass is made of the best bulletproof glass in the world today. The second is the ventilation system, which is equipped with air filtration function. No harmful gases can penetrate from outside. Finally, there is a complete monitoring system that can monitor the inside and outside of the house in all directions without blind spots. All the doors were replaced with heavy anti-theft doors made of the same material as those used in bank vaults, which are difficult to blow open even with a small bomb. In short, Zhang Yi had only one request, that was to turn his house into an ironclad structure that absolutely no one could invade. After checking all these boxes, Zhang Yi handed the computer to Wu Huairan. After reading it, Wu Huairan couldn't help but widen his eyes. A house of only 120 square meters is built like an iron barrel. As long as we add weapons, this will be like a fortress. Wu Huairan murmured. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's eyes flashed. Oh, do you have any research on the fortress? Wu Huairan chuckled and said, I was a mercenary abroad before, so I know all about these military matters. A flash of inspiration came into Zhang Yi's mind. He suddenly lowered his voice and said to Wu Huairan, then do you have a way to get a gun? This sentence made Wu Huairan's expression become serious. In China, private ownership of firearms is not allowed. Mr. Zhang, you should understand that, in principle, private ownership of that kind of thing is not allowed. Wu Huairan also whispered. Did you encounter some terrible enemy that made you so scared? Zhang Yi took advantage of the situation to get off the hook. Yes, I offended some gangsters. They were very ruthless and had guns in their hands. I was thinking, can I get some guns to protect myself? Otherwise I can only hide in the house and get beaten, which is not a good idea. Wu Huairan chuckled, Mr. Zhang, I'm afraid I can't help you with this kind of thing. We are a regular company. But from the look in Wu Huairan's eyes, Zhang Yi could see that it wasn't that he couldn't get a gun, but that he was unwilling to wade into troubled waters. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. Then he said to Wu Huairan, this safe house project I am working on will cost more than 8 million. If something goes wrong with me later, the impact on your company will not be good. He stared at Wu Huairan and said word by word, I just want someone to defend myself. If you can help me with this, I can't treat you badly. Wu Huairan said nothing. He frowned and weighed the matter. Of course he has the connections. However, he didn't know Zhang Yi's origin, so of course he didn't dare to introduce him to Zhang Yi easily. You can go back first. Although I can't do this, I can help you find out. If there is any news, I will contact you. Wu Huairan was obviously undecided for a moment. However, Zhang Yi did not push too hard. Guns are something that require caution. He smiled and said, "Okay, I'll wait for your news. By the way, this matter is urgent. Please come and help me build a safe house as soon as possible." Wu Huiren said, "We can help you complete it in half a month at most." After Zhang Yi finished talking with Wu Huiren, they signed the contract on the spot. Likewise, he paid a deposit of 1 million yuan. As for the remaining balance, haha, I will never have the chance to pay it in this lifetime. Left the Zhanlong Security Company. The housing problem has been basically solved. Next, Zhang Yi returned to the car and called Lu Yang, an acquaintance of his. Lu Yang runs a hunting farm in Tianhai City. He rented several hundred acres of land in Xishan and kept various harmless small animals there, for people to hunt and have fun on weekdays. In his hands, he had many crossbows, compound bows, and air rifles obtained through legal means. Zhang Yi had been there several times before, so he had Lu Yang's contact information. He called Lu Yang and asked him to buy a batch for him, and offered to buy them at a premium. Lu Yang is a businessman, and he would often ask Zhang Yi for favors, so he agreed to this matter easily. "Brother Zhang, why did you buy so many tools? These things can only be used for hunting or for personal use. You can't use them to hurt others." Lu Yang asked with a smile, but there was a hint of caution in his words. After all, the things were sold from him. If Zhang Yi hurts someone with these weapons, he will also be in trouble. Of course, anyone who can open a hunting ground in Tianhai City must have a background. But there is no need for people to take risks because of Zhang Yi, an ordinary friend. Zhang Yi laughed and made up an excuse, "You think too much. I have an appointment with a few friends to go hunting in the African Safari Park in a while. So I need to get some more equipment." Lu Yang clicked his tongue twice. Wow, Brother Zhang is really good at playing. But there are a lot of lions and hyenas in Africa, so be careful. Yeah. It's settled then. How long will it take for the things to be ready for me? Hey, I have some ready-made here. Just come and get it when you have time. Zhang Yi did not waste any time and immediately drove to Xishan hunting ground and bought the things. For him, the current time is very precious and cannot be wasted even for a moment. He bought 5 fine steel crossbows, 3 high-grade compound bows, and 300 bows and crossbow arrows each from Lu Yang. In addition, he also bought 2 fine hunting knives. This is made of Damascus steel, which is very tough and sharp. It is extremely difficult to damage unless it is used to chop hard objects for a long time. This thing is absolutely useful for self-defense, or slashing people. All of these things filled a full trunk. Looking at this pile of equipment, Zhang Yi suddenly felt a strong sense of security. Then he pulled a truckload of equipment back home. Since all the items were purchased through formal channels, and he himself had obtained a hunting certificate for fun, he was not worried about being questioned by the police. By the time he got home, it was already dusk. Zhang Yi went out again and had a great hot pot meal at Haidaleo by himself. Thinking that he would have to make his own hot pot in the future, he immediately paid for it and ordered 10,000 servings of hot pot base from Haidaleo. The waiters at Haidaleo were all terrified. They thought Zhang Yi was from a rival business and came here to cause trouble. But fortunately, Haidaleo's service was relatively good, so he did not directly fall out with Zhang Yi. Later, the store manager came over, asked Zhang Yi some questions, and then took the order. However, the condition is cash payment to prevent Zhang Yi from sabotaging a hostile merchant. Zhang Yi was very straightforward and paid more than 1 million yuan on the spot. Such a generous gesture made the store manager so happy that he even gave 500 copies to Zhang Yi as a gift. Zhang Yi left his address and asked Haidaleo employees to send the hot pot base over. As for food ingredients, they can be taken directly from Walmart's warehouse. There is only hot pot base, which is not actually sold outside. Even the bagged hot pot base available on the market is actually far inferior to the one in the store. Otherwise, no customers would come to the restaurant to eat hot pot. After dinner, Zhang Yi was about to go home when he received a call from the manager of a 5-star hotel on his mobile phone. "Mr. Zhang, we have prepared the 500 tables of banquets you ordered. Is it convenient for you to receive them now?" "Well, just send it over." Zhang Yi returned home and waited for them to bring him all the delicious food and drinks. These 500 banquet tables are enough for him to eat for 2 to 3 years. Anyway, he still has 8 or 9 million in his hands, so he doesn't feel bad about spending money now. Instead, he is anxious to spend it all. On the way back, Zhang Yi thought about what else he liked to eat. Therefore, he placed orders with several major restaurants in Tianhai City, asking them to send 100 tables to him each. Thousands of tables were ordered for 8 major cuisines, including Western food. This way, all the food for half of my life has been taken care of. Not long after, the food truck of Hongfu Tianxia Hotel arrived at the entrance of Yuelu community. There were 20 or 30 cars, blocking the road so tightly that no one could move around. This left the neighbors in the community dumbfounded. Security guard Uncle Yu quickly stepped forward to stop them and asked them what they were doing there. The hotel manager explained the situation, but Uncle Yu still insisted on asking the owner to come before he would open the door. After all, their car was too big and no one knew what was in it. For the safety of the community, he couldn't let them go easily. The hotel manager had no choice but to call Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi went downstairs and came to the entrance of the community. At this time, the entrance to the community was crowded with people, including neighbors from the apartment building, as well as Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning who were watching the fun. Zhang Yi walked up to the security guard Uncle Yu and said with a smile, "Uncle Yu, these are the people who deliver food to me. Let them in." Uncle Yu's face was full of surprise. "Food delivery? What kind of food do you want to eat that needs more than a dozen cars to deliver it?" When the neighbors heard that it was a food truck, they were also shocked. My goodness, there must be at least several hundred tables. Where is he going to put them? Could it be that something happened in Zhang Yi's family and they want to hold a banquet? Is he getting married? But hundreds of tables are too scary. Look carefully, that's Hongfu Tianxia, a 5-star hotel. We have booked several hundred tables there, and it would cost at least 1 million. My God, a banquet can cost hundreds of thousands. Zhang Yi is really a hidden talent. I only knew that their family was well off before, but now it seems that they are probably very wealthy. The neighbors were talking about it, and their eyes turned toward Zhang Yi with a fiery look and a bit of awe. Fang Yuqing, who was walking on the side of the road, saw this scene and pursed her lips, becoming more determined to take down Zhang Yi. She took the initiative to walk towards Zhang Yi and said with a smile, "Zhang Yi, what have you been busy with recently? You bought so many things." Zhang Yi ignored her and took out a cigarette and handed it to Uncle Yu. When Uncle Yu saw the owner coming, he opened the gate and allowed the Hongfu Tianxia Hotel's convoy to enter the community. Zhang Yi led the way for them. Although he ignored Fang Yuqing didn't seem to care at all and was talking and laughing with him. "Is there anything at home that you can't tell me? Aren't we good friends? In the future, I hope to get to know you better. But please don't treat me as an outsider." Zhang Yi gave her a deep look and sneered, "I bought all these things for my boss. And he also treated us to dinner at a Western restaurant last time." As he said this, he sighed, "Oh, it would be nice if I were really that rich." Fang Yuqing's expression suddenly changed. "You are not kidding me, are you?" Zhang Yi spread his hands and said, "How could I lie to you? We have known each other for several years, and you know everything about my family. My parents are both dead, and I'm just a warehouse supervisor. How can I have any money?" His explanation made Fang Yuqing's face become uncertain. She did have some doubts, thinking that as a rich second generation, his family must at least be running a big business. Zhang Yi's parents have passed away for several years. Although he left some property, he cannot be considered a rich second generation. Now that Zhang Yi has personally admitted that he is not a rich second generation, all of Fang Yuqing's doubts are explained. She quietly distanced herself from Zhang Yi, then gathered her hair and said with a polite smile, "Whether you are a rich second generation or not, we are best friends, right? I am not a materialistic woman." She deliberately emphasized the word friend. Green tea never does anything to the extreme, because she still needs backup and bootlickers to serve her. Zhang Yi curled his lips and said nothing more to her. On the other side, the employees of Hongfu Tianxia began to move tables of delicious meals to the location designated by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was popular with people, so he borrowed a warehouse in the basement of the community from the property management and asked them to put the things in the warehouse first. Although the amount of food for 500 tables is large, after being packed in lunch boxes, the space occupied does not seem too exaggerated. Zhang Yi ordered only the best food, including abalone, shark fin, bird's nest, Australian lobster, truffles, and caviar. It takes a while to move 500 tables of food to the warehouse. Even the hotel manager was a little surprised. He had been a manager for so many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a large takeout order. However, Zhang Yi told them to just move the things into the warehouse. He secretly put all the food into his own space after the movers left. Others might have doubts and think that Zhang Yi is abnormal. But in this world, everyone is very busy. Who has the time to care about someone like you who is not related to them? So whether it was the neighbors or the hotel staff, they just talked about it at most, and no one really took it seriously. Soon, all 500 tables of feast were taken into the different space by Zhang Yi. In the evening, Zhang Yi received a call from Wu Huiren, the manager of Zhanlong Company. Wu Huiren told Zhang Yi that they were already prepared and could come to build a safe house for Zhang Yi at any time. Ask Zhang Yi when it would be convenient for him to start work. Zhang Yi directly told them that they could come over tomorrow. He plans to move to a hotel first. After talking about the safe house, Zhang Yi was waiting for Wu Huiren's next words. He had another very important matter to discuss with Wu Huiren, which was to make an equal device for all living beings. After hesitating for a while, Wu Huiren lowered his voice and said to Zhang Yi, "If you really need this, I can recommend a way for you. But the price will be a little expensive." Zhang Yi nodded. Of course he understood this. But as for money, he doesn't care at all now. That's not a problem, as long as the quality is good. Wu Huiren said easily, "Okay, in that case I will help you introduce it. I will inform you of the transaction location in 3 days." The way to the gun was finally figured out, and Zhang Yi felt a lot more relieved. At the end of the world, if you have this thing, you will have tremendous confidence no matter whether you encounter humans or non-human creatures. The next day, Zhang Yi packed up some important things in the house into his own space. The house was to be built as a safe house, so he had to temporarily move into the hotel. Early in the morning, 3 black vans drove into Yuelu community. A large number of workers from the Zhanlong Company in work clothes got off the car and began to measure the data of Zhang Yi's house. Many neighbors around saw this scene and their eyes were full of curiosity. Did Zhang Yi take the wrong medicine recently? Why does he always get into so many weird situations? A few colleagues even jokingly said, "That's right, I saw him buying 3 trolleys of food at the supermarket the other day." Ha ha ha. If you don't know, you would think the world is coming to an end. If you stock up on so much food, won't it all be wasted if it expires? Maybe there's something wrong with his mind. Everyone expressed their incomprehension of Zhang Yi's abnormal behavior, but no one cared and just treated Zhang Yi as a joke. Even Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning thought that Zhang Yi had a problem with his brain. Lin Caning suddenly realized and said, "I finally figured it out." No wonder he went to a Michelin 3-star restaurant to eat that day. It turns out he was out of his mind. Fang Yuqing frowned, feeling particularly unhappy. When she thought about that day, she took the initiative to talk to Zhang Yi and helped him push so many things home. She was so tired that her legs were weak and she was full of anger. "What on earth is Zhang Yi doing?" Lin Caning said with some concern. "He promised to treat us to a big dinner, he wouldn't forget it, right?" She really wants to have a meal at a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Fang Yuqing sneered, "Forget it. Seeing how mentally unstable he seems recently, I won't go even if he invites me to dinner. It would be so embarrassing if someone found out we were having dinner with him." She was planning to find a rich husband in the future, so she must not ruin her reputation. When Lin Caning heard Fang Yuqing say this, although she was very unwilling, she had no choice but to give up. As for Zhang Yi, he doesn't care what his neighbors think at all. In a month, they will realize who the real joke is. Zhang Yi left home and drove to the Walmart warehouse. Today is Monday, and it's time to go to work. By the way, I'll check the warehouse carefully so that I can take action when the time comes. Walmart's warehouse is located in the Economic Development Zone, which is on the edge of Tianhai City. Since the land price here is relatively cheap, many large groups in Tianhai City have warehouses here. Even some pharmaceutical companies have their warehouses here. This made it convenient for Zhang Yi to get some special medicines. After arriving at the Walmart warehouse, Zhang Yi punched in for work as usual. As the warehouse supervisor, Zhang Yi is very familiar with this place. It can be said that he knows every warehouse and even every shelf. Whenever he came here, he would feel extremely bored. But today, seeing these huge warehouses and materials worth tens or hundreds of billions, he could not help but feel excited. Because soon, these things will be taken away by him and become his most important living resources in the end times. As Walmart's main warehouse in South China, the amount of supplies here is beyond anyone's imagination. There are tens of thousands of bottles of Coke alone stored away. The entire warehouse covers an area of over 1 million square meters and is filled with all kinds of daily necessities. Among them, in addition to food, clothing, hardware tools, and other daily necessities, there are even cars, drones, diesel generators and barrels of gasoline. It can almost be said that as long as the supermarket is allowed to sell something, you can definitely buy it here. Zhang Yi has worked here for many years and knows exactly what is placed on every shelf. He is also very clear about the shift schedule and camera locations here. Although the surveillance here is very strict, he is familiar with the loopholes and can paralyze the entire surveillance system within 10 minutes. Then use the power of the system space to take away everything here. But now, Zhang Yi was not in a hurry to take action. There was still plenty of time and he didn't want to alert the enemy. After walking around the warehouse, he left. Carrying a pack of Wang Helu cigarettes, he came to the warehouse of ruining pharmaceutical company next door. Since they work in the same place on weekdays, he is familiar with the staff here. After Zhang Yi came over, he found Zhou Heron, a manager of their warehouse. We all know each other well on a daily basis. In the warehouses of large groups, there are bound to be people who make a living from the warehouses. Zhou Heron's brother-in-law is the vice president of Ruining Group. So on weekdays, he would often steal some medicines from the warehouse and sell them. After Zhang Yi found Zhou Heron, he talked to him for a while and then hinted at his purpose. I hope to get a few boxes of special medicines for treating acute diseases. Zhou Heron was on guard at first. But later, Zhang Yi said that as long as he could get the medicine, he could give it twice the market price. When Zhou Heron heard that Zhang Yi was willing to pay such a high price, he couldn't hold back any longer. In the end, the two men reached a deal for 5 large boxes of medicine for 3 million yuan. If measured by a normal person, the number of times he or she gets sick in his or her lifetime would be less than half of that. After getting the medicine, Zhang Yi had basically prepared all the supplies needed for doomsday. With less than a month left until the end of the world, he certainly wasn't in the mood to continue working. So he went to the warehouse manager's office and lied that a grandfather from the same clan in his hometown had passed away and he had to go back to attend the funeral, so he asked for 20 days off. Zhang Yi is very popular and has a good relationship with his manager. So even though the time I asked for leave was a bit outrageous, I didn't get any problems and I got the leave easily. For the next period of time, Zhang Yi plans to lie comfortably in a 5-star hotel. Then wait for the supplies you purchased to arrive and the safe house to be completed. When he walked out of the manager's office, he happened to see Fang Yuqing sticking her butt out, pouring coffee in front of the coffee machine. I have to say, this woman does have some qualities of a green tea lover, and there's a slutty vibe to her. While pouring a cup of coffee, the little butt doesn't forget to wiggle. As a result, some young male dogs came over and showed their courtesy. A man next to her smiled and invited Fang Yuqing to go to Jay Chou's concert together, waving the ticket in his hand as if showing off. The man's name was Zhou Peng, and Zhang Yi had a deep impression of him. Because they also live in the same community. Moreover, he is Fang Yuqing's loyal bootlicker, and he was one of the people who killed Zhang Yi in his previous life. Zhou Peng was being very attentive to Fang Yuqing. But it was obvious that Fang Yuqing was not interested in men like Zhou Peng. In terms of economic conditions, Zhou Peng is much worse off than Zhang Yi. He even rents a house. However, Fang Yuqing still smiled and said to him, "Thank you, Zhou Peng. But I happen to have an appointment with a friend that night." What a coincidence. A look of disappointment suddenly flashed across Zhou Peng's face. He spent a whole month's salary on these 2 concert tickets. I had originally hoped to take the opportunity to confess my feelings to Fang Yuqing during the concert. But I didn't expect it to be a waste of effort. When Zhang Yi saw this scene, a playful smile appeared on his face. He knew that Zhou Peng, this dog licker, would not get any results in the end. But when Zhou Peng was feeling disappointed, he saw Zhang Yi, who was smiling next to him, and he suddenly became furious. In order to divert his embarrassment, he immediately came over and said to Zhang Yi, you are too unkind. A grown man, you actually let a woman help you move things. Do you have the nerve to do that? Yuqing came to work today and kept complaining about back pain. Next time something like this happens, I hope you won't bother me. Zhang Yi glanced at Fang Yuqing. It turned out that this woman was the one who spread the news. Fang Yuqing even said hypocritically, it's okay, it's okay. Actually, there's nothing wrong with my body. I just can't do any heavy work. I think my waist is a little twisted. As she spoke, she reached out and pinched her waist, then frowned with a painful expression. Zhou Peng wanted to show his masculinity in front of Fang Yuqing. He pointed at Zhang Yi with great pride and said, hurry up and give Yuqing 500 yuan for medical treatment. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi's eyes turned cold, and he glared at Zhou Peng and scolded, she took the initiative to help me move things. I didn't ask her for help. Besides, who the hell do you think you are, giving me orders here? Do you really think you are a human being? Zhang Yi's scolding was so intense that it shocked Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing. Zhou Peng was just an ordinary clerk in the warehouse, with no power or influence. The reason why he dared to scold Zhang Yi was simply because Zhang Yi had a good temper and didn't like to argue with others. But when he saw that Zhang Yi was really angry, Zhou Peng suddenly became a little cowardly. Why are you yelling so loudly? I'm just discussing this with you. Zhang Yi sneered and turned away. He was too lazy to waste time talking to Zhou Peng. Because now Zhang Yi looks at everyone as if he is looking at a dead person. A month later, 99% of the people around him will die in the extreme cold storm of doomsday. Why would he waste his time talking to a dead person? After Zhang Yi left, Zhou Peng ran to Fang Yuqing and whispered, Yuqing, I told you that Zhang Yi is not a good guy. You should stay away from him from now on. Fang Yuqing frowned, feeling puzzled. Because in recent days, Zhang Yi seems to have become a completely different person. After seeing her, he didn't come over to say hello. I don't even chat with her or say good night to her every night. There must be something strange. Fang Yuqing thought secretly in her heart. After work, Zhang Yi drove to a 5-star hotel in Tianhai City. It happened to be the Hongfu Tianxia restaurant where he had ordered food before. When the manager of Hongfu Tianxia heard that Zhang Yi had arrived, he immediately arranged a guest room for him with a smile on his face. A room in a 5-star hotel costs more than 1,000 yuan a night. Zhang Yi, however, didn't feel sorry at all. Anyway, he still has several million in his hands, and he would feel it would be a waste if he couldn't spend it all. That night, Fang Yuqing, the White Lotus, took the initiative to send a message to Zhang Yi for the first time. Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, I passed by your house today and saw someone was renovating it. Zhang Yi curled his lips, yes. Fang Yuqing, I feel like you've been acting strange lately, hoarding things and decorating your house. Did something happen recently? Zhang Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Although this White Lotus is bad, his brain is not stupid at all. It seems that my strange behavior recently has finally attracted her attention. But Zhang Yi doesn't care. Other people's opinions mean nothing to him now. Nothing. He replied coldly and threw the phone aside. On the other end of the phone, Fang Yuqing looked at Zhang Yi, who was indifferent to her, and felt very uncomfortable in her heart. In the past 2 years, Zhang Yi has always been very good to her. He was always concerned about her and would find various reasons to chat with her every night. However, recently, he seemed to have become a completely different person towards her. Not only did he become colder, he even stopped taking the initiative to chat with her. This made Fang Yuqing feel very uncomfortable. She could be uninterested in Zhang Yi, but she would never allow Zhang Yi to lose interest in her. In Fang Yuqing's view, that meant a fish in her pond had escaped. Although Zhang Yi is not a second-generation rich, he is also a high-quality middle-class young man. If she can't find a rich second-generation man to marry in the future, she will still be able to give Zhang Yi a chance to take over. Fang Yiqing picked up her phone and sent another message. I feel like we've been in less contact lately. It makes me feel a little lonely. But after waiting for a long time, I didn't receive any reply. Fang Yiqing bit her lip and started to feel a little annoyed. This damn Zhang Yi, has he been possessed by evil spirits recently? I took the initiative to contact him, but he dared not reply to my message. At the side, her roommate Lin Caning heard Fang Yiqing's complaints and walked over with a smile. That Zhang Yi has been acting a little strange lately. God knows why he bought so much food and drinks, and even ordered so many banquets from the hotel. It really seems like supplies are going to run out soon. Fang Yiqing frowned slightly when she heard this. She said to Lin Caning, Ning Ning, do you think something will really happen after a while? Did Zhang Yi start stockpiling goods after he got the news? Lin Caning was stunned for a moment when she heard this, then she held her stomach and burst into laughter. Yiqing, are you stupid? If something really happened, there would be official notification. We just need to be at peace. If we really hoard supplies, others will laugh at us and call us fools. After hearing this, Fang Yiqing also smiled self-deprecatingly. That's true. Zhang Yi stayed in the suite of a 5-star hotel for several days. He didn't go anywhere. During the past few days, he was purchasing a large number of banquets from major hotels. On the other hand, he started practicing the use of compound bow and crossbow in the room. Fortunately, Zhang Yi liked hunting in the past and had a good foundation. Now within a range of 15 meters, his shooting success rate is particularly high. Especially with a professional-grade compound bow in hand, such modern equipment can allow an ordinary person to shoot an arrow comparable to that of an ancient archer. Not to mention dealing with humans, even if encountering wild boars, jackals, or large dogs, they can cause considerable damage. 3 days later, with the help of Wu Huairan, Zhang Yi successfully obtained 2 guns and 100 rounds of bullets. Although the price is a bit expensive, Zhang Yi doesn't mind it at all. With this heavy thing in his hand, he felt more confident about his own safety in the end times. He also completed the transaction with Zhou Heron for the medicines needed for the end of the world, and directly obtained 5 boxes of imported high-end medicines. Another week passed. Wu Huairan called Zhang Yi and told him that the safe house had been built according to his requirements. Please ask him to come back for inspection. Zhang Yi then left the hotel where he had stayed for a while and drove back to Yuelu community. Wu Huairan personally took Zhang Yi to inspect the house. When he got home and took a look, Zhang Yi couldn't help but be dazzled. Zhanlong Company is indeed a first-class security company in China. The speed and quality of their safe house construction is impeccable. The whole house has been installed with 200 mm thick alloy plates in accordance with Zhang Yi's requirements. And from the outside, it looks no different than before. Wu Huairan patiently explained everything to Zhang Yi one by one. The ventilation system is military-grade and can filter out any harmful gases to prevent anyone from launching a poisonous gas attack from the outside. In addition, the entire house's thermal insulation system has been completely redone, using professional-grade materials from the Arctic Scientific Research Institute. In addition to building the fireplace to your specifications, it can also block 99.5% of the temperature loss. Having said that, Wu Huairan gave Zhang Yi a mysterious smile. Also, to ensure your safety, we have installed a surveillance system throughout the building. There are 300 cameras in total, allowing you to monitor every floor of the building. After hearing this, Zhang Yi was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. I can only sigh that it is really good to have money, as it can buy services that ordinary people can't even imagine. He came to the balcony and found that it had been transformed into a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Wu Huairan explained, the materials of the windows are all bulletproof and explosion-proof, even stronger than 200 mm alloy plates. It also provides convenient lighting and necessary external observation. Zhang Yi was very satisfied with this safe house. I'm afraid no one can break into his home by force unless they are heavily armed troops. Even if the whole building collapsed, I'm afraid there would be no problem with his room. I am very satisfied with the safe house you have built. Zhang Yi said to Wu Huairan with a smile. Wu Huiren also had a smile on his face. He took out the document and asked Zhang Yi to sign it, then said, "If there is no problem, please pay us the balance within 3 months." Zhang Yi nodded with a smile, "Of course." However, it is impossible for him to pay the balance. "It feels so good to think that I only spent 1 million as a deposit and got a safe house worth nearly 10 million for free." Zhang Yi lay on the sofa, looking around his perfect safe house. But after thinking about it, he realized that he had overlooked something very important. That is the source of life. Zhang Yi slapped his forehead and said, "How could you forget something as important as water? After the ice apocalypse comes, even though it is freezing cold outside, you can still get water by breaking ice. But by then the temperature outside will generally be -60 to 70 degrees Celsius, and going out may mean danger." Zhang Yi absolutely could not tolerate such a big loophole in his safe house. After thinking about it, he placed an order directly through the food delivery platform and purchased 100 huge water storage barrels. It can store 500 cubic meters of water at a time, which is enough for several years of use. In addition, we can get mineral water from the warehouse later, so the water resource problem is perfectly solved. The courier guy's speed is really amazing. A few hours later, it was delivered to Zhang Yi's door. Zhang Yi arrived at the gate of the community and asked the security guard Uncle Yu to let the courier pass. Seeing that Zhang Yi bought so many strange things again, the neighbors around were all talking about it. "Is there something wrong with Zhang Yi?" "That's right, I buy some weird things every day." A few days ago, when their house was being renovated, I saw quite a few people carrying steel plates that were at least 10 centimeters thick. Hee hee, maybe my brain is broken, I want to imitate the safe house in the movies. I've also seen some rich people doing that kind of stuff out of boredom in videos from abroad. Isn't this completely groundless worry? Now that he has bought so many buckets, does he think that Tianhai City will be short of water in the future? Ha ha ha. Ah. Tianhai City is by the sea. Faced with the neighbors' laughter as if they were watching a good show, Zhang Yi was too lazy to argue with them. He just sneered in his heart and thought, "When the ice doomsday comes, you will understand how stupid you are now." Zhang Yi had no interest in explaining to them. Because these people only regard Zhang Yi as a fool and will not listen to his good advice at all. Maybe they will even turn the tables and accuse Zhang Yi of spreading rumors and disrupting social order. Then catch him. The security guard, Uncle Yu, is chatting with his neighbor, Uncle Tang. Uncle Yu came over enthusiastically and asked, "Xiao Zhang, why did you buy so many buckets? If you need any help, tell me and I'll give you a hand." Zhang Yi looked at the enthusiastic Uncle Yu and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Uncle Yu is a retired soldier with no children. He has been a security guard in the community for more than 10 years and has always performed his duties conscientiously. In his previous life, in order to help a mother and daughter who were about to starve to death, he donated his last bit of food and starved to death himself. He is one of the few glimmers of human brilliance that Zhang Yi has seen in the last days. So Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, "Uncle Yu, the temperature this year is a bit abnormal. I have inside information. This winter will be very difficult. Just in case, you'd better stock up on food and drinks. Otherwise, the prices of supplies will go up." Uncle Yu and Zhang Yi have a good relationship on weekdays. He knew that Zhang Yi was an enthusiastic and kind young man. In addition, older people are always prone to a sense of crisis, so when they heard what Zhang Yi said, they immediately frowned. "Xiao Zhang, is this true or not? Is the news reliable?" Zhang Yi nodded, "Look, I've prepared so many things. You can stock up on some instant noodles and mineral water. You don't have to worry about buying too much." Uncle Yu nodded immediately. He lives alone, and his family likes to stock up on instant noodles and sausages for convenience in cooking. Since Zhang Yi has reminded him, he should take the time to buy more. Just think of it as a purchase to give you peace of mind. Anyway, those things can be stored, so you don't have to worry about buying too much. However, Uncle Tang, who was standing by, came over and said to Zhang Yi, "Xiao Zhang, please don't say such things everywhere. Our society is now stable and peaceful. How could there be a shortage of supplies? If you say something like that, be careful of being reported for spreading rumors. Then you'll be invited to have tea." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and didn't pay any attention to it. He has already reminded them everything he can, and it is up to them whether they believe it or not. Zhang Yi asked the courier to deliver 100 giant buckets to the warehouse. Then he put it into the space and took it back home. After returning home, Zhang Yi started opening all the faucets in the house and began filling buckets with water. At this rate, all 100 buckets can be filled in a week at most. The days go by. Zhang Yi is never idle for a single day. He spent every penny he had without scrimping. Eat at the best restaurants every day. Then he bought large amounts of food from top restaurants and stored them in his own alien space. During this period, he went to the shooting range in Tianhai City every day to practice bow and crossbow and firearm shooting, working hard to improve his skills. It's not realistic to train yourself to become a fighting master in just 1 month. But with a crossbow and a gun, plus a super safe house with a full metal shell, he will not be afraid of any danger that may come. Such an action naturally could not escape everyone's eyes. But everyone around him treated Zhang Yi as a joke. They thought he had mental problems and laughed at him in private. Even Fang Yiqing deliberately distanced herself from Zhang Yi and was unwilling to communicate with him. In this way, time passed day by day. More than 20 days passed quickly, and the end of the world was not far away. Zhang Yi has collected a huge amount of supplies, including food, weapons, and heating equipment. However, these cannot provide him with enough sense of security. He decided to target Walmart's giant warehouse. As long as he takes over this warehouse, he can obtain a huge amount of supplies that he cannot use up in his lifetime. The reason why they didn't choose the last day to take action was because Zhang Yi thought of something. In his previous life, he vaguely heard that the top leaders had actually received the news of the arrival of gamma rays in advance. So they began to quietly transfer large amounts of daily necessities long before ordinary people noticed. Zhang Yi didn't dare to gamble, he had to act in advance. Furthermore, according to this logic, even if all the supplies in the Walmart warehouse disappeared, the top management who are eager to evacuate would not be able to spare much energy to investigate. This gives Zhang Yi a suitable buffer period. So Zhang Yi returned to the warehouse and went to work as usual. There are people on duty at Walmart warehouses 24 hours a day, but at night, there are only 10 people on duty. Zhang Yi decided to use the simplest and most brutal method, which was to add sleeping pills to the tea they drank. Anyway, there are only 3 days left until the end of the world, so he is not afraid of being found out that he did it. Since these people were Zhang Yi's old acquaintances, Zhang Yi succeeded easily. After the effect of the drug took effect, they fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Yi went to the monitoring room and turned off all the cameras in the warehouse. He knew this place so well that he could think of every place with his eyes closed. Coupled with the countless plans and drills in his mind, the execution was very smooth. After doing all this, he changed into a pair of shoes 2 sizes larger, put on gloves, and quickly went to the warehouse. Looking at the huge warehouse in front of him, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and then began to collect the supplies. As long as he scanned the shelf with his right eye, he only needed to think about it and the entire shelf would appear in his alien space. Zhang Yi came to the beverage area first. Tens of thousands of tons of mineral water, beverages, and alcoholic beverages are stored here, including many high-end red wines and foreign liquors. Zhang Yi didn't make any distinction and put them all into his warehouse. Soon, the thousands of cubic meters of wine and drinks in front of them disappeared. Next is the fuel area for daily necessities. There is a lot of anthracite and barrels of gasoline and alcohol here. They are all household types, used for family storage or travel picnics. There were tens of thousands of boxes of anthracite alone, not to mention the solid alcohol and barreled gasoline. The amount here is so great that Zhang Yi alone couldn't use it up even if he spent hundreds of years. Zhang Yi never considered leaving part of it to others. After all, after the end of the world, these things would not fall into the hands of ordinary people. So he collected all the supplies without hesitation. Then, using his years of expertise in warehousing, he allocated areas for them in the alien space. This will make it convenient for you to use. The third step, he came to the food area. The quantity here is even greater, tens of thousands of tons. Several warehouses are filled to the brim, like several small mountains. Canned food, packaged roast chicken, roast duck, puffed food, convenience food, high-end snacks. It's enough to feed me for 10 lifetimes. Zhang Yi sighed. He is not picky about food at all and takes whatever is available. After getting the food, Zhang Yi came to the sports equipment. His safe house and sports equipment are also essential. Only by exercising regularly and keeping fit can you ensure your health and, if necessary, save your life. Although the space in the safe house is limited, he will not be stingy about taking things that can be taken. After all, the area of the alien space is infinite, so it would be a waste not to take it. Among them, there are some particularly practical things. For example, baseball bats and fencing swords are both very useful weapons. During the collection process, Zhang Yi found some particularly useful things. For example, skiing and mountaineering equipment, including professional cold-proof clothing at the national athlete level. These things can withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees Celsius. They are the latest technology products in 2050. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. These were the top-level cold-proof equipment after the ice apocalypse. He didn't hesitate and immediately collected dozens of top-grade cold-proof clothing and sleeping bags in the warehouse. After 2 full hours, Zhang Yi emptied the entire Walmart warehouse covering over 1 million square meters by himself. After doing all this, looking at the huge and empty warehouse, Zhang Yi felt indescribably satisfied. Now, even in the face of the coldest ice age, he has the confidence that he can live comfortably. Zhang Yi returned to his post, changed his gloves and shoes, and put them into the different space. Then he drank some tea with sleeping pills in it and fell into a deep sleep on the table. After an unknown amount of time, he was suddenly woken up by someone shaking him. "Supervisor, supervisor, something big has happened, wake up." Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes and looked at his colleagues in front of him with a confused look on his face. "What's wrong?" A warehouse employee pointed at the warehouse and said tremblingly, "What the hell? Our warehouse has been emptied out." "What?" Zhang Yi stood up and slapped the table with a look of surprise. He pretended to go to the warehouse and saw that it was empty. Zhang Yi naturally knew what had happened better than anyone else. However, his legs went weak and he said in a trembling voice, "What on earth happened? How come all the supplies in the warehouse disappeared?" The employees around him also looked nervous. "Yes, the materials in this warehouse are worth at least tens of billions. Even if we use a large truck, it will take several days to move them all. How come they are all gone in the blink of an eye?" They kept silent about what happened just now. After all, everyone works the night shift, so it is common to take a nap at night. Zhang Yi frowned and walked back and forth twice, pretending to be anxious. Then he said to everyone, "This matter is too bizarre, we can't solve it. Let's call the people above." Although everyone was very nervous, they were not too scared. Because the matter has become a big deal, they don't actually bear much responsibility. The entire warehouse with materials worth tens of billions disappeared in just 2 hours. This was obviously not something they could do. They only earn a few thousand yuan a month, so there is no need for them to work hard for the company. So when Zhang Yi said this, everyone nodded in agreement. Let the people above deal with this mess. Zhang Yi immediately called the warehouse manager to inform him of the matter. After hearing the news, the manager was completely shocked and even thought Zhang Yi was joking with him. Zhang Yi emptied out the entire warehouse of Walmart South China. Materials worth tens of billions of dollars all entered his alien space. He pretended to know nothing and reported it to Walmart's senior management immediately. Soon, the news spread to the entire senior management of Walmart in South China. A large group of executives were shocked and rushed to the scene and called the police to deal with the matter. Tom Watson, general manager of South China warehouse, turned paler than snow when he saw the empty warehouse. "Oh my God! How am I going to explain this to headquarters?" In fact, Walmart's U.S. headquarters has already issued an order requiring them to transport all supplies back to the country as quickly as possible. It is said that this was an instruction from the top U.S. officials, and the ship they sent will arrive at Tianhai port soon. Now, everything is over. On the other hand, Zhang Yi was not worried at all that his affairs would be exposed. After all, in just 2 hours, tens of billions of supplies in an entire warehouse disappeared. This kind of thing was too unbelievable. Even if the police conduct a full investigation, they will not be able to find out the truth in a short period of time. Besides, Walmart is a foreign company, not a state-owned enterprise, so there is no need to say more about the intensity of the investigation. However, he still pretended to be nervous and scared and cooperated with the police investigation. After a night of interrogation, Zhang Yi was released. The police are also very suspicious about this matter, because they investigated the video footage inside and outside the warehouse. Although the internal videos were turned off, it was impossible to steal millions of cubic meters of materials without leaving any traces. However, after checking the video footage around the warehouse, no signs of any vehicles passing by were found. In other words, those tens of billions of supplies either disappeared out of thin air or were embezzled by Walmart itself. If we infer from logic, it is obvious that the latter is more reasonable. After all, unless a supernatural phenomenon occurred, it would be impossible to explain how millions of cubic meters of materials disappeared within just 2 hours. As for ordinary employees like Zhang Yi, they also aroused certain suspicions. However, the logic of the disappearance of materials cannot be explained. Even if there are problems with internal employees, that is not the main contradiction. Since Walmart is a foreign company, there is no official Chinese background involved. The case is so big that the police's efficiency is naturally not that fast. They even played the buck-passing game regarding the investigation because they were worried about causing international impact. If we want to get to the bottom of this matter, it would take maybe 3 months, let alone 3 days. As for Zhang Yi, he was ordered not to leave Tianhai City in the short term. And they must cooperate with police and Walmart's internal investigations at any time. Zhang Yi cooperated very well and was released. After Zhang Yi returned home, he looked outside through the blinds of the floor-to-ceiling window. Today is December 10th, and there are still 2 days until the Ice Age begins. In the following period of time, he only needs to stay at home and not go anywhere, and he can win the rest of his life without any effort. Thinking about the hundreds of billions of dollars worth of materials in the alien space, which included almost all the materials needed in life, Zhang Yi felt very at ease. He went back to his bedroom and lay down. After a busy night and cooperating with the interrogation, he was a little tired. Zhang Yi slept until the evening. He turned on the TV and saw the news reporting the theft at Walmart's South China warehouse. Because the amount of material lost in this theft was so huge and the incident was so bizarre, major news stations across the country rushed to report it. Such a large warehouse was emptied in just a few hours. Someone must have stolen the property. It must have been done by an insider, most likely by Walmart executives themselves, to defraud insurance. That's millions of cubic meters of supplies. Even if we use a big truck, it would take more than 1 night to move them all. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. No one would know the answer to this matter until the end of the world. For the next 2 days, Zhang Yi stayed at home and didn't go anywhere. He knew that there was not much time left for this world. For safety reasons, he would not leave his room without permission. During this time, the police and investigators from Walmart headquarters called him over again and questioned him. Although they also suspected that there was something wrong with Zhang Yi's behavior that night. However, the investigation was short-lived and there was no solid evidence. Although they were suspicious, it was impossible for them to arrest Zhang Yi. During this period, some acquaintances sent messages to Zhang Yi to ask for inside information, but they were all fooled by Zhang Yi. Finally, December 12th arrived. The gamma rays passed by the blue star at 2 o'clock in the morning. It only lasted for a moment, but the impact it brought to the planet was devastating. Zhang Yi completely sealed the room a few hours in advance, and then started to light a fire in the fireplace. Because soon, as energy sources run dry, things like air conditioning and heating will stop working completely. All ways of heating can only be achieved through the most primitive means. At 2 o'clock, he sat on the sofa in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, holding a bottle of beer in his hand, staring out the window. Suddenly, a white light appeared at the end of the sky. It was clearly the middle of the night, but the earth became brighter as if it was dusk. But this light only lasted for 2 seconds before fading away. Most people had already fallen asleep at this time, so they did not notice this instantaneous change. But Zhang Yi, who knew what this meant, felt a chill all over his back. He gulped down the beer, the refreshing Budweiser bringing him a sense of calmness. Zhang Yi thought about it and threw a few more pieces of high-quality wood into the fireplace. He reached out and turned on the TV, watching the programs on TV while waiting for the world to change. Just a few minutes later, dense snowflakes began to fall from the sky outside. At first the snowflakes were only as big as a fingernail, but in less than 2 minutes, they began to turn into heavy snow. The wind outside the window began to howl, and the snow outside the house seemed to become terrifying in an instant. Suddenly, heavy snow fell all over the sky above the entire city. This is the power of nature. When it changes, it won't say hello to you. Zhang Yi began to feel a little nervous. Although the safe house he built was perfect, he had experienced the ice apocalypse after all, so he couldn't help but feel a little worried. I wonder if this safe house, which costs 8 million, can completely withstand the coming big drop in temperature. However, as the flames in the fireplace burned fiercely, the temperature in the room became extremely warm. Even a little hot. Zhang Yi took a look at the indoor temperature, which had reached 32.6 degrees. Looking outside again, the overwhelming snow has submerged the entire city. Zhang Yi felt much more at ease. He reduced some of the charcoal. After all, the temperature in the room was too high and uncomfortable. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry to sleep, he wanted to continue observing the next changes. As for rest, there will be plenty of time in the future since I don't have to go to work anyway. In less than half an hour, a thick layer of snow had accumulated on the balcony outside. Zhang Yi turned on his phone to check the news and found that the news about the sudden drop in temperature had spread all over the internet. The internet is full of complaints, with netizens clamoring that winter came too early this year and they did not have time to prepare winter clothes. What a damn weather! How come it's already more than 10 degrees below zero? The roads will probably be frozen tomorrow. How can we go to work? Some people also expressed their happiness. It snowed so heavily, so I don't have to go to work tomorrow, haha. Some friends in the south were especially excited and posted photos of themselves with the heavy snow. They said they had never seen such heavy snow in the south. Zhang Yi shook his head. This was just the beginning. The heavy snow will continue for at least 3 months, and the temperature will get lower and lower. By then, they will not be in such a good mood to enjoy the snow. The Ice Age began. There was heavy snowfall in Tianhai City in the south, and there was a lot of discussion on the internet. Some people were complaining, while others were feeling relieved. But none of them knew that this heavy snow and sharp drop in temperature was not temporary, but would continue and expand. Ultimately it will bring about a disaster that no one can bear. But at this time, Zhang Yi was lying on the sofa at home, comfortably enjoying the temperature of more than 20 degrees in the safe house, while tasting ice-cold Budweiser beer, feeling very comfortable. At this time, Zhang Yi's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it and saw that it was people in the mobile chat group chatting. Among them are his former classmates group, interest groups, and community property owners group. Oh my God, why is it snowing so heavily all of a sudden? The weather forecast didn't mention this. I was woken up by the cold in the middle of the night. I quickly got up and turned on the air conditioner. Stop talking about it. The heating effect of our broken air conditioner is not good enough. It's been getting colder and colder for a long time. I don't know how long this cold weather will last. I haven't bought any winter clothes yet. Everyone was talking and expressing their feelings. However, Zhang Yi could sense that most people did not take the sudden drop in temperature seriously, but were rather somewhat surprised. Zhang Yi knew very well that this was only temporary. He yawned and decided not to read on. Returning to his warm big bed, Zhang Yi covered himself with a thin velvet quilt and closed his eyes comfortably. His bed was very comfortable, a high-end item from a Walmart warehouse. Especially the mattress, which is said to be the same model as a certain female celebrity and is worth 3 million. It was snowing heavily outside and the wind was howling. Inside the house, the fireplace was burning and the temperature was pleasant. In such a comfortable environment, Zhang Yi quickly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Zhang Yi was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. He opened his eyes and saw that it was the White Lotus Fang Yuqing calling him. Zhang Yi was naturally in a bad mood because his sweet dream was disturbed. He took the phone and asked unhappily, "Hey, why are you calling me so early in the morning?" Fang Yuqing was stunned when she heard Zhang Yi's cold tone. But soon, she said, "Zhang Yi, it's so cold outside today. Did you know that the temperature would drop drastically when you stockpiled supplies? Fang Yuqing's voice was trembling, as if she was trying hard to endure something. Zhang Yi raised his lips in a mocking arc when he heard this. As expected, this white lotus would not come to the temple for no reason. He said lazily, I just heard a friend mention it casually, but I didn't expect the temperature to drop so much. He lifted the quilt. The temperature in the room was so high that he began to sweat. Zhang Yi put on his slippers and walked out. When he came to the floor-to-ceiling window, the familiar scene in front of him made his eyes freeze. The heavy snow outside had submerged the entire city, and he could no longer see the streets and roadside bushes. Only the outlines of the city buildings could be vaguely seen, and the first floors of many houses were mostly submerged. And the heavy snow continued, goose feather-like snowflakes kept falling to the ground, with no sign of stopping. On the other end of the phone, Fang Yuqing was still saying, no wonder you stockpiled so many things. Zhang Yi, you are really stupid. You didn't tell me about this kind of thing in advance. I was frozen out. Zhang Yi frowned. He didn't expect that she had the nerve to come and blame him. He hung up the phone directly and threw it aside. Then he went to the bathroom and took a comfortable hot bath. Then he took out a piece of top-grade A5 Wagyu beef from the space and had steak and pasta for breakfast. While eating breakfast, he turned on the TV. The temperature has just dropped and there has been no power outage, so you can still watch TV normally. However, even if there was a power outage, Zhang Yi had prepared various backup power sources, as well as dozens of generators and a huge amount of gasoline. As for energy, it will be enough to last for at least 300 years. After turning on the TV, Zhang Yi first tuned to the morning news channel. Although as a reborn person, I know what the situation is like outside. But at this time, taking a look at the situation outside is also a way to pass the time. At the news station, both anchors were wearing thick down jackets. You know, in places like TV stations, central air conditioning is not stingy and it is also a place with priority power supply. But the fact that the anchors all need to wear down jackets means that the temperature has reached a level that even central air conditioning cannot completely resist. The female anchor said to the camera in an effort to speak in a steady tone, last night, a strong cold front hit all parts of the world, causing dramatic changes in global temperatures. The general temperature drop reached 70 to 100 degrees Celsius. The meteorological department is investigating the cause of this cold front. In the next few days, I hope everyone will keep warm and avoid frostbite. Try not to go out unless necessary. The authorities will properly resolve this issue and hope everyone will not panic. Don't spread rumors, don't believe them, and don't loot supplies. The snowstorm will soon be over. Hearing the female anchor's words, Zhang Yi sneered. After the ice age comes, you can only rely on yourself to survive. If you just stay at home and do nothing, you will definitely be the first to die. The upper right corner of the TV showed that the outdoor temperature in Tianhai City had reached -65 degrees. You know, yesterday during the day, the highest temperature in Tianhai City was still 15 degrees, which means the temperature dropped by 80 degrees in an instant. Zhang Yi shrugged. This degree of cooling was exactly the same as in his previous life. But now he was wearing pajamas, drinking red wine and eating steak and pasta, and he didn't feel the cold outside at all. After all, it was a safe house that cost 8 million to build, and he specifically emphasized the thermal insulation function, so the temperature in the house would hardly drop. At this time, Zhang Yi's cell phone rang again. He was very interested and wanted to see what those neighbors who had laughed at him before were talking about. The first thing I saw was Fang Yuqing's message. Zhang Yi, why did you hang up the phone so suddenly? It's snowing heavily outside, and I can't go out. Didn't you buy a lot of food? Can you lend me some first? I'll pay you back when the snowstorm is over. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Bai Lianhua is smart and knows that with such heavy snow, food will become very expensive. She didn't want to go out in the extremely low temperature of -60 or 70 degrees Celsius, so she wanted to ask Zhang Yi for food. But Zhang Yi knew that this glacial disaster would last for a very long time and would not pass quickly. Besides, it was impossible for him to give Fang Yuqing a bite to eat. In his previous life, he was bewitched by this white lotus and gave her a lot of food from his home. In the end, She actually killed Zhang Yi and even dug out Zhang Yi's ribs to make soup. For a woman like this, Zhang Yi now only wants to tease her and then watch how she dies miserably. Thinking of this, a playful smile appeared on his lips and he sent a message to Fang Yuqing. You should have told me earlier. I've almost used up all the food I stocked up at home. Look, I just fried the steak this morning. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he took a selfie of himself with the steak and red wine on the table. He deliberately included a photo of himself in pajamas and sent it to Fang Yuqing. At this time, Fang Yuqing was curled up in her rental house, wrapping 2 quilts tightly around her body. Although the air conditioner has been turned on to 40 degrees, the indoor temperature does not even reach 0 degrees. She was shivering from the cold and felt the cold wind blowing into her quilt. After seeing the photo sent by Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing's eyes widened immediately. She couldn't believe that in such cold weather, Zhang Yi was still wearing thin pajamas, eating steak and drinking red wine comfortably. Obviously, we all live in the same unit. Why does it feel like I'm living in 2 worlds? Especially after seeing the delicious steak and the bottle of high-end red wine on the table, Fang Yuqing's saliva was about to flow. As a top-notch White Lotus and gold digger, she has done some research on these high-end goods. According to her knowledge, the steak Zhang Yi ate was obviously authentic top-grade Wagyu beef. Especially the French red wine he had on hand, which was definitely of the Grand Cru level, and a bottle cost at least 20 or 30,000. She was freezing to death, but Zhang Yi was living so comfortably, which immediately made Fang Yuqing jealous to death. She immediately sent a message to Zhang Yi. That's great. I want to eat steak and drink red wine, too. She felt that her hint was already very obvious. According to Zhang Yi's previous personality, he would definitely take the initiative to bring her steak and red wine at this time. But after seeing this sentence, Zhang Yi laughed happily. Do you still think of yourself as the bootlicker of the past? He slowly replied to a message. If you want to eat, just go to the supermarket and buy it. When Fang Yuqing saw this message, her face suddenly froze. Isn't this nonsense? It's minus 60 to 70 degrees Celsius outside. Any inch of skin exposed is likely to get frostbite. She is such a delicate girl, how could he make such excessive demands? Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth and said angrily, Zhang Yi, you are really not a man. I gave you such a good opportunity and you didn't even come over to show off, humph. At this time, Fang Yuqing still had some backbone. Although she really wanted to eat steak and drink high-end red wine. But in her eyes, Zhang Yi was just a fish in her pond. Moreover, she believed that the snowstorm would only last for a few days and then pass. Therefore, she still tried hard to maintain her image as a proud goddess and did not take the initiative to ask Zhang Yi for food. Zhang Yi ignored Fang Yuqing and went to other chat groups to watch the show. When I saw the group of homeowners in their community, I happened to see Aunt Lin from the neighborhood committee calling on everyone not to panic and stay at home. Don't worry, it's just a sudden drop in temperature. It will be over in 2 or 3 days at most. Don't go and loot supplies. Trust our officials. Our neighborhood committee will also help you find a way to get through this snowstorm. Please obey orders and don't cause trouble for the authorities. Some owners raised objections. It's snowing so heavily, I don't know when it will stop. It's hard for us to go out now, is it okay if we don't stock up some supplies at home? That's right. Otherwise, why don't you go out and buy some vegetables? I'm afraid the vegetable prices are going to go crazy again in the next few days. Aunt Lin immediately raised her tone. What are you doing? Aren't you causing trouble for us? Looting supplies will only lead to higher prices, and then everyone will have to eat expensive food. If anyone dares to hoard supplies and I find out, don't blame me for reporting him to the higher-ups for disturbing the people's morale. When Zhang Yi saw Aunt Lin commanding everyone in the group like a leader, a sneer appeared on his face. Today is the first day of the Ice Age. As the weather outside is too cold, the supplies in the supermarket have not actually been sold out yet. If you go out in the heavy snow at this time, although there is a risk of frostbite, you will definitely have the opportunity to stockpile certain supplies. However, due to the intimidation of Aunt Lin, many people were lucky enough to get away with it and did not go out to buy vegetables. You can imagine what the final result will be. At this moment, Aunt Lin suddenly pointed her spearhead at Zhang Yi. She tagged Zhang Yi in the owner's group. Xiao Zhang, you have already stockpiled a lot of things at home. Now that the snowstorm is severe, you must not be a negative example. Stay at home these few days. If I find you out shopping again, don't blame Aunt Lin for being ruthless. Zhang Yi's face turned a little ugly. This old hag asked me for something last time, but I didn't give it to her. So she always kept it in mind, and didn't forget to use her weapons when she found the opportunity. But it's a pity that the neighborhood committee auntie is nothing to Zhang Yi now. He sneered and replied, Aunt Lin, no one knows how long this snowstorm will last. What if it lasts a long time and everyone has nothing to eat? Can you take responsibility for that? Zhang Yi's question expressed the thoughts of many people. Everyone was dissatisfied with Aunt Lin's words, but due to her status as a member of the neighborhood committee, no one dared to refute her. With Zhang Yi taking the lead, someone immediately stood up and asked. Yes, if you don't let us stock up on supplies, who will be responsible for the shortage of food and drink? Can you afford this responsibility? Aunt Lin felt a little flustered when she saw everyone standing up to refute her. At the same time, she hated Zhang Yi even more in her heart. He actually openly refuted her in the owner's group. Isn't this disrespecting her? Don't worry, our neighborhood committee can responsibly tell you that there will be no shortage of supplies, and the snowstorm will soon be over. And you, Zhang Yi, don't incite people at this time. You are breaking the law. Aunt Lin, who was curled up at home, gnashed her teeth and said viciously, this Zhang Yi really doesn't know his own limitations. I'll find a way to detain him for a few days in a shady place. Zhang Yi burst into laughter. At this time, the old woman surnamed Lin still wants to act like she did in the past, relying on her little power to bully others. It is really ridiculous. Oh my, I can't afford such a big hat. Don't worry, it's so cold outside, I won't go out even if you ask me to. Do whatever you want. He had already stockpiled all the supplies, so there was no need for him to go out and compete with others in the supermarket for vegetable leaves. However, those who believed Aunt Lin's lies suffered a lot afterwards. Zhang Yi felt a little sad in his heart. When the doomsday came, he didn't know how many people would die of hunger and cold. However, some people deserve to die, such as the neighbors who killed them in their previous lives. No matter whether they are dead or alive, Zhang Yi has made up his mind to survive. What does other people's life and death have to do with Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi sat on the sofa and yawned out of boredom. While others were suffering from hunger and cold, he was living in a life more comfortable than heaven. The house has the most perfect insulation system and an inexhaustible supply of fuel, which is enough to keep his safe house at the most comfortable constant temperature all year round. He doesn't need to do anything next, just make himself happy every day. There were no good shows on TV at this time. Various live broadcasts were also shut down due to the extreme low temperatures. After all, those beautiful female anchors that he liked the most on a daily basis could not possibly endure the temperature of -60, 70, or even over 100 degrees Celsius to dance in tank tops. If there is, then Zhang Yi can only give a thumbs up and praise, what a ruthless person. He opened his own alternate dimension, and found many game consoles and 3A blockbuster games in the electronic equipment area. There are hundreds of brand new PS5, Switch or Xbox, all unopened. As for game cartridges, there are tens of thousands of them. Zhang Yi took out the latest PS5, installed it on the huge 100-inch Sony TV at home, and started playing games. He was playing this year's latest 3A action game, Bayonetta 3. There are also games such as Elden Ring, The Witcher 3, and Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice on hand. If you want to kill time, they are all very good choices. If he complains that the game time is too short, there are also liver-intensive games like Civilization and Cities, Skylines that can let him play to his heart's content. I don't have to worry about work and social interactions in the future. This kind of life will be even better than before the end of the world. Since he was alone at home, Zhang Yi was only wearing pajamas, eating snacks and playing games, and he was having a lot of fun. After a while, his cell phone rang. Zhang Yi picked it up and took a look, and found that it was that annoying Aunt Lin from the neighborhood committee who tagged him in the group. Zhang Yi, the roads outside are now blocked by heavy snow. Bring your tools and come out to help clear the snow. There was a commanding tone in his words. Zhang Yi also saw that she called on everyone in the group to go out and sweep the snow, but only a few people responded. Unexpectedly, she found it directly on her head. Zhang Yi took a look at the heavy snow outside the house, and almost the entire first floor was covered. It is almost impossible to clear the 3-meter-deep snow by manpower. And Zhang Yi also knew that the snow would continue to fall for at least 3 more months. Even if you go out to sweep the snow now, it won't be as fast as the snow falling. Zhang Yi immediately refused. It's so cold that you'll freeze into popsicles if you go out in a while. Even if we want to sweep the snow, we have to wait until it stops snowing. Some people below also agreed with Zhang Yi. Yes, it's over 70 degrees below zero outside. If you go out for a while, you'll probably get frostbite. We're not in the Northeast. We don't have any decent cold weather equipment. How can we get out? Aunt Lin became anxious on the spot. What's your attitude? Isn't it for everyone, not just for me, that snow sweeping is for everyone? You are all young and strong men. When faced with a disaster, why don't you take the initiative to serve the people and just want to escape? She directed her criticism at Zhang Yi, who led the opposition against her. Zhang Yi, I order you in the name of the neighborhood committee to go out and sweep the snow. Now is a critical moment, we must unite and obey the organization's command. Anyone who dares to take the lead in opposing me is opposing the leadership of the neighborhood committee. After the snowstorm is over, they will definitely be liquidated by the organization. Aunt Lin once again brought up her identity as a member of the neighborhood committee. The owners were so angry that they dared not say anything. Now that the snowstorm has just arrived, various social orders still exist and no one dares to violate them. Even though these neighborhood committee members may seem to have little power, the little power they have is closely related to everyone on a daily basis, so no one dares to provoke them. Everyone kept silent, and no one wanted to be the first to speak out. However, many people hope that Zhang Yi will stand up and criticize Aunt Lin harshly, and let him be the first to speak for everyone. Of course Zhang Yi knew what these ostriches were thinking. A sneer appeared on his lips, and he despised them in his heart. But it is impossible for him to swallow his anger. So he decided to break up with Aunt Lin directly. He looked through the chat records and found that the people Aunt Lin tagged were all young people in the community who were easy to talk to. She ignored all those troublesome troublemakers or powerful people. So Zhang Yi mocked directly, Auntie Lin is right. Since it is for everyone, you residents should take the lead in sweeping the snow. Besides, if we are young and strong, there are so many of us in our community, why did you only call a few of us? Do you think we're easy to bully? You didn't even mention those socialites and the second-generation rich. Why, you won't even fart when you meet them. When the other owners heard Zhang Yi say this, they all nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Yi is really my internet mouthpiece. That's right, they are all honest people. Why don't they go find Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao? Everyone actually knows who those people Zhang Yi is talking about. We all live in the same community, and everyone knows who the powerful people are there. For example, Chen Zhenghao, who lives in room 601 on the 6th floor, is a well-known gangster who works on earthwork projects and has hundreds of people under him. For example, Su Hao, who lives in room 802 on the 8th floor, his father is a well-known developer in Tianhai City, and there are people in his family who work in the government. Aunt Lin didn't mention them a word from beginning to end. Zhang Yi directly exposed Aunt Lin's nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, which made Aunt Lin immediately lose face. She didn't mention those difficult characters because she didn't have the courage and they wouldn't pay any attention to her. People like them always bully the weak and fear the strong. If Zhang Yi had this kind of personality before, Aunt Lin would not have asked him to sweep the snow here. She felt that she had lost face, and in a fit of anger she sent several long voice messages in the group. Snow removal is a public service, for the benefit of everyone. Some people are so fussy about such a small matter, they have no spirit of dedication at all. People like this are simply the black sheep of our group of owners. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. There are plenty of people who are willing to do it. Their awareness is much higher than yours. Also, I'm not treating anybody specially. It's just that there's no need to tag them one by one. I hope you guys understand and don't make the mistake. If you post these slanderous words about me again, I will call the police. Aunt Lin's explanation actually made things worse. Especially at the end, he even claimed to call the police, which made Zhang Yi burst into laughter. When other owners heard what Aunt Lin said, the timid ones became a little scared and started to sweep the snow with tools. But at this time Zhang Yi was not afraid of her at all. Not to mention that the police would not support her unreasonable behavior. Besides, does she still think that all social machines are functioning normally? Zhang Yi took Aunt Lin's words as complete nonsense. But he was free anyway, so he wanted to tease the old woman. "Oh, Auntie Lin is so swollen. You are so capable, go ask Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao to go downstairs and sweep the snow." He called out names of people in the group without any regard for anyone's face. Chen Zhenghao, nicknamed Brother Hao, is a famous gangster. It was he who broke into their house with an axe in hand. Su Hao, the arrogant and domineering rich second generation, was the first person to use a knife on Zhang Yi. In short, except for a very few good people, the rest of these neighbors participated in the attack or robbery of Zhang Yi. He could even guess that after his death in his previous life, each of them got his share. So Zhang Yi didn't give anyone face and just blatantly tore off their fig leaf and disgusted them. Aunt Lin looked at her phone and her expression suddenly changed. Zhang Yi's naming of her actually put her in a difficult position. No matter what, if she backed down at this moment, she would definitely become a laughing stock. And no one will listen to her orders anymore. She had no choice but to tag Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao in the group. "My family, the community is my home, and snow removal depends on everyone. I hope that family members who are free can bring tools and go out to remove snow together." After a while, Chen Zhenghao, ID 25 #602, sent a few question marks. Afterwards, a voice message was sent to the group. "Sweep the snow. Sweep your F***king head. Are you blind? Can't you see it's snowing so heavily outside? Fuck, are you sick in the brain? If you are sick, go to the hospital and stop barking here. If you tag me again, I will kill you, believe it or not." Chen Zhenghao scolded Aunt Lin who tagged him in the post, and his scolding was very harsh. After hearing this, the owners in the group laughed so hard that they held their stomachs. This Aunt Lin thinks she is an important person, but in the end, no one takes her seriously at all. A small neighborhood committee member only has a little influence on ordinary property owners. People like her in society would never treat her like a piece of onion. The rich second generation Su Hao also sent a voice message. "I don't give a shit about you guys clearing the snow. I don't have to go to work, and it doesn't matter if I just sleep at home every day." After saying that, he also posted a picture of himself lying in a thick quilt with a woman in his arms. This house was just bought by Su Hao to support a woman, and he was just locked up here by chance. When Aunt Lin asked him to sweep the snow, he thought this woman was mentally ill. Aunt Lin didn't dare to talk back when Chen Zhenghao scolded her. How could she dare to provoke a real ruthless guy? But seeing Su Hao's provocation, she still said stubbornly, "No matter what, you are also one of the owners. Sweeping the snow is your duty." Su Hao said disdainfully, "Bah. I pay the property management fee every month for nothing. Without my money, you people in the neighborhood committee will starve to death." Fuck, he takes the owner's money and bullies himself every day, and thinks he is the owner. How ridiculous. None of those rich second generations are simple. Although Su Hao is idle, he has seen the world. He doesn't take the little neighborhood auntie seriously at all. After he finished speaking, he sneered smugly. "I am where I am today thanks to the power of my parents and family. How can I be the same as you poor bastards? Hurry up if you need to clear the snow. You still have to go out and earn money to eat. Only after you clear the snow can I leave this damn place." Everyone was extremely angry as they listened to Su Hao's arrogant words. But they were powerless to refute. Who can blame him for being born into a good family? Although those words are harsh, they are also the truth. The commotion between Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao completely disappointed everyone. Aunt Lin's words became bullshit and no one paid any attention to her. Aunt Lin was so angry that she almost died. However, she was not angry with Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao, but with Zhang Yi. She felt that she had succeeded in mobilizing the owners, and it was Zhang Yi, the troublemaker, who ruined her good fortune. So she sent a private message to Zhang Yi, asking angrily, "Zhang Yi, are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Tell me what you want to do. I asked everyone to go out and shovel the snow. Does everyone need to go out? Now that everyone is tired of it, are we going to be locked up at home forever?" Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. "Oh, is there anyone who comes to get scolded? Stop pretending to be stupid. You are a bully and you are afraid of the strong. What are you doing here, barking like a dog? You don't even dare to say a word when being scolded by others, and you come to me to seek a sense of existence, right? I'm telling you, your grandpa is not someone you can easily bully. If you keep barking like a dog, I'll kill you." Zhang Yi grasped Aunt Lin's character perfectly. He is just a useless person who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Sure enough, after Zhang Yi said these cruel words, Aunt Lin was frightened. She is an old lady living with her grandson, and it is only because of her status in the neighborhood committee that people give her face. But if someone ignored her status as a neighborhood committee member and tried to fight her to death, she would not be able to withstand their attack. She suddenly didn't dare to speak, as if she was afraid of really angering Zhang Yi. Aunt Lin quickly blocked Zhang Yi, fearing that Zhang Yi would criticize her again. Her body was shaking, and she didn't know if it was because she was cold or because she was scared by Zhang Yi. This bastard. He's just a jerk and a psychopath. Don't anger him now. Wait, I'll have plenty of ways to make your life miserable in the future. Aunt Lin thought about how she would use her position as a neighborhood committee member to make things difficult for Zhang Yi in the future. For example, when distributing daily necessities, he deliberately dragged Zhang Yi along. Or maybe there are some good community activities that you don't tell Zhang Yi about. She imagined Zhang Yi's regretful expression at that time, and even thought that Zhang Yi would come to beg her to let him go, but she closed the door coldly and said, "Aren't you very arrogant? You can be more arrogant." As Aunt Lin thought about it, she started to smile sweetly. "Hee hee, sooner or later you'll come to beg me for help. I won't argue with you now." Aunt Lin was satisfied with this AQ method of spiritual victory. Then she continued to run to the group to mobilize others to go out and sweep the snow. Although everyone despised Aunt Lin. However, most people will have to go out to work in the future. Considering their own travel issues, there are still some honest people who take tools and go out to sweep the snow in the severe cold of more than 70 degrees below zero. Zhang Yi didn't expect that just after he had scolded Aunt Lin away, someone else came over to cause trouble. This time, someone called my WeChat phone. He took a look at the avatar and it was Chen Zhenghao from the group. It seemed that Zhang Yi had just talked about him in the group, which made him feel unhappy, so he called to scare Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi already harbored resentment towards this bastard, and when he saw him calling, he immediately narrowed his eyes. Now, he actually hopes that this blind thing will come and cause trouble for him. After all, it is impossible for Zhang Yi to get out of this safe house. But if anyone dares to come and cause trouble, he has plenty of ways to make that person die miserably. So Zhang Yi answered the phone. As soon as the call was connected, a barrage of fierce Chinese language curses came from the other end. "Are you looking for death? Who told you to talk about me in the group? You dare to mess with me, Chen Zhenghao, you little brat, it seems like you don't want to live anymore. I have 100 ways to make it impossible for you to stay in this city. Do you believe me?" Chen Zhenghao is also a well-known bully in Tianhai City. He has hundreds of people under him and is said to have been involved in several murders. Therefore, all the owners living in the same community with him avoid him and no one dares to provoke him. In order to establish his authority, Chen Zhenghao's style of doing things is that if anyone dares to offend him in the slightest, he will make that person pay a huge price. This is what is called the face of a social person. Therefore, even if Zhang Yi only mentioned him in the owners group, Chen Zhenghao still regarded it as a provocation. On the other end of the phone, he cursed fiercely, "You really want to die? You are quite a talker, have guts. Use me as an example." Of course Zhang Yi would not indulge him. He sneered and cursed, "Who the hell are you? Stop pretending to be so arrogant in front of me, you are a social scum, a useless waste, you are a horse if I tell you to." Zhang Yi cursed loudly and felt extremely happy in his heart. He had long been holding a grudge against the murderer who had taken the lead in breaking into his house and killing him in his previous life. On the other end of the phone, Chen Zhenghao didn't expect that Zhang Yi would dare to talk back. He was furious and cursed even more harshly. Zhang Yi said directly, "You are a useless piece of trash. You can only talk nonsense here, right? Who are you trying to scare? Go eat shit." After cursing, Zhang Yi hung up the phone and blocked him. After cursing, he blocked him. Thinking of Chen Zhenghao's furious look over there, Zhang Yi felt particularly happy. He walked to the TV and turned on the surveillance camera. When Zhanlong's security company built a safe house for him, they installed cameras throughout the entire floor. It can be said that the entire building is now under his surveillance. Zhang Yi looked towards the 6th floor where Chen Zhenghao was, and sure enough, their door was soon pushed open fiercely. Chen Zhenghao, wearing a down jacket and holding a baseball bat in his hand, walked out aggressively. As soon as he went out, he shivered from the cold. It was over 70 degrees below zero outside, so in order to look cool, he just wore a down jacket over his autumn clothes. He even deliberately left his zipper open to reveal the tattoo on his chest. As a result, the freezing temperature immediately taught him a lesson. Seeing that there was no one around, Chen Zhenghao rubbed his hands quickly and hurriedly got into the elevator. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa and slowly picked up a crossbow from under the coffee table. This kind of crossbow is used for hunting. Even if a 300-kilogram wild boar is hit by it, the 20-centimeter crossbow arrow can directly penetrate the flesh. He hummed a song while installing the crossbow. After practicing for this period of time, he has become very proficient in using the crossbow. Within 15 meters, I can't say I'll always hit the target, but I won't miss a head as big as a watermelon. The elevator continued to move upwards, and Zhang Yi came to the door with a crossbow loaded with arrows. His huge security door had a shooting hole 2 meters above it. Zhang Yi stepped on the chair and opened the door on the shooting hole. This place can only be opened from the inside. Then he aimed his crossbow at the corridor outside. For safety reasons, Zhang Yi also put his pistol in his pocket. Even if Chen Zhenghao is an Iron Man, he will be unlucky if he comes here today. After a while, the sound of the elevator was heard, and Chen Zhenghao walked out of the elevator cursing. Through the notes in the owner's group, he could easily find out where Zhang Yi lived. When he arrived at the door, he picked up a baseball bat and started banging on it while cursing. "Zhang Yi, you grandson, come out here. Fuck, weren't you so awesome just now? Now come out if you have the guts, and see how I kill you." Chen Zhenghao cursed viciously and then slammed the door hard. But that security door is 20 centimeters thick and is made of bulletproof metal. In terms of defense, it is more powerful than some large tanks. Of course, Chen Zhenghao couldn't break it with a baseball bat, but it made his hand hurt. Chen Zhenghao was cursing but didn't notice that he was being targeted by a crossbow. Zhang Yi looked at Chen Zhenghao's ferocious appearance and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His crossbow was aimed at Chen Zhenghao's head. But after thinking for a while, he changed his target. In this kind of doomsday, except for him, everyone else in the entire building will basically die. People like Chen Zhenghao are no exception. It would be so boring to kill him now. After all, in his previous life, he was eaten alive by these heartless neighbors. A sly smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. He won't let this bastard die so easily. So Zhang Yi changed his goal. Only a slight sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the sharp crossbow arrow shot directly into Chen Zhenghao's leg. The crossbow arrow that could kill wild boars pierced right through his calf. Chen Zhenghao let out a shrill scream, then fell to the ground, holding his legs and wailing. In such a low temperature of over 70 degrees below zero, Chen Zhenghao's leg must be disabled due to the penetrating wound. And due to the lack of medicine, infection is inevitable. Next, he will die miserably in pain and cold. Chen Zhenghao was in great pain at this time. He realized that he had met a terrible and ruthless person. In fact, these gangsters rely on their fearlessness and recklessness. The bet is that the honest people dare not resist them. But when they meet ruthless people who dare to use crossbows, they will also be afraid. Chen Zhenghao was so scared that he pissed his pants. He didn't even see where the arrow came from. But he was indeed a ruthless gangster, and he dragged his crippled leg back to the elevator. Zhang Yi did not choose to continue attacking. The reason was very simple. He wanted Qin Zhenghao to live longer. After all, he is not a devil. After Qin Zhenghao ran back to the elevator, cold sweat broke out and he quickly froze in the temperature of -70 degrees Celsius. But at this moment, his heart was colder than the temperature of the air. The other party's ruthless attack just now made him feel the naked murderous intent. In today's society, anyone who dares to shoot people with a crossbow is not someone to be trifled with. Qin Zhenghao looked at his stumped leg and found that his entire calf was completely pierced by the crossbow arrow. The blood dyed half of his trouser leg red, and then turned into ice. Under the extremely low temperature, his sense of pain was not that strong. But this did not make Qin Zhenghao feel happy, instead he was terrified. He knew that if his leg was not treated under such circumstances, it would be disabled within half an hour. Qin Zhenghao finally felt scared. He took out his cell phone and called 120. But the call couldn't be connected. Qin Zhenghao called for more than 2 minutes, but the line was always busy. Qin Zhenghao's heart sank. It was freezing cold outside and even the hospital was in a state of shutdown. Even if some hospitals still insist on operating, it is impossible to send ambulances to save people because of the heavy snow outside and the city is blocked. Qin Zhenghao is also a ruthless man. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to perform the surgery on himself. At the very least, we have to take out this crossbow arrow. After returning home with difficulty, he took out a knife, alcohol lamp, gauze and hemostatic drugs from the drawer. Since he often fights with others, he naturally always has these things at home. Qin Zhenghao cut open his trouser leg with a knife, and his face turned pale with fright when he saw the wound. Due to the extremely cold temperature, the wound on his leg had frozen over. Although this temporarily stopped the flow of blood. But the area around the wound had begun to turn purple, and his calf had completely lost all feeling. Qin Zhenghao was completely desperate. He knew that at this time, he could only rely on himself to save himself. Fortunately, he was a ruthless gangster. After thinking for a moment, he performed the surgery on himself. Because my calves had been frozen, the pain was numbed a lot by the low temperature. So even though there was no anesthesia, he successfully completed the operation. However, the process was so painful that he almost fainted. And that calf was obviously also useless. Qin Zhenghao lay on the sofa, breathing heavily, hating Zhang Yi who shot him with an arrow to the core. Zhang Yi, you little brat, I will definitely kill you, I will. Qin Zhenghao's eyes were full of murderous intent. He was not joking, he really intended to kill Zhang Yi. Otherwise, how will he survive in Tianhai City in the future? Qin Zhenghao picked up his phone. Because he was blocked by Zhang Yi, he had to tag Zhang Yi in the owner's group. Zhang Yi, you bastard, just wait for me. If I don't kill you, I will write the 3 names of Qin Zhenghao backwards from now on. The owners actually didn't know what was going on. But after learning that Zhang Yi had offended Qin Zhenghao, everyone couldn't help but worry for him. Qin Zhenghao is a real gangster and he is very ruthless. However, if everyone knew that Zhang Yi shot him with an arrow and broke his leg, they would probably be so scared that they would be speechless. However, some people are very excited. For example, Aunt Lin, who was embarrassed by Zhang Yi before, said happily, "It's best when dogs bite each other." Humph, neither of them is a good person. It would be best if that scoundrel Qin Zhenghao beat Zhang Yi to death and let this damn thing scold me. And by Lian Huafang Yuqing also saw the message in the group. She curled her lips, actually hoping that Zhang Yi would be beaten up by Qin Zhenghao, who made Zhang Yi so cold to her that he didn't even know to deliver food to her door when she, his goddess, asked for it. However, no one in the group dared to say anything, for fear that they would be implicated in this matter. Zhang Yi saw the message and burst into laughter. As long as he doesn't leave the safe house, he doesn't care about 100 Qin Zhenghaos. Zhang Yi sent a voice message to his phone. Who do you think you are? You can only bark like a dog. If you dare to provoke me again, I will cripple your remaining leg. When the owners in the group heard this voice message, they were all shocked. They didn't expect that Zhang Yi would dare to go against Qin Zhenghao. And it seems that Qin Zhenghao's leg was also injured. Chen Zhenghao held the phone tightly, almost breaking it. Zhang Yi, just wait for me, I will kill you. Zhang Yi was also very blunt, you bastard, come here if you have the guts. Let's see who dies first. I have to say that after the end of the world, Zhang Yi was very relaxed. Without so many concerns about public order and social morality, he doesn't need to give face to anyone now, it feels so good. On the other side, Chen Zhenghao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. After returning to the house, I gradually regained consciousness with the help of the insignificant effect of the air conditioner. But the severe pain in his leg made him grimace. Now if I want to move, I can only rely on crutches. After thinking carefully for a while, Chen Zhenghao felt that it would not be difficult for him to kill Zhang Yi. He thought he was shot by an arrow just because he was careless. Now that I am prepared, I can call my brothers over, rush into Zhang Yi's house and beat him to death. Anyway, it's freezing outside, and the hospitals and police stations are in a state of shutdown. If you want to kill someone, now is the best time. Chen Zhenghao immediately called his brothers and asked them to bring their weapons and help him kill Zhang Yi. Many of Chen Zhenghao's younger brothers lived nearby. After receiving Chen Zhenghao's orders, they came to Chen Zhenghao's house with machetes, baseball bats, steel pipes, and other items. Seeing the wound on Chen Zhenghao's leg, these younger brothers clamored to beat the men to death to vent Chen Zhenghao's anger. Chen Zhenghao said coldly, I'm fine. I'll just go to the hospital and recuperate for a while after the snow melts in a few days. But this bastard actually dared to shoot me. Isn't this provoking others? If I don't kill him, how am I going to survive in the future? The younger brother under his command said at that time, Brother Hao, tell me his room number, and I will chop him up right now. Chen Zhenghao nodded. They live in 2401 of this building. But this guy with small arms is very insidious. He has a crossbow in his hand. He used the crossbow to attack me. A younger brother raised a steel pipe and yelled, this guy is too unethical. He actually attacked from behind. Chen Zhenghao said, be careful when you go over there. I know he's the only one in their house. Just don't let him shoot you, break down their door, and kill him at will. Chen Zhenghao's subordinates are all desperate criminals. Although they know that Zhang Yi has weapons, they are not afraid. Instead, they became excited one by one. Now that the city is closed due to the snowstorm and lawlessness is rampant, they can come to people's homes and beat them up openly. The malice in human nature was released unscrupulously on them. So, they took their weapons and went to Zhang Yi's house together, trying to break in. Zhang Yi also knew that Chen Zhenghao would not let it go so easily and would definitely come back for revenge. However, Zhang Yi was not nervous at all. He was at home, playing games while using a split screen to check what was happening inside the entire building. When the little Karamis under Chen Zhenghao came over, he saw them clearly. The table in front of him was filled with equipment, just waiting for them to come and give them a good beating. Anyway, those social scums deserved to be put to death, and Zhang Yi would not have any soft-hearted thoughts. After a while, more than a dozen of Chen Zhenghao's men arrived at Zhang Yi's door. They knew that Zhang Yi had a crossbow in his hand, so they were a little cautious when they came over. Several little Karami stood in front of them, holding wooden boards as shields. After arriving at Zhang Yi's door, they found that everything was fine and then started fighting. Open the door. You dare to shoot our brother Hao? We will kill you today. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Open the door. While cursing, they started smashing the door of Zhang Yi's house with the hammers and iron bars they brought. He wanted to break into the house, give Zhang Yi a good beating, and then hand him over to Chen Zhenghao for punishment. Zhang Yi was playing games leisurely. He was stuck at the boss of the first level. He died 7 or 8 times but still couldn't pass it. He was in a bad mood at the moment. Hearing the yelling and banging on the door outside, Zhang Yi shouted angrily, "Can't you guys use a little more strength? Haven't you eaten yet?" When the little Karami heard Zhang Yi being so arrogant, they became even angrier and attacked even harder. However, the security door made of 20-centimeter thick alloy is difficult to open even with a small explosion. Not to mention that they used primitive methods of smashing and destroying the door. After smashing it for a long time, a few small white spots appeared on the metal door, just some paint peeling off. Not to mention breaking the door, there wasn't even a dent. Those little karamis were all dumbfounded. This door is actually made of pure metal. It's so thick, how can I break it? How many enemies does this person have? The group of little karami were dumbfounded. However, when they came, they promised Chen Zhenghao that they would beat Zhang Yi half to death and bring him back to him. Now that they couldn't break the door, they had no way of going back to report, so they continued to smash things and shout and curse outside the door. Zhang Yi's game character died again. Listening to little Karami's cries outside, he finally got a little annoyed. He went to the kitchen, connected a hose to the faucet, and climbed up to the shooting hole. No one noticed that little Karami outside the door was still barking above his head. Zhang Yi sneered, then turned on the faucet and sprayed it towards them. The surging water flowed in the narrow corridor like a rainstorm, instantly pouring down on them. Can you imagine what it feels like to have cold water poured on you in a temperature of -70 degrees Celsius? Zhang Yi took a big water pipe and poured water on the little Karami outside the door. There is a temperature difference of about 100 degrees indoors and outdoors. So the water was still steaming when it flowed out, but after it fell on those people, it quickly froze. It was freezing cold, and they all wore down jackets and sweaters. The cold water soaked their whole bodies, making them feel as if they were put into an ice cellar. It's so cold, I'm freezing to death. Ah, stop watering it, stop watering it. At times like this, they would rather be severely beaten than endure this freezing torture. Everyone's lips turned purple from the cold, and some even went into shock on the spot due to the excessive hypothermia. Relying on instinct, they quickly ran away from Zhang Yi's house. But just a dozen seconds was enough to make them soak from head to toe. He didn't even have time to get on the elevator and escape, his clothes were frozen stiff. Zhang Yi watched them all run away, then turned off the faucet. He had just been planning to teach these people a lesson with his crossbow. However, the loading speed is too slow, and there is a possibility of counterattack by the enemy through the shooting hole. On the contrary, this kind of flooding has a better effect. After being drenched in cold water by Zhang Yi, the little Karami's lips all turned purple from the cold. They hurried back to Chen Zhenghao's house. Chen Zhenghao couldn't help but get furious when he saw them coming back in such a mess. Where's that little bastard? Did you catch him? The younger brothers were hurriedly looking for quilts and sheets to keep warm. Their clothes were soaked and frozen into ice. More than a dozen people were fighting for clothes and quilts in the room. However, there were too many people and not enough food to go around, so the younger brothers had no choice but to take off their clothes and hug each other for warmth. That scene was somewhat strange. This made Chen Zhenghao very angry. He slammed the table and cursed, "Someone explain to me what is going on." After the younger brothers recovered some of their body temperature, they tremblingly explained the whole story to Chen Zhenghao. That Zhang Yi is too despicable. He actually used a water pipe to spray us. It's totally unbearable. I don't know how thick their door is. We smashed it for a long time but only a little paint came off. After listening to this, Chen Zhenghao frowned deeply. When he went to knock on the door himself, he indeed felt that Zhang Yi's door was very thick. It seems that it will be difficult to attack by force. But soon, he sneered. It doesn't matter. Even if they are a tough nut to crack, there will always be flaws. And I just don't believe that he can stay at home forever. You guys stay nearby, as soon as he steps out, beat him to death immediately. Chen Zhenghao said viciously. His subordinates were all desperate criminals, and when they heard this, they all trembled and sneered. Although they were all frozen like dogs, they still had to act like they were fierce. However, they never imagined that Zhang Yi had no intention of leaving home at all. Outside was hell, but his room was heaven. How can you go from heaven to hell? After dealing with Chen Zhenghao and others, Zhang Yi went back to play his game. Although he knew these guys would not give up, he didn't have the ability to break into his home. As for going out, haha, Zhang Yi would never make this choice. He would not take even a 1 in 10,000 risk. Isn't it nice to just stay at home and stay comfortable? Not long after, Zhang Yi came to the floor-to-ceiling window to check the scene outside. There are actually people taking tools to sweep the snow. He seemed to see the security guard Uncle Yu, the honest and enthusiastic veteran who was always the first to rush forward when something happened. The dozen or so people downstairs are all young people in the owner group who are easier to talk to. However, there was no sign of Aunt Lynn and other members of the neighborhood committee. Faced with a thick layer of snow 2 or 3 meters high, they dug with great effort. However, Zhang Yi knew that doing so would be completely futile. Not to mention anything else, just digging a road from downstairs to the entrance of the community would take a whole day. But what if it's dug through? The roads outside are also completely covered. With snow this thick, only large, professional-grade snowplows can slowly clear it. But in the south, there are no such professional vehicles at all. Going out has become an impossible thing. What's more, with the temperature at -70 degrees Celsius, they couldn't last long. The anti-cold equipment is not up to par and the physical fitness cannot adapt to such low temperatures. If you stay outdoors for more than half an hour at a time, you run the risk of frostbite. Zhang Yi shook his head. These honest people are indeed quite pitiful. But it was other people's own choice, so Zhang Yi was too lazy to say anything. After all, now, everything has nothing to do with him, he just wants to live a good life. It was afternoon. Zhang Yi felt a little hungry, so he took out a big meal from the alien space. The meal was simple, just a plate of Australian lobster, a steak Wellington, 2 Huangshan sesame cakes and a bottle of Coke. There are plenty of such delicacies in his space. Now staying at home every day, Zhang Yi's schedule has become freer. In short, just sleep when you are sleepy and eat when you are hungry. There is no need to distinguish between day and night. The heavy snow is still falling outside the window. Zhang Yi took the time to take a look down at the apartment building in the community. Those who were clearing the snow went back. The space they had cleared after spending a lot of time was soon covered by heavy snow again. Perhaps they also realized that they could not fight against nature with their own strength alone. Zhang Yi was lying on the sofa wearing an autumn shirt. The temperature in the room was 27 degrees, which was comfortable. He turned on the TV and watched the program on it. Now many TV stations across the country have stopped broadcasting, and only some provincial channels and CCTV are still broadcasting. Among them are some slogans to promote official work and encourage everyone. At this moment, our eyes are on Xinjiang. The authorities are planning and directing us to launch the final offensive against the snowstorm. According to reports, the United States has failed to effectively prevent and control the snowstorm, which has caused 200 million people to be affected and tens of millions of people to die. The development of the snow disaster in our country is under control and everything is moving in a positive direction. I hope everyone will not panic and believe in the power of the authorities. Zhang Yi shook his head. The magnitude and severity of this snowstorm are beyond human imagination. Although the authorities are trying hard to solve the problem, human power is too weak in the face of nature. Among the owners group, Aunt Lynn can still be seen chattering away. Have you all seen the news? Our country is strong enough to handle this snowstorm. Don't be nervous, everything will be solved. Well, if anyone's family needs supplies, everyone who is able should try to help. After all, this snowstorm will be over soon, so there's no need to stockpile supplies. However, few people responded to her. Obviously, it has been 2 days and there is no sign of the snowstorm ending, which makes many people start to worry. Fang Yuqing sent a message to Zhang Yi again. Zhang Yi, are you okay? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Fang Yuqing probably felt that she was being dealt with by Chen Zhenghao. However, he didn't think Fang Yuqing was kind-hearted. I'm fine. Oh, that's good. Fang Yuqing was actually a little disappointed. But soon, she said, we're out of food at home. I remember you bought a lot of things. Can you give me some? I'll treat you to a meal later. A sneer appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. Sure enough, this woman must have a purpose in looking for me. He remembered that the last time he went to the supermarket to buy things, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning also bought some. Although I didn't buy as much as he did, it wasn't to the point where I couldn't last 2 days. Oh, you were talking about something that happened a long time ago. I didn't leave those things at home. Actually, I don't have much stuff at home. Fang Yuqing still refused to give up. Then can you give me a few packets of instant noodles? You're in charge of the warehouse, can your family eat less? Zhang Yi is very single. I really don't have any instant noodles. You see, these are all I can eat normally. He took a photo of the Australian lobster and steak on the table and sent it to Fang Yuqing. Fang Yuqing on the other side saw the photo and her eyebrows raised in anger. Damn it, Zhang Yi, what do you mean? Are you trying to piss me off? Next to her, her best friend Lin Caning poked her head out from under the quilt. Because it was too cold, the two of them slept in the same bed. As soon as Lin Caning saw the delicious food in the photos, her eyes lit up with greed. These little fairies don't know how to cook on weekdays. They just order takeout or let the men treat them to dinner. The city was blocked by heavy snow these days, and they were both starving. I can only eat instant noodles and canned food that I don't usually like. Seeing that Zhang Yi could still eat Australian lobster and steak, the two women felt angry and envious. They were angry because Zhang Yi ate all the food by himself and didn't even think of sending any to them. Lin Caning immediately said sourly, "Wow, this Zhang Yi is too much. There are all these delicious foods at home, and he didn't even think of you. He used to say he liked you." Humph, I think he was just being phony. Fang Yuqing was also very unhappy. This was not the first time Zhang Yi sent her photos. She also knew that Zhang Yi was deliberately provoking her. However, she believed that Zhang Yi still loved her and was just using this method to gain her compromise. Humph, stupid. It's just a little bit of food, and you want me to be your girlfriend. Zhang Yi, you are so naive. Fang Yuqing said this with disdain. As a proud gold digger, she must of course maintain her noble image. However, when she looked at the photos sent by Zhang Yi, the desire in her eyes was so unconcealable. Lin Caning naturally understood her as well. So he said, "Yuqing, why don't you tell Zhang Yi that you can have dinner with him? But he needs to provide the food. This way, you can save your face and still eat delicious Australian lobster and steak. I'm sure he'll be so excited that he'll agree right away." Fang Yuqing frowned and thought about it. In her heart, Zhang Yi is just a high-level spare tire. Although he is handsome and has some property, he is still far from her idea of tall, rich and handsome. Under normal circumstances, it would be absolutely impossible to make her bow her head. But now, she really couldn't stand eating instant noodles and canned food every day. Then give him a chance to have dinner with me. Fang Yuqing curled her lips and said reluctantly. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, it's been a while since we've gotten together. Why don't you come to our house tonight and have dinner together?" Zhang Yi saw the message and laughed. "Would you like to treat me to a meal?" "Sure, thank you then." This sentence made Fang Yuqing on the other end of the phone turn pale with anger. But it could also be frozen. She said to Lin Caning angrily, "This Zhang Yi is so ungrateful. I gave him a chance to treat me to a meal, but he actually asked me to treat him." Lin Caning was stunned for a moment. She didn't seem to have expected that Zhang Yi, who had always pursued Fang Yuqing in the past, suddenly became so ignorant. Strange, will the dog licker ever realize his mistake one day? Fang Yuqing angrily threw her phone aside. She said angrily, "I originally planned to keep Zhang Yi as my backup. But now he has to be put back in my pecking order. I'm really angry this time. From now on, I will never speak a word to him again. Even if he comes to beg me, it will be useless." Although Lin Caning was greedy, she also added fuel to the fire. "That's right, don't you look at your own moral character? He wants to pursue you, but he's still so stingy. This kind of man deserves to be single for the rest of his life." The two of them continued to scold Zhang Yi for a long time. During this time, Fang Yuqing picked up her phone, thinking that Zhang Yi would send her a message to apologize. But there was no news from Zhang Yi, which made her angry and her face gloomy. But Lin Caning had some evil thoughts. She secretly sent a message to Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, why are you so stupid? Yuqing is unhappy now, do you know how serious the problem is?" After receiving the message, Zhang Yi took a look at it out of habit. Now for him, reading messages in various chat groups has become a way of entertainment. Is there anything more fascinating than human nature in the end times? Zhang Yi found out that the message was from Lin Caning. He took a look and then started laughing. One of you plays the good guy and the other plays the bad guy, right? You two really act a lot. Zhang Yi had long seen through this combination of green tea and white lotus. Usually, Lin Canning takes action to help Fang Yuqing. Because Fang Yuqing needs to maintain the image of a pure goddess. So it was Lin Canning who asked for gifts and hinted to men to help Fang Yuqing spend money. Zhang Yi pretended to be confused and said, "What's wrong? I didn't do anything wrong." Lin Canning said, "Are you stupid? The city is closed due to heavy snow, and we have almost run out of food at home. Sending some delicious food here at this time is a good way to express your loyalty to Yuqing, isn't it? If I were you, I would send all the good things like steak and lobster from home over here. Once Yuqing is moved, won't your chances be greater?" Zhang Yi looked at the message sent by Lin Canning and could already imagine the greedy look on that gold digger's face. He sneered. What is the difference between this behavior and begging? But what's funny is that if you want to beg for food, you should just ask for it, but you have to act like you are giving alms. It was as if Zhang Yi gave the food to them, but it was they who gave Zhang Yi a chance. This kind of face made Zhang Yi really want to slap them hard. Despicable. Zhang Yi decided to tease these two green tea bitches. He said, "But we don't have much food at home. It's just enough for me to eat." Lin Canning frowned and immediately criticized, "Stupid. How many days can the snowstorm last? If you endure going hungry for 2 meals and then trick Yuqing into your trap, won't you make a fortune? You can't even bear to part with such a small thing. I don't think you are sincere to our Yuqing at all." Zhang Yi laughed even harder. These two women, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop, have figured out how to play with the CPU. It's a pity that Zhang Yi was reborn and had long seen through their shameless faces. Facing Lin Canning's CPU, he just replied with a faint "oh," then threw the phone aside and ignored her. When Lin Canning saw the word "oh," she was immediately furious. "Oh? What do you mean by oh? I've been talking to you for a long time, and this is your attitude? Hurry up and bring me the food. I want to eat steak and Australian lobster too." Lin Canning is a foodie. She hasn't eaten anything good in the past 2 days, and when she saw Zhang Yi having a big meal, she was drooling with greed. Originally, he wanted to use Fang Yuqing's name to trick Zhang Yi into sending all the delicious food to her. But things developed in a completely opposite way to her expectations. That word, "oh," almost broke her defense. Could it be that he is no longer interested in Fang Yuqing? No, 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 absolutely impossible. Lin Canning recalled Zhang Yi's attentiveness to Fang Yuqing over the past few years and immediately shook her head. He must just be having a temporary brain meltdown. Lin Canning was angry, so she found Fang Yuqing and told her a story with exaggerated details. Of course, she told Fang Yuqing that she went to Zhang Yi to ask for supplies for her. Fang Yuqing said coldly with a sullen face, "Humph, who is Zhang Yi? Do I know him? Don't mention him in front of me anymore." Now if Zhang Yi wants to be her dog again, he must apologize sincerely for what happened in the past few days and then spend a huge price to beg for her forgiveness. Lin Canning poked Fang Yuqing, "This Zhang Yi is stupid, don't you have other lickers?" Many of their colleagues who work in the warehouse live in their community. Among them were Fang Yuqing's other suitors, such as Zhou Peng, who licked her the most vigorously. Fang Yuqing naturally knew who Lin Canning was talking about. She curled her lips in disdain. Zhou Peng was not even her backup. Although he worked at Walmart before, Zhou Peng doesn't even have a house in Tianhai City and is still renting one. Fang Yuqing was just taking advantage of him to get some small benefits and had no good feelings towards him at all. Lin Canning advised, "It's so cold outside and the snow is falling so heavily. We can't go out to buy things, so why not use him first and let him help us do something?" Fang Yuqing's eyes wandered for a while, and she felt that what Lin Canning said made sense. So she sent a message to Zhou Peng. Unexpectedly, in less than 5 minutes, Zhou Peng came running over and brought a backpack of food. After all, they work in a Walmart warehouse, and they usually take some of the discounted goods home themselves. So there will naturally be some stock at home. After hearing Fang Yuqing's words, Zhou Peng became excited and specially picked out good things to send to her. Moreover, Zhou Peng patted his chest and assured, "Yuqing, whatever you want me to do, just say one word. You know, for you, I can do anything. Fang Yuqing rarely smiled at Zhou Peng. Thank you, Zhou Peng. You are so nice. She sent Zhou Peng away with a few sweet words. Then he went back into the house and immediately changed his expression. TSK, you dare to have any idea about me when you are like this? Maybe in the next life. The atmosphere in the entire building has gradually begun to become strange. It was extremely cold, even with the air conditioner on, the temperature inside the house was below zero. This made it impossible for the southerners in Tianhai City to adapt. Moreover, they have no habit of hoarding supplies, and 2 days of freezing have left everyone's refrigerators empty. Although Aunt Lin was still advocating that it was okay and the snowstorm would soon be over. But everyone has their own concerns. However, Zhang Yi saw all this and felt very happy in his heart. For the end of the world, he had made all the necessary preparations, and his life was even more comfortable than before the end of the world. He was like an outsider, quietly watching the drama outside. After Chen Zhenghao and his younger brothers were taught a lesson by Zhang Yi, they did not continue to cause trouble for Zhang Yi for the time being. They also knew that it would be difficult to make a breakthrough at Zhang Yi's house. Moreover, one of Chen Zhenghao's legs is basically disabled. If he can't go to the hospital, he will become a disabled person for life in a few days. As for the other little Karamis, after being drenched in water, they all caught colds and had fevers. Without a way to keep warm, they would drag their sick bodies and probably would not die from food shortage but from high fever first. Zhang Yi spent his time at home playing games and watching chat groups. When he has nothing to do, he will do some exercise. Anyway, there are many fitness equipment at home, all of which are international brands. Or, you can take a look at various professional books downloaded from the internet. For example, the Barefoot Doctor Manual and the Militia Training Manual. It is better to be prepared. It is best to master this professional knowledge in case you don't need it in the future. In case of an emergency, it may save your life. It was snowing heavily outside and the sky was covered with clouds, making it difficult to distinguish between day and night. On the morning of the third day, Zhang Yi climbed out of bed, hugging a delicious Bianyafang roast duck and looking at the clock. It's almost time, the fun is about to begin. Zhang Yi said lightly. And at this moment, the mobile phone chat group completely exploded. The show officially began 3 days after the end of the world. Zhang Yi knew what would happen that day, so he didn't sleep all night, waiting to see this wonderful show. What happened was actually very simple. That is, the electricity in the entire Yuelu community was suddenly cut off. And soon after, due to the chain reaction of power outages, the water company was unable to supply water normally. There was a problem with the water supply system and every household had no water. All this was within Zhang Yi's expectations. After all, at the beginning of the doomsday, no one could predict how long this extreme low-temperature disaster would last. The authorities are still trying their best to support and resolve this snow disaster. But as time went by, on the third day, they realized that this was not a problem that could be solved by human power at all. Due to the freezing weather, all major hydroelectric power plants have shut down one after another, and thermal power plants are unable to continue generating electricity because the staff are unable to work. Once cities across the country have exhausted their stored electricity, power outages are inevitable. At this time, perhaps only a small number of nuclear power plants are still in operation. However, all the electricity generated is naturally supplied to official departments for use. The water and power outages plunged ordinary people's lives into darkness. Zhang Yi had already turned on 2 silent generators in advance and started generating electricity for the room. After doing all this, Zhang Yi opened his phone and saw that the messages in many chat groups were all 99+. Do you have electricity at home? There's no electricity in our house. And the running water is also cut off. What's going on? We also have no water or electricity at home. It's so cold, the air conditioner is completely useless, and there's no way to use the heater. How can we live like this? Why don't the authorities intervene now? If things continue like this, I'm afraid people will freeze to death. Zhang Yi shook his head silently. At this time, the authorities have no time to take care of everyone. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself. He also knew that the end of the world had truly arrived from today. Without electricity and food in modern society, humans will also suffer from large-scale death. Zhang Yi thought about this and looked at his home with lingering fear. When he saw his house, which was as warm as spring and as safe as a copper-hooped iron barrel, and the endless supplies in the alien space, a sense of solid warmth surged in his heart. The community owners group was also filled with nervous complaints at this time. If it weren't for the advancement of technology, mobile phone batteries would no longer shut down due to low temperatures, and they wouldn't even be able to use their mobile phones. But without electricity, the mobile phone will become useless sooner or later. How long will this snow last? The air conditioner doesn't work anymore. It's over 30 degrees below zero in the house. If this continues, people will really freeze to death. The water supply has also stopped. Are we supposed to drink snow water? We don't have much food left at home, and we can't go to the supermarket because of the heavy snow. What should we do? Someone started to call Aunt Etlin. Aunt Lin, didn't you say it was okay before? That's right. I didn't go out to buy supplies because I listened to you. What should we do now? When will the higher-ups come to rescue us? Say something. Aunt Lin was filled with anxiety and panic when faced with the questioning from her neighbors. At this moment, she was more frightened than her neighbors. The owners are still unclear how the authorities will rescue them. But Aunt Lin had already received some information in advance through the neighborhood committee. There is a blizzard all over the world right now. It is said that this is a snowstorm that only happens once in hundreds of thousands of years. Maybe we are facing another mass extinction, which means the end of the world. Although the government is doing its best to support the country, with a population of more than 1 billion, it is simply impossible to take care of it all. Several major cities in the country have already fallen. If we want to survive from now on, we can only rely on ourselves. We must stock up on supplies, especially food and energy for heating. I have already started going door to door asking for supplies, in the name of the neighborhood committee. Isn't this harmful to others? Harming people. If I didn't do that, my family would have frozen to death or starved to death in 3 days at most. I don't care about that anymore. I don't know how many people will die in this snowstorm. I can only take care of myself and my family first. Yes, let's get more supplies while we still have some influence. At a time like this, staying alive is the most important thing. Aunt Lin stared at the messages in the neighborhood committee group, her whole body shaking violently. Although the indoor temperature had dropped to more than 30 degrees below zero, cold sweat still flowed down her forehead. She was lying on the bed, covered with 3 thick layers of quilts, which made it difficult for her to breathe, but she did not dare to lift them. Because the room was like an ice cellar at this moment. At this time, her grandson Xiaohu asked in bed, "Grandma, why is it so cold outside? When will Dad and Mom come back?" Aunt Lin looked at her little grandson and her heart sank. She just chatted with her son and daughter-in-law today. They all work in other places and are now trapped in rented houses. Their situation is not much better than theirs. I must protect my mother and me. We must survive. Aunt Lin bit her lips tightly, and a cruel look flashed in her eyes. Xiaohu, it's okay. Dad and Mom will be back soon. After comforting Xiaohu, Aunt Lin picked up her phone and started talking to the owners group. Everyone, the disaster is only temporary. It's too cold outside, so it's not surprising that there are water and power outages. Don't worry, there are already staff members carrying out emergency repairs. The authorities have issued a notice that during this extraordinary period, our neighborhood committee will be responsible for the unified management of the community owners. I hope everyone will cooperate with our work. If anyone does not cooperate and causes serious consequences, we will ask the police to arrest and interrogate them afterwards. Aunt Lin's words were extremely serious. These words caused strong dissatisfaction among the owners. They also didn't expect that at this time, the neighborhood committee not only did not explain its poor performance. Instead, it intimidates the owners. However, everyone was a little scared and no one dared to speak out against it. Zhang Yi held the mobile phone and leisurely looked at the message from Aunt Lin on the phone. He raised an eyebrow and sneered. Of course he knew that Aunt Lin was lying. In her previous life, she used this despicable method to cheat a lot of supplies from others. However, he had no intention of exposing Aunt Lin's tricks. Anyway, what does it have to do with him whether the other neighbors are dead or alive? Zhang Yi turned on the TV and continued playing his game. Water or power outage? It doesn't matter. His warehouse is stocked with a large number of spare batteries, generators, fuel, and solid alcohol. As for water, he stockpiled 500 tons of tap water alone, not to mention tens of thousands of tons of mineral water and beverages in the warehouse. And when necessary, he can also get water by melting snow. In short, he has no shortage of either fresh water or energy. Zhang Yi plays games and eats imported snacks, and lives a fulfilling life. The entire Tianhai city, or more than 99% of the world's area, was in a state of water and power outage. The water outage problem is slightly easier to solve. Those who really can't stand it can go out and dig snow to get water. But power outage is the most unbearable thing. Modern people's bodies are very delicate. Making them live in temperatures of dozens of degrees below zero is simply life-threatening. But this cannot be blamed on the authorities. After all, most power supply stations are not non-operable, but the workers are simply unable to go to work. Zhang Yi remembered that there would still be a period of power supply every day, and the authorities did not want all the people to die. However, the amount of electricity provided by nuclear power plants and new energy power plants that rely on 21st-century industry is very limited. At most, we can ask them to charge their mobile phones or boil some water. Don't even think about high-power appliances like air conditioners and heaters. At this time, the neighbors were wailing in the owner's group. Fear made them choose to huddle together for warmth, hoping that someone could bring them a glimmer of hope. Chen Zhenghao, who had had his leg broken by Zhang Yi before, was now dragging his broken leg and almost freezing to death at home. He was already injured, and having to live in extremely low temperatures caused him doubly harm. And his little Karami are even more miserable. Although Zhang Yi just poured water on them with a hose at that time. But at this temperature, there is no way to keep warm. The indoor temperature gradually approached the outdoor temperature, reaching -50 or 60 degrees Celsius. Several people started to have high fever, with the lowest temperature reaching 39 degrees, and several reaching 40 degrees and above. Since they had no awareness of preparing medicine, there was no ibuprofen at home. And in this weather, it is impossible for them to go out to buy medicine. Therefore, they can only choose to bear it. This is why Zhang Yi did not shoot them at that time. Letting them freeze to death in despair day by day is much more satisfying than killing them directly. Zhang Yi sat on the carpet, playing the game intently. It was freezing cold outside, with a howling north wind mixed with heavy snow. The room is 27 degrees, brightly lit, with no worries about food and drink, and all the necessary food and entertainment options. If we have to point out any shortcomings, it is probably the lack of a woman to accompany Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi is not an idiot whose brain is obsessed with sex. Having suffered at the hands of women in his previous life, he now absolutely puts his own safety and quality of life first. He would not let anyone into his safe house unless it was absolutely safe. In the last days, human hearts are something that is absolutely impossible to measure. He once saw with his own eyes a woman who killed her husband with her own hands over a packet of instant noodles. At this moment, Zhang Yi's phone lit up again. He took it with interest and saw that it was Aunt Lin who tagged everyone in the owner's group. Due to the current blizzard, it has had a huge impact on everyone's lives. According to official notification, the snow will continue for a short period of time. In order for everyone to get through this difficult time together, everyone can live with dignity when conditions are tough. So from now on, the neighborhood committee will collect the supplies on hand from every household and then distribute them uniformly. This is an official order. Every household must cooperate. Otherwise, if any family is selfish and disobeys the organization's arrangements, they will be liquidated by the organization afterwards. Don't think you are very capable and go against our organization. Remember, you all have your weaknesses in your family. Zhang Yi sneered. It's the same routine as in the previous life. Although Aunt Lin, as a member of the neighborhood committee, does not have much power, she has more information channels than ordinary people. She must have known that the end of the world was coming, and the official operations in Tianhai City had come to a standstill. That's why she wanted to use coaxing and intimidation to get everyone to give her the supplies they had. But Aunt Lin's methods were not smart enough. After all, she is just an old woman with high school education. In fact, any smart person could immediately see that there was something wrong with what she said. Even if the authorities were to carry out unified regulation, it would be impossible for such an order to be issued. However, there are more than 50 families living in their building, and there are always some timid ones who obey Aunt Lin out of fear. Zhang Yi had no intention of getting involved in this matter, he just wanted to watch the fun. Sure enough, this time, because Aunt Lin was tough in her tone and wanted to confiscate supplies from every household, some people were finally forced into a corner. Wang Min, who lives on the 15th floor, is also Zhang Yi's colleague. As a thrifty housewife, she often brings some things home from the warehouse on weekdays. The neighbors all know this. Aunt Lin wants to collect supplies from everyone, so their family definitely can't escape. Wang Min said, "It's snowing so hard that we can't go out. Every household doesn't have enough food to eat. You're still collecting it and distributing it. Is that reasonable?" Another owner named Sun Jichao also said, "Life is hard for everyone, and it's not easy to save some food. You still want to confiscate it, this is too much." Aunt Lin gritted her teeth and pressed the voice button hard with her fingers. "I've said it before, this is an extraordinary moment, so of course we have to use extraordinary measures. The snowstorm will be over soon, don't worry. We just need to redistribute the supplies. At a time like this, many families don't have anything to eat. Are you so selfish? Don't you think about your neighbors? Some people have stockpiled supplies at home, so naturally some people are short of supplies at home. So people who were short of supplies at home naturally came out to support Aunt Lin. That's right, we are all neighbors, what's wrong with helping each other at a time like this? Isn't it just some food and drinks? It's not like people can't afford it on weekdays, it's just that the situation is special these 2 days. This is an organizational decision. If you don't comply, the consequences will not be something anyone can bear." In the WeChat group, 2 groups of people started arguing. Zhang Yi said nothing, and neither did the White Lotus Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Because they actually have a lot of supplies at home. But given their personalities, they would never hand it over even if they were beaten to death. Zhang Yi's idea of watching a show was soon shattered. Although he didn't say anything, Aunt Lin took the initiative to send him a private message. "Xiao Zhang, you work in the warehouse, so you must have a lot of food and drinks at home, right? I remember you bought 3 big trucks of stuff last time. Everyone is in trouble now, it's time for you to show your spirit. Don't worry, we will definitely return it to you once the snowstorm is over. Everyone will still remember your kindness." Aunt Lin first created momentum in the WeChat group, causing some timid people to panic. Then start breaking through one by one. As long as she can deceive the family, she can get some supplies, which will allow her and her grandson to live a few more days. Walmart's warehouse supervisor Zhang Yi was also targeted by Aunt Lin. Zhang Yi sneered. In his previous life, he misjudged the severity of the snowstorm. Thinking that I could do my neighbors a big favor by selling them, I sold out some of the supplies I had stockpiled. But what is the result? Instead of receiving gratitude from his neighbors, he made people think that he had a lot of supplies at home. The end result was that he was killed by someone who broke into his house and was used as food. It can be said that this old woman surnamed Lin was also responsible for his death in his previous life. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he lazily sent a voice message. "That's great. We've run out of food. Aunt Lin, when you collect the supplies, please give me some." Aunt Lin was so angry that she started cursing right there in the room. "Bah! Who are you kidding? You must have a lot of stuff stored at home. Humph, you've worked in the warehouse for so many years, I don't believe you have clean hands." The reason why she was so sure was that Zhang Yi often helped his neighbors buy discounted goods from the Walmart warehouse. For example, some products with damaged packaging and foods that are about to expire will be sold at very low prices. As internal employees, we have the right of priority purchase. Sometimes, warehouses even distribute them as employee benefits. Aunt Lin's face turned pale and she gritted her teeth, but still refused to give up. She was sure that Zhang Yi was a big fish. As long as they could pry open Zhang Yi's mouth, The two of them would be able to get a lot of supplies and live for at least another week. Aunt Lin took a deep breath and said in a gentle yet stern tone, "Xiao Zhang, don't joke with me. Everyone knows that you are the manager of a Walmart warehouse. Do you think your family needs food and drink? This is an order from the organization, you must obey. You have made a contribution to everyone and the organization will remember your kindness. Be obedient and bring all the things at home to Auntie. Take the lead." Zhang Yi picked up a toothpick to pick his teeth. He had roasted lamb leg for lunch and there was something stuck in his teeth. He said in a lazy tone, "I'm not lying to you. We have eaten everything at home. These days, even landlords don't have any surplus food. Auntie Lin, please give me a few packets of instant noodles. As a member of the neighborhood committee, you have to take the lead and show some spirit." Zhang Yi said sarcastically. Seeing that Zhang Yi refused to budge, Aunt Lin knew that soft tactics were no longer effective. She emphasized her tone and her voice became deeper. "Zhang Yi, I can't talk to you nicely anymore, can I? Do you think I'm talking to you as an individual? I'm representing the organization. If you refuse to hand over the supplies, you are defying the organization. I will definitely deal with you later." Zhang Yi sneered. "Pooh. You still represent the organization. You really think you can get something from a chicken feather? You are just a clerk of the neighborhood committee. Forget about being a civil servant. You are not even a public servant. You can just coax those old men and old ladies on weekdays, but you are pretending to be a big shot in front of me. Are you a fool? You can do whatever you want, I'll be waiting for you at home." Zhang Yi ruthlessly exposed Aunt Lin's true face. The staff of the neighborhood committee are just social workers. They are not on the staff at all, let alone civil servants. Moreover, Aunt Lin is just an errand boy in their neighborhood committee, not even a small leader. Of course, even if she was a high-ranking official, Zhang Yi would not pay any attention to her at this time. After scolding Aunt Lin, Zhang Yi decisively hung up the phone and blocked her. Because this kind of shrewish old woman loves to curse, and he doesn't have the time to argue with her. His actions almost made Aunt Lin so angry that her lungs exploded. This Zhang Yi went against her time and again, pressing her face to the ground and rubbing it madly. How could she, who claimed to be the community leader, tolerate this? "Zhang Yi, you damn thing. I really want to kill you." Aunt Lin yelled angrily. But she could only curse a few words. In fact, she could hardly protect herself now, and it was impossible for her to really do anything to Zhang Yi. She wanted to kick Zhang Yi out of the owner's chat group. But after thinking about it, it seems that doing so will not do any harm to Zhang Yi. She also wanted to call on everyone in the group to collectively condemn Zhang Yi. But if that happened, everyone would know that Zhang Yi refused to hand over the supplies. If everyone follows suit, she won't be able to cheat. No matter what, she couldn't do anything to Zhang Yi at this moment. The more Aunt Lin thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more uncomfortable she felt. But she had no choice but to swallow her anger. Now the most urgent thing for her is to deceive others. We must try our best to steal all their supplies before they wake up. In the next 2 days, Aunt Lin used both coaxing and intimidation to actually trick some supplies from several families. But not everyone is a fool. At the end of the world, everyone's first priority must be how they and their families survive. Some people chose to ignore Aunt Lin. Some people with more aggressive tempers directly scolded Aunt Lin, who came to ask for supplies, and sent her away. But she didn't even have the courage to visit people like Qin Zhenghao and Su Hao, who were not easy to deal with. Zhang Yi saw all these things clearly through the surveillance cameras. But he should just have fun and eat, so there is no need for him to meddle in other people's affairs. It has been 5 days since the ice and snow storm arrived. A normal family would only store enough food for 3 to 5 days. On their side, since some people work at the big warehouse, they have a little more supplies at home. But due to the severe low temperatures, heating requires fuel and food, so supplies are consumed faster. In the past few days, a sense of hostility has gradually begun to emerge in the chat group. The owners who were honest at first and waited for rescue by official organizations also had a change of mentality due to the lack of energy for heating and food. Especially those families whose supplies had been taken away by Aunt Lin before, finally couldn't help but start questioning Aunt Lin in the group, asking how the supplies would be distributed after being taken away. At 25 #1 unit 1502 Lin Chuanxia Auntie Lin, did you agree to distribute the supplies uniformly after they are taken away? We've run out of food at home. It's been 2 days. Can you give us some? Yes, we agreed to distribute it uniformly so that everyone has something to eat. The owners all started clamoring, including those who had not taken out anything before, hoping to take advantage of the opportunity to get a piece of the pie. Aunt Lin seemed to have disappeared and did not give any answer. Of course she could see the news, but at this moment she had no intention of handing over the supplies. In the entire building, only she and Zhang Yi really knew what happened. The outside world has fallen into chaos. We can only survive if we have supplies. Otherwise, we can only wait for death. She hugged her grandson, curled up in 5 layers of quilts and gritted her teeth as she said, "How can I return the supplies I worked so hard to get from you?" Seeing that Aunt Lin didn't respond no matter how they called out, the neighbors began to realize that they had been tricked by Aunt Lin. For a while, the chat group was filled with warm greetings to Aunt Lin. But from the moment Aunt Lin decided to deceive her neighbors, she had already lost all her dignity, and of course she didn't care how her neighbors scolded her. However, someone had his eyes on the materials she had obtained through fraud. For example, the socialman Chen Zhenghao. Although it has been 5 days since the end of the world, no one knows what the real situation is outside. Therefore, it has not yet developed to the point where people are fighting for supplies. In Zhang Yi's memory, Chen Zhenghao later brought a group of men to rob other people's things everywhere, and even did not hesitate to kill people. But now, he has no intention of robbing his neighbors of their supplies. After all, not all people in society are crazy. He has some brains. Even though Zhang Yi shot and broke one of his legs, he did not choose to continue breaking into Zhang Yi's house without absolute certainty. Now, their family has consumed a lot of supplies. This kind of social person has no habit of hoarding supplies at home. There was quite a lot of beer in the refrigerator, but it had long been frozen. Not only could it not satisfy my hunger, but if I wanted to drink it I could only smash it and chew on the ice. Aunt Lin's actions made his eyes light up. Aunt Lin said that we need to collect the supplies and distribute them in a unified manner. Although he scoffed at Aunt Lin's words, it was now obvious that Aunt Lin had obtained some of her neighbor's supplies through deception. Then he would have a legitimate reason to take it away. Even after the ice and snow thawed and things got out of hand, Aunt Lin didn't dare to do anything because she was in the wrong. So Chen Zhenghao picked up his phone and called Aunt Lin. At this time, Aunt Lin was at home, happily eating biscuits with her grandson Xiaohu. You have to wait until the short power supply period every day to boil water for instant noodles. At this time, the cell phone rang urgently. "Grandma, the phone." Xiaohu pointed at the phone and said. Aunt Lin snorted coldly, her eyes full of disdain. She thought it must be the neighbors who had been cheated out of their supplies calling. She didn't feel guilty at all towards those fools, and she thought they were all fools. But when she picked up the phone and saw the caller's name, a look of fear appeared on her face. Chen Zhenghao. What does he want from me? Chen Zhenghao is a well-known gangster. Not only does he have many subordinates, but he is also said to have a powerful background. It's not someone that a mere neighborhood committee worker like her can afford to offend. Aunt Lin answered the phone. Chen Zhenghao's voice came, "Hey, Aunt Lin. You are really capable. You have taken all the supplies from everyone." When Aunt Lin heard the word supplies, she immediately became sensitive. She coughed and said, "Ahem, as the secretary of the neighborhood committee, it is my job to coordinate and manage supplies for everyone." Chen Zhenghao sneered, "Haha, that's perfect. Our family is in great need of supplies right now, please send them to me as soon as possible." Aunt Lin's face froze. She hadn't expected that this gangster would come to her house to extort her supplies. She seemed to have forgotten that she had also used shameless means to defraud supplies from other neighbors. Although Aunt Lin did not dare to provoke Chen Zhenghao, she was unwilling to hand over the supplies she had obtained in order to ensure the survival of herself and her grandson. She gritted her teeth and said, "I still need to coordinate and deal with these supplies. Also, some families have not handed them in, so they cannot be distributed yet. Chen Zhenghao was already getting a little impatient. Aunt Lin really doesn't know what's good for her. She actually uses such words to brush him off. He cursed angrily, "Old man, don't be so shameless. You pocketed all that stuff, didn't you? I'm telling you, just hand the things over to me obediently. Otherwise, haha, I'll go get them myself." Aunt Lin was so frightened that her face turned pale and she trembled so much that she didn't know what to say. She has always been a bully and afraid of the strong. When facing ordinary owners, she is cunning and domineering. But how did she know how to deal with someone like Chen Zhenghao? She could only muster up the courage to say, "What do you want to do? I warn you, don't do anything rash. I'm an officer of the neighborhood committee." Chen Zhenghao laughed even harder. "Bah, what a bullshit, you really think you are a garlic clove? If you don't give it to me, I will go and get it myself." After saying that, Chen Zhenghao hung up the phone. Because it was too cold these days, he called a few of his younger brothers to his home. On the one hand, more people can keep warm, and on the other hand, many people fell ill after being poured with cold water by Zhang Yi, so someone had to take care of them. Third, as a member of society, Chen Zhenghao still has some brains. He had realized that something was wrong with the development of the situation, so he concentrated his forces. If the time comes and you have someone in your hands, you will have absolute say. But with so many people, they always need to eat. He hung up the phone, called his younger brothers, and then a group of people rushed to Aunt Lin's house. Chen Zhenghao, leaning on a mop as a crutch and holding a baseball bat in one hand, rushed to Aunt Lin's door in a menacing manner. This whole scene was seen clearly by Zhang Yi using the surveillance camera. Zhang Yi sat in front of the TV with his legs crossed on the coffee table, eating potato chips and watching the show on TV. "Oh, it looks like a dog-eat-dog situation is about to begin," Zhang Yi said with a smile. This is only the 5th day since the end of the world, and he didn't expect there would be such a good show, and both parties are people he hates very much. Zhang Yi was in a very happy mood. Suddenly, he thought of those foolish neighbors who were cheated by Aunt Lin. Based on his memories of his previous life and his understanding of these neighbors. Even after this incident, there will be people who will be deceived in the future. There is no way. People always have a sense of luck, and because of thousands of years of Confucianism, the Chinese people will instinctively choose to obey Aunt Lin, who represents the neighborhood committee. In this way, Aunt Lin fleeced me layer by layer. Zhang Yi touched his chin and said, "If I send what happened here to the group, I wonder what will happen." Zhang Yi smiled wickedly, "That will definitely be exciting." So he pressed the record button. After Chen Zhenghao brought people to Aunt Lin's house, he began to yell loudly and asked Aunt Lin to open the door. Yuelu community is a mid-range community, and every household has installed anti-theft doors. But as we all know, anti-theft doors are for preventing thieves, but they are not very effective against forceful door breaking. Aunt Lin's house is not Zhang Yi's house. Although it was obvious that Aunt Lin tried desperately to block the door, the anti-theft door lock was still unable to stop a group of jealous hooligans. They smashed the door with baseball bats, steel bars and crowbars and soon broke the door lock. It can be seen that this is not the first time they have done this. After the door lock was broken, the table and sofa that Aunt Lin used to block the door could not stop them at all. Through the camera, Zhang Yi saw fear written all over Aunt Lin's pale face. Soon, Zhang Yi heard Aunt Lin's screams like a pig being slaughtered. After Chen Zhenghao rushed into the house, he slapped Aunt Lin hard in the face. "Old man, I let you cheat the neighbors out of their supplies. I am doing this for the sake of justice," Chen Zhenghao said with a laugh. Aunt Lin was beaten to the ground, feeling dizzy and unable to speak for a long time. Chen Zhenghao said to his men, "Search this room, take away all the food and drinks. These are all the hard-earned money of our neighbors, we can't let her get away with it." The men laughed and made faces as they went into the kitchen and bedroom, searching all the places in Aunt Lin's house where things could be hidden. Soon, a large pile of instant noodles, bread, biscuits, mineral water and other items were found. Aunt Lin crawled over crying, hugged Chen Zhenghao's thigh and said, "You can't take everything away. We still have our own things. If you take them all away, how can my grandson and I survive?" Chen Zhenghao stared at her coldly and sneered, "It's none of my business. Get out of here." After saying that, he kicked with his intact leg, hitting Aunt Lin in the face. Ah! Aunt Lin let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered and fell backwards. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from the bedroom, "You bunch of bastards, get out of here." It turned out to be Aunt Lin's grandson Xiaohu, who found that the chocolate biscuits he had secretly hidden were turned out by someone, and his eyes immediately turned red. He actually took out a fruit knife from the drawer and stabbed a little Karami in the butt. Under such extremely low temperatures, any injury would be extremely fatal. The little Karami cried out in pain. When he turned around and saw that it was actually a little child who stabbed him, he was so angry that his eyes were burning with anger. If this kind of thing gets out, how will he survive in the future? Little Karami was so angry that he kicked Xiaohu in the stomach with all his strength. A kick from an adult with all his strength was simply not something a 6-year-old child could withstand. He let out a scream and flew into the air, then hit the wall hard and slid to the ground like a piece of garbage. There is a saying that beating someone is like hanging a painting, and this scene is very much like what that saying describes. So much so that Chen Zhenghao and others who saw this scene burst into laughter with joy. Ha ha ha. Lao Wu, when did you develop such good leg skills? He actually kicked that little bastard away. That's awesome. Little Karami, nicknamed Lao Wu, pulled out the knife from his butt and said smugly, "Isn't that cool? I really should have asked you to film that scene." Aunt Lin was injured and wanted to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. But when he saw his beloved grandson being kicked so hard, he cried out in despair and pain, "Xiaohu, my grandson." He pounced towards the little tiger. Chen Zhenghao pointed at Aunt Lin and said righteously, "This is the price you pay for deceiving your neighbors. I am doing this for the sake of justice." After saying that, the group of people laughed and left Aunt Lin's house with their spoils. This cruel scene made Zhang Yi raise his eyebrows. Seeing the despicable Aunt Lin and her family being beaten, Zhang Yi naturally felt very happy and did not sympathize with them at all. However, this scene also represents that cracks have begun to appear in the rules of civilized society that existed in the entire owner's building. Next, more and more brutal things will happen. After all, if a corner of the ice surface is cracked, it will expand rapidly. Alas, it's a pity that it has nothing to do with me. It's so boring to watch them fighting for a little bit of supplies while I can only lie down at home. Zhang Yi lay on the imported sofa, smiling and exclaiming. Afterwards, he sent the video to the owner group of their building. In the owner's group, those who were deceived are still cursing Aunt Lin. Until I saw this video posted by Zhang Yi. In the video, Aunt Lin's house was smashed by Chen Zhenghao and his men, and then she and her grandson were beaten up, and all the supplies they had cheated were stolen. The owners were immediately delighted. "Ha ha ha, you big liar, you deserve it. Brother Hao is so powerful. To deal with people like this, we should use thundering methods. This is the price of being a liar. Haha, I lost more than I gained. This is so funny." Although the owners whose supplies were defrauded knew that Chen Zhenghao would never return the supplies he had taken to them. But when they saw Aunt Lin being beaten, they still felt happy from the bottom of their hearts. For a time, some people actually thought that Chen Zhenghao was a hero and sang praises for him. Brother Hao is so awesome. As expected of a big brother in society, he has a sense of justice. If it weren't for Brother Hao, we would have no way to deal with such a shameless scum as her. Brother Hao, be careful. This old woman is shameless and cruel. Be careful that she will report you to the police. Some people even began to worry about Chen Zhenghao and gave him advice. This time, Chen Zhenghao gained both fame and fortune. He not only did not cause collective boycott among the owners, but also obtained a large amount of supplies. Zhang Yi watched the owners chatting, but he curled his lips and shook his head with a sneer. These owners are not aware of a problem at all. If Chen Zhenghao can break into Aunt Lin's house and rob her today, then one day he can also break into their house. And as people gradually lose hope in the outside world, this kind of thing will happen quickly. However, seeing that the owners can still chat happily in the group also proves one thing. That is, everyone actually has certain supplies in their hands. The situation of most families is not as bad as everyone says. Many people in Ualu community work in the warehouse area and have the habit of hoarding supplies at home. Even if they don't work in the warehouse area, they will buy discounted goods through various channels and keep them at home. A box of instant noodles that is about to expire can be enough for a family of 3 to survive for 4 or 5 days if they are used sparingly. Therefore, even now it is very difficult for people to have enough food and clothing. But if you save a little, you can still survive for a period of time. In his previous life, Zhang Yi managed to hold out for a whole month before his starving neighbors rushed to his door and devoured him alive. Everyone knows that wealth should not be revealed. The reason why they all cry poor is that they are afraid that others will ask them to borrow supplies. Of course. They are just barely surviving, and as for quality of life, that kind of thing has basically nothing to do with them now. Zhang Yi no longer read the messages in the chat group. He took out a target from the alien space and placed it on the wall. Then he picked up his crossbow and compound bow and began to practice shooting techniques. Even though his safe house is as solid as a steel fortress, he cannot be negligent in the slightest when living in the apocalypse. Only by practicing survival skills persistently every day can you survive to the end. Moreover, practicing shooting is also a good form of entertainment for Zhang Yi. As for his marksmanship, there was no need for him to practice. He has a membership in a shooting association and knows how to use guns. Although I can't say that he has superb marksmanship, but a gun is a huge deterrent as long as it is in your hand. There are only 100 bullets, and they can't be recycled like arrows, so it's better to save some. Aunt Lin had her household supplies robbed by Qin Zhenghao, and she and her grandson Xiaohu were also beaten up. The old woman held on to her last breath and was still able to move. However, her grandson Xiaohu was kicked hard in the stomach by Xiao Karami, a subordinate of Qin Zhenghao. The 6-year-old child couldn't bear being kicked like that and his internal organs were damaged. In desperation, she could only ask for help in the homeowners group, hoping that someone could help save her grandson. However, because of her previous experience of defrauding supplies, everyone was particularly disgusted with her and no one was willing to help her. Woo, I know what I did before was wrong. But my grandson is innocent. He is still a child, please save him. Aunt Lin burst into tears in the group, her voice full of despair. None of the owners sympathized with her. Instead, some people started to laugh at him. Who knows if this time it's true or not? Yes. Besides, we are not doctors. We don't have the ability to help you. If you hadn't cheated everyone out of the supplies first, would Brother Hao have beaten your grandson? In the end, you asked for it. Aunt Lin broke down and cried, no matter how wrong I am, it's all my fault. As long as you can save my grandson, I will kowtow to you. Just at this moment, a woman named Zhou Qir sent a message. Let me take a look at the child. But I can't guarantee that I can cure him. When Zhang Yi saw the message about Zhou Qir, the image of a tall and proud queen with a long ponytail immediately emerged in his mind. Zhou Qir is a doctor at Tianhai First People's Hospital. In her previous life, she used her medical knowledge to save many people. He is one of the few good people among the neighbors. She is a bit aloof in her daily life and doesn't like to talk in the owners' group. This time, he spoke out only when he saw Xiaohu's life was in danger. At this time, Aunt Lin also remembered that there was such a doctor in the community, so she quickly sent the child over with many thanks. Half an hour later, Aunt Lin's anxious voice sounded again in the group. Who has hemostatic drugs, anti-shock drugs, and antibiotics at home? My little tiger needs surgery, please help me. I kowtow to you. Lin Xiaohu was seriously injured, the kick caused his liver to rupture. Although Zhou Qir is a doctor, she doesn't have that many medicines at home. When the owners heard Aunt Lin's cry for help, they all smiled and said nothing. Are you kidding? No one would have these medicines at home. Qin Zhenghao was still making sarcastic remarks in the group. How do you kowtow? Do you kowtow in the group? There was a burst of ha laughter from below. Aunt Lin's voice was filled with tears. As long as you can help me, I will kowtow now. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. It's true, all these medicines are in his alien space. However, he would never use it to save Lin Xiaohu. Firstly, in the end times, medicine is a supply as important as food, and he doesn't want to be exposed. Secondly, he really hated Aunt Lin and that spoiled monkey child. Besides, with such serious injuries, even if he was barely saved, he would not be able to survive the long cold winter. It would be better to keep these medicines and use them yourself. No matter how Aunt Lin begged in the group, no one stood up to help her. After a long time, Dr. Zhou Qier sent a message in the group. She said she had temporarily stopped Lin Xiaohu's injuries, but it was only an emergency treatment and would not last long. The child then had to go to the hospital for surgery to keep him alive. She also said that if anyone encountered an emergency, she could help with treatment. Soon there was a lot of flattery below. Even Chen Zhenghao and the rich second-generation Su Hao praised Zhou Qier for her compassionate heart as a doctor. In the past, everyone was not very fond of this cold female doctor. But at this time, everyone is afraid of death, so they all try hard to please Zhou Qier. Zhang Yi still did not speak in the chat group, but just quietly observed the development of the situation. Fang Yiqing hasn't contacted him in recent days. Zhang Yi was also happy to have some free time, but he knew that this White Lotus would definitely come to beg him soon. She doesn't look for him now just to maintain her pitiful vanity. She has always believed that she is a superior woman and will not take the initiative to bow down to a man. Of course, except for the rich. But what about the future? The snow was still falling and the entire first floor was completely submerged. Now, let alone leaving the community, even if you want to leave the community gate, you have to face 4 or 5 meters high snow. It is inevitable that supplies will be exhausted. At that time, with this White Lotus's temperament, he will definitely come to Zhang Yi to ask for it. A week has passed since the end of the world. 7 days may not be a long time, but for a group of people who have to endure the severe cold and huddle at home every day, it feels longer than 7 years. From the very beginning, their hearts were full of hope. By now, almost everyone has realized the reality. The possibility of waiting for rescue at home is very slim. Because they have learned through the internet that the whole world is experiencing a severe snowstorm that occurs only once in hundreds of thousands of years. The whole world was engulfed in the blizzard. Even in some cities in the north, the temperature reached more than 100 degrees below zero. The blizzard was even heavier, and many cities were directly submerged. Although the authorities are still encouraging everyone to unite and help each other and live well through the few channels available. But looking at the frozen city outside, everyone's hearts sank completely. Due to the shortage of supplies, the problems caused became more acute. All the food in Aunt Lin's house was looted by Chen Zhenghao, and her grandson was lying on the bed dying, which made her fall into a state of madness. She was shouting crazily in the group all day long, saying that she was the leader of the neighborhood committee and demanding that everyone must hand over all the supplies to her. But now, everyone has learned their lesson and no one cares about her. In the owner's group, Xie Limei, a mother who lives on the 12th floor, suddenly sent a message. Does anyone have any food at home? My children and I haven't eaten for 2 days. I can buy it at a high price. It was this piece of news that caused subtle changes among the owners. In the past, everyone thought that the disaster would soon be over and the city would be unsealed. So, although there is food trading, the price is just several times higher than usual. But nowadays, more and more people are running out of supplies at home. At times like this, food is life and the hope of survival. Not long after, someone suddenly said, I have a few packets of instant noodles at home. If you need them, I can sell them to you. But I want 1,000 yuan per packet. A pack of instant noodles costs 1,000 yuan. This was something that was unimaginable in the past. They may not have thought about how much impact this transaction would have on the entire owner's building. Zhang Yi held his chin and looked at his phone, saying calmly, something wonderful is about to begin. Xie Limei didn't reply, obviously still a little hesitant. At least for now, people still hold out a glimmer of hope that the snowstorm will pass. At that time, people will still have to live and make money. At this moment, Su Hao, a rich second generation who had not spoken in the group for a long time, suddenly showed up. I'll pay 2,000 yuan a pack. I want all the ones you have. The words of the rich second generation Lin Hao caused an uproar in the entire chat group. What? A pack of instant noodles for 2,000 yuan. Did I hear that correctly? Hey, don't drive up prices like this. I'm a little scared. Some people trembled and said, "The snowstorm will definitely pass, right? There is really no need for this." He sent a voice message, but his trembling tone showed his inner panic. People have not completely given up hope. Every morning when they open their eyes, they are eager to see the snow stop, the sun rise, and return to normal life. However, the incident in which the mother Xia Limei and the rich second-generation Chen Hao purchased food at high prices deeply touched the already fragile string in their hearts. Someone pretended to be calm and said, "Don't be ridiculous. A pack of instant noodles costs 2,000 yuan. Do you really think the world is ending? Ha ha ha. It's just that the snow is a little heavier. Winter has come early this year. It's not a zombie siege, so why bother?" When Zhang Yi saw the message, he chuckled and shook his head. Dead Rising. Don't compare that low-end stuff to this ice apocalypse. Although zombies are scary, they are still within the reach of human power. However, in the face of natural disasters, tiny human beings are as fragile as insects in the face of the power of the universe. They don't even know what a terrible disaster they are facing. Su Hao said arrogantly in the group, "Don't worry about it. Anyway, I have money, can I spend money to buy peace of mind? If you are willing to sell it, send me a private message, if you don't want to, forget it." Su Hao pretended to be indifferent. But Zhang Yi had already seen that his indifference was all a disguise. In fact, he had already started to get scared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have charged such a sky-high price of 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. This is not difficult to think about. Although Su Hao is very rich, with a net worth of hundreds of millions. But at this doomsday moment, he couldn't even order a takeaway, let alone enjoy the life of a rich man. Rich people may not be kind, but they are definitely not stupid. Realizing the seriousness of the crisis, Su Hao began to buy supplies from his neighbors at high prices. The mother Xia Limei said excitedly, "How could you do this? We have no food left in our family. Buying food is life-saving." Su Hao said very straightforwardly, "I didn't compete with you, I just offered a higher price. It's their freedom to sell to whomever they want. Is it your business?" Seeing that Su Hao ignored her, Xia Limei cried in the group, "Please help us, my daughter is only 9 months old. I have no food and no milk to give her. We are both starving to death." The owners' group remained silent about Xia Limei's words. At this time, the selfish side of human nature is fully displayed. Su Hao offered 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. The price Xia Limei, offered is only half of what others offer. You know, the average wage level in Tianhai City is only 5,000 yuan. Who would be willing to sell you the supplies they have worked hard to save at a low price? Many people have already chatted with Su Hao privately and started discussing the deal. Xia Limei seemed to realize what had happened and continued to cry in the group, asking everyone to help her. But still no one spoke, not even one to comfort her. After all, if you open your mouth, Xia Limei might think you are soft-hearted and bite you hard. This helpless mother burst into tears out of anxiety. She has a hard time taking care of herself with her 8-month-old baby, let alone taking care of a baby who has no autonomy at all. Memories of Xia Limei from his previous life emerged in Zhang Yi's mind. He did not have a deep impression of Xia Limei because this woman always presented herself as a weak mother. He relied on this to gain sympathy and exchange it for supplies to survive. However, one thing is very strange. In Zhang Yi's memory, she and her daughter lived well until later in life. Thinking of this, a gleam of light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. This woman is definitely not as simple as she looks. Everything pink turns out to be black when cut open. After I died, she probably got a share of the profits. Zhang Yi understood that in the last days, a virgin heart was the biggest factor leading to death. So, he didn't say anything and chose to watch Xia Limei coldly. Too many people died in the doomsday, and he just wanted to take care of himself. As for the others, they would die if they died. However, Xia Limei's crying finally had some effect. The security guard, Uncle Yu, softened his heart and finally agreed to share some food with her. Xia Limei thanked Uncle Yu profusely and claimed that she would never forget his kindness for the rest of her life. Through surveillance, Zhang Yi discovered that Su Hao relied on his ability to spend money to buy supplies from many neighbors. It wasn't a huge amount, but it was enough for him and his girlfriend to survive for a few weeks. Zhang Yi sneered and said, "This is the last bit of energy that money can exert in the end times. It probably won't be long before people realize that money has become waste paper as supplies run out, and that supplies are absolutely king. By then, I wonder how many people will regret selling supplies." It has to be said that Su Hao did set a bad example among the owners group. Moreover, many owners of the 25 apartment buildings in the community are friends and colleagues. Su Hao's large sum of money to purchase supplies affected everyone around him. When he set a high price for the supplies with real gold and silver, everyone realized how scarce the supplies were now. Everyone held the supplies in their hands more tightly. When the snowstorm first started, some people would kindly share and exchange supplies with their neighbors. But now, they have become even more stingy than granted. Even if their best friends ask to borrow food, they will refuse with all kinds of excuses. The ice apocalypse is coming, Day 10. At this time, at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning's home, the supplies have been almost consumed. The two people who originally had picky tastes and liked to eat high-end food could now quarrel over a pack of instant noodles. There is very little food left from the food that the family had bought before and the food that the toady Zhoupeng had delivered. According to the current situation, they can only hold out for a week at most before they starve to death. Two people were sitting on the sofa wrapped in quilts, their faces pale, and on the coffee table in front of them was a pack of open compressed biscuits. Lin Canning took a look at the compressed biscuits, and then said to Fang Yuqing, "Yuqing, this is our last pack of compressed biscuits." Fang Yuqing's eyes were full of pain. In the past, she would never allow such coarse food to enter her delicate throat even if she was beaten to death. But now, she eats everything cleanly every time. She is reluctant to throw away even the crumbs that fall on the ground and must pick them up and eat them. Lin Canning continued, "There are still 5 packs of crisp noodles and 3 bags of instant noodles. There is half a bottle of Lao Gan Ma in the kitchen, but the steamed buns and noodles have been eaten long ago." Fang Yuqing covered her head in pain. Instant noodles, instant noodles. That stuff won't fill you up at all." Lin Canning stared at her intently. "Yuqing, the situation outside is very wrong now. Do you think this heavy snow will never stop?" Fang Yuqing was stunned for a moment, then turned her head blankly and looked out the window. Through the glass covered with ice, you can vaguely see the snowflakes falling from the sky. It has been 10 days. The snow has been falling for a full 10 days without stopping for a moment. The second floor was completely flooded, and it was impossible to go out. The streets in the distance were dead silent, with no sign of the official snowplows. Fang Yuqing's heart sank to the bottom, filled with despair. She didn't know how long the snowstorm would last. Or, will it ever end? Fang Yuqing covered her eyes and cried in pain, "Ning Ning, what should we do? If this continues, we will starve to death." Lin Canning gritted her teeth and asked, "Does Zhoupeng have any food?" Fang Yuqing shook her head. "I asked him several times and even pretended to be friends with him. But I have really squeezed him dry. Not a drop is left. Last time he sent me 2 packets of instant noodles, which were his last rations. He is as thin as a zombie now, so he will definitely have nothing to eat." Lin Canning clenched her fist unwillingly. "Then, is there anyone else who can give it a try? Look, we are both so beautiful. If we just make a little effort, there will definitely be men who will be attracted to us." Fang Yuqing glanced at her and said with some dissatisfaction, "Are you stupid? Nowadays, everyone regards supplies as their lives. Even if they are tempted by us, it is impossible for them to give us the supplies so easily. Plus, the weather is so cold, even if we deliver it to them for free, they probably won't be able to afford it." When Fang Yuqing said this, a hint of pain flashed in her eyes. Lin Canning didn't know that Fang Yuqing had actually tried this method a long time ago. She tried to use her beauty to exchange materials from men. As a result, her sights were too high. He also requires the other person to be 1.85 meters tall, a civil servant, and have a monthly income of 50,000 before he is willing to applaud for love with them. As a result, even the neighbor's 60-year-old grandfather said that you came too late. If you had come half a month earlier, I would still be able to fight. Lin Canning bit her lips and was very scared. As a woman of some beauty, she had intended to use her beauty as the last resort for survival. But temperature is obviously an excellent medicine for abstinence. Suddenly, a man's shadow emerged in her mind. She said to Fang Yuqing, "By the way, Yuqing, have you forgotten that you have a dog?" Of course Fang Yuqing knew who Lin Canning was talking about. She pursed her lips and said stubbornly, "Humph, that stinky man, unless he comes over and kowtows to me to forgive him, I will never take the initiative to find him." She had looked for Zhang Yi several times before, with the purpose of giving Zhang Yi a chance to come and send supplies to please her. But Zhang Yi's attitude towards her was too cold, and he even sent photos to deliberately provoke her. This made Fang Yuqing very angry, and she vowed to ask Zhang Yi to come over and lick her feet. If I take the initiative to contact the other party now, wouldn't it ruin my image as a cool goddess? No, this is absolutely not allowed for Fang Yuqing. Now that my image is ruined, how can I find a rich second generation in the future? Lin Canning said, "Have you forgotten that Zhang Yi's family had stored a lot of food? Even after a month, they still have more than an ordinary family. As long as you go to him, he will definitely agree to send you food immediately." When Fang Yuqing heard about food, she felt a little tempted. But she hesitated and said, "But, when I looked for him before, he was so cold." Lin Canning said, "You are stupid. He must feel that he is not worthy of you, so he wants to give up. After all, you were quite cold to him a while ago." Fang Yuqing immediately became excited. That's all his own fault. He's just a middle-class guy, but he's pretending to be a rich second generation. He's made me waste so much love for him. Lin Canning said with a smile, "But he is also a high-quality spare tire now. Isn't the function of a spare tire to be used when needed? Just give him a little smile and let the fire of hope in his heart burn again. Then he will let you have whatever you want, right?" After listening to Lin Canning's advice, Fang Yuqing thought it made sense. And the most important reason is that she is too hungry now. When Fang Yuqing thought of the pictures that Zhang Yi had sent her before, including steaks, Australian lobsters, snacks and fruits, her mouth started to salivate. All reserve can be put aside temporarily for a bite of food. So she took out her cell phone, found Zhang Yi's WeChat, and sent a voice message in a gentle tone. Zhang Yi was at home, sitting on the sofa watching TV. Nowadays, most major TV stations around the world have basically stopped broadcasting, but he has already downloaded many classic film and television programs and variety shows. In order to kill this long and boring time. Ding dong. The cell phone rang. Zhang Yi took it and saw that it was Fang Yuqing. A playful smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. This woman's pitiful little bit of self-pride finally couldn't hold on any longer. He clicked on the voice call and immediately heard Fang Yuqing's trembling voice. "Humph, Zhang Yi, you stinky little brother. You haven't come to chat with me for so many days, you are so bad. I just said a few words to you a few days ago, but I regretted it right then. But I'm a girl, so I'm embarrassed to speak first. You stinky little brother, you don't know how to care for me at all." As a green tea girl, Fang Yuqing is very good at acting coquettishly and cute. Otherwise, Zhang Yi wouldn't have been so stunned in his previous life. It must be said that Zhang Yi felt a little chilly when he heard her sweet voice. He gritted his teeth. If he didn't know how vicious her heart was, he would really want to kill her. Zhang Yi sent a message back. "I haven't been feeling well lately, probably because I'm sick, so I'm too lazy to check WeChat." Fang Yuqing asked immediately after hearing this, "Are you sick? Did you catch a cold? You must keep warm in this weather." "No, I have a fever and a cold," Zhang Yi replied. Looking at the message sent by Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing had a dazed look on her face. Heat cold? Are you kidding me? Now the room temperature in their house has reached -50 to 60 degrees Celsius. I have to wrap myself in a quilt every day and huddle together with Li Canning for warmth. I can't sleep well because it's so cold every day. You said you have a fever and a cold. Zhang Yi, don't joke around. It's so cold, how can you catch a heat cold? Zhang Yi sent a curious expression. Is it cold? Oh, I have a fireplace in my room, so I don't feel anything. When this thing is burning, the room is uncomfortably hot. Maybe I got sick accidentally because I sat in front of the fire and slept a few days ago. As Zhang Yi spoke, he took a picture of the blazing fire in the fireplace with his mobile phone. In the photo, she also included her bare legs. She also inadvertently took pictures of the piles of snacks on his coffee table, as well as the leftover lamb chops and chicken legs. Then he sent the photos to Fang Yuqing. Fang Yuqing saw the photos sent by Zhang Yi. If the previous photos just made her feel a little jealous, then this photo made her eyes burst into flames with jealousy. Fireplace. This is a magical tool for keeping warm. Even in the far north, if you burn this at home, it won't be a problem even if the temperature outside is dozens of degrees below zero. The heating ability of this thing is even better than that of a radiator. After all, you can warm yourself by the fire. Fang Yuqing was so cold during these 10 days that she almost lost consciousness. Now, besides food, what she desires most is a way to keep warm. A few days ago, she and Lin Caning burned a chair in the house to keep warm. Although the heat only lasted for a dozen minutes, the high temperature of the flame made her cry with emotion on the spot. However, there are not many things that can be burned at home. After the burning, she could only reminisce about the feeling. Who would have thought that Zhang Yi actually had a fireplace in his house? Tianhai City is a southern city. You don't need to wear down jackets even in winter. Who would install a fireplace in their house? Fang Yuqing didn't have time to think about this question. Her eyes were fixed on the photo, and she had only one thought in her mind: she wanted to go to Zhang Yi's house. Looking at Zhang Yi's handsome appearance with his bare legs and the pile of food on the table, Zhang Yi has become Fang Yuqing's greatest hope at this time. Lin Caning, who was curled up in the quilt next to her, noticed the change in Fang Yuqing's expression. She leaned over to take a look and was soon stunned. She exclaimed, "Oh my God! Is this photo photoshopped? How can anyone live such a good life at a time like this? This is paradise." Fang Yuqing suddenly came to her senses. Yes, everyone is starving and freezing at home now. How can Zhang Yi live so comfortably? Maybe this photo, and the previous photos, were all photoshopped by him. She suddenly had an idea and made a video call to Zhang Yi. Whether it is true or false, you can tell it clearly at a glance. Lin Caning also leaned over and stared at the screen. When Zhang Yi saw the call invitation, his expression became somewhat playful. He really wanted to see this white lotus begging him humbly. If I can't watch her die in despair, how can I justify my own tragic death in my previous life? So he reached out and answered the call. As soon as the call was connected, both parties saw each other's current situation. Zhang Yi had just finished exercising and was lying lazily on the sofa with his upper body naked. The room is brightly lit, with fitness equipment placed behind him, and he can vaguely see a lot of food piled up in the kitchen. Occasionally he would cook some meals for himself as a form of leisure. So I randomly put a few boxes of scallops, fish maw and abalone in the kitchen, as well as Qibao eating instant noodles, and high-end canned foods such as caviar and truffles. To him, these things are just fast food to enjoy occasionally. But for the two women on the other side of the camera, it is simply the most wonderful food in their dreams. Compared to Zhang Yi's comfort, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning on the other side of the camera looked very embarrassed. The two people were wrapped in thick quilts. Because the temperature was too low, many cosmetics could not be used at all, so they looked a little haggard. It is no longer as exquisite as it used to be. When he saw Fang Yuqing, a hint of disappointment flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. The goddess he had been pursuing in the past turned out to be just like this without makeup, only a 6-point score at most. Thinking about how he had been obsessed with Asian witchcraft for so long, he cursed in his heart, "Shake it, damn it." The two women didn't notice Zhang Yi's expression. At this moment, their eyes were completely attracted by the things in Zhang Yi's house. The naked upper body indicates that the indoor temperature of Zhang Yi's home is definitely very comfortable. They couldn't even imagine the bright lights when the power was cut off for less than an hour a day. After all, there are official regulations that they are not allowed to use high-power electrical appliances, otherwise the power will be forced to be cut off. Especially in the kitchen, the mountain of food piled up made the eyes of the two women who had been eating compressed food for a long time glow green. Through the video call, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning saw Zhang Yi's current life situation. The comfortable life with pleasant temperature and abundant food completely stunned them. It was like they had seen heaven. They probably couldn't imagine that 10 days after the end of the world, there were still people living so comfortably. Zhang Yi asked calmly, "How are you doing recently? I see you've all lost weight. Congratulations." Fang Yuqing and Lin Keining really wanted to curse in their hearts. Do they want to lose weight? They are all hungry. Now they only dare to eat a packet of instant noodles every day, otherwise the supplies at home would have been used up long ago. Lin Keining stared at the food in Zhang Yi's house. She swallowed and said greedily, "Zhang Yi, how come there are so many foods in your house? Are they the ones you stockpiled when we went shopping together last time?" Zhang Yi glanced at the kitchen and said calmly, "Those are just junk food. I eat a little when I'm too lazy to cook. I don't usually touch them." What Zhang Yi said was all true. In his alien space, delicious food is piled up like a mountain. After all, he ordered countless delicacies from major restaurants. Moreover, among the tens of billions of goods in Walmart's warehouses, there are hundreds of thousands of kinds of food. His casual words were, to Fang Yuqing and Lin Keining, a blatant show of wealth. After all, a pack of instant noodles has been sold for 2,000 yuan in their owner group. Zhang Yi could clearly see that their throats were constantly moving, obviously they were swallowing saliva. But Zhang Yi said nothing, just quietly admired their longing eyes. Brother Zhang Yi has so much food at home. That's amazing. Many people out there can't even get enough to eat now. Hee hee, you're really smart. No wonder you bought so many things in the first place, it turns out you had a plan in advance. Fang Yuqing said with a smile. For the first time ever, she addressed Zhang Yi as, Brother Zhang Yi. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Hey, that's nothing, it's just luck. Fang Yuqing asked again, Brother Zhang Yi, your house looks so warm. And it's not power supply time yet, why is your house so bright? Fang Yuqing asked her biggest question. There is nothing more desirable than warmth in the midst of extreme cold. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, turned the camera of his mobile phone around and pointed it at the fireplace. We have a fireplace installed in our house. This thing is very warm. It's so hot in the house that it's uncomfortable. He also deliberately said, by the way, you look like you are very cold. Is it really that cold outside now? I haven't been out for more than 10 days, and I don't know what's going on outside. Zhang Yi's words can be said to have raised the hatred value to the maximum. How could he not know what was going on outside? Just through the owner's chat group, you can see everyone's miserable situation and understand how low the temperature is in other people's homes. Fang Yuqing and Lin Keining were filled with hatred. They knew that Zhang Yi said that on purpose. But, I can't help but feel that I am living in paradise now. I have the capital to be Versailles. Fang Yuqing now has only one idea, which is to live in Zhang Yi's house. Judging from Zhang Yi's condition, their family has plenty of food. Add to that the warm environment, who wouldn't yearn for it? Fang Yuqing immediately put on a weak and pitiful look, blinking her eyes and saying in a coquettish voice, Brother Zhang Yi, you are so awesome, I admire you so much. Can I go to your house to see you? I haven't seen you for a long time, Yuqing misses you so much. Fang Yuqing felt that her trick would definitely work. After all, she used this trick to make many of the bootlickers around her obey her orders. What's more, Zhang Yi had pursued her before. She believed that as long as a goddess like her used a little trick and made a little effort, Zhang Yi would definitely agree to her request. As long as she could enter Zhang Yi's house, she would naturally have more ways to live there with a clear conscience. At worst, I can just give Zhang Yi a little sweet treat. Aren't all men like this? But she didn't expect that Zhang Yi on the other side of the camera felt nauseous when he saw her acting like a spoiled brat. He really began to doubt whether his past self was mentally ill, otherwise why would he pursue a woman like this for 2 years? In the past, they all worked in the warehouse area, where there were relatively few female employees. Fang Yuqing knows how to act coquettishly and cutely, and she knows how to dress up, so over time, Zhang Yi began to regard her as a goddess. In the love brain mode, once the goddess filter was turned on, Fang Yuqing became the white moonlight in his mind. But ever since he was betrayed and died in his previous life, this goddess filter has completely disappeared. Looking at Fang Yuqing without makeup on the other side of the camera, Zhang Yi didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion in his heart. It even feels artificial and gives people goosebumps. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly in a mocking arc. Then he leaned back on the sofa, holding his cheek with one hand and said lazily, "It's so cold, you should just rest at home. Don't run around." "Well, I don't know how cold it is outside, but judging from your looks, the temperature should be quite low." Fang Yiqing and Lin Canning probably didn't expect to be rejected by Zhang Yi. The two of them were stunned at the same time, their eyes full of disbelief. Fang Yiqing's eyes were filled with shock and grievance. In her eyes, Zhang Yi is a good backup. As long as she beckons, he will come over and serve her obediently. Now she took the initiative to propose to go to Zhang Yi's house, but the other party refused without even thinking about it. This seriously hit her self-confidence. What made her even more uncomfortable was Zhang Yi's Versailles tone. No, she couldn't accept such an outcome. She knew clearly that there was a paradise with warmth and plenty of food right in her own building, but she could only starve at home. She absolutely could not accept it. She is a goddess. Fang Yiqing's face froze for a moment, then she forced a smile again. "Brother Zhang Yi, stop joking with Yiqing. Weren't you the best to Yiqing before? Why, you won't let me see you. I'm not going to do anything else." She pouted her lips and showed an aggrieved expression, which really made me feel sorry for her. After seeing this, most men would probably feel sympathy, and then their male chauvinism would run rampant, and they would agree to her request on the spot. Zhang Yi is the exception. Ever since Fang Yiqing betrayed him and killed him, he no longer had any feelings other than hatred towards this woman. Zhang Yi said, "Every time I asked you to come to my house, you always made all kinds of excuses, saying that we were both single and wouldn't it be bad if it got out. I think you're right. We don't have any relationship, so we should keep our distance. To avoid gossip." When Zhang Yi was pursuing Fang Yiqing in the past, it took a lot of effort for him to get her out for dinner or to watch a movie. You have to prepare gifts and surprises, and book a high-end hotel to have a chance. When he wanted to go a step further and ask Fang Yiqing to his home, she always had various excuses. Now, Zhang Yi brought out those words she had said before and jokingly returned them to her. Fang Yiqing's expression changed slightly. After all, she still has some idea of what she had done in the past. But why would the little fairy feel embarrassed? Especially when facing the spare tire who seems to be able to get whatever she wants. Even though Zhang Yi's attitude towards her was still cold, Fang Yiqing thought that he was just playing hard to get. She firmly believed that Zhang Yi admired her, and as long as she worked harder, she would definitely be able to win Zhang Yi over. So she started to act coquettishly again. "I did that for your own good. Brother Zhang Yi, don't be so petty. Just think of it as Qing'er's fault, okay? I'll go over and apologize to you right now." As she spoke, she bit her lip lightly, and a blush appeared on her face. "At most, I can help you massage your legs and shoulders." Zhang Yi couldn't help but shout in his heart, exclamation point. It's so cold today, it's rare that she can perform the feeling of a shy girl with such superb acting skills. It's such a shame for such a talented person not to become a movie queen. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi doesn't buy it. That's impossible. We are not boyfriend and girlfriend. I can't accept such an intimate thing. Zhang Yi said righteously with a straight face, "I am a traditional person." Fang Yiqing was almost furious at what Zhang Yi said. "She is about to come to you, why are you still pretending to be reserved?" Did she have to say it so bluntly? As long as you let her live in your home, she will enjoy many benefits and advantages in the future. Even getting on base is not completely out of the question. She thought that maybe she didn't make herself clear enough. In order to be able to enter Zhang Yi's house and live a life like in heaven, she didn't care that Lin Canning was by her side. She said directly to Zhang Yi, "Brother Zhang Yi, I have always had a special liking for you. Boyfriend or girlfriend, it's not impossible to consider it in the future. After all, time breeds love." As she spoke, she covered her face again, pretending to be shy. "Oh, I'm so embarrassed. How frank do you want me to be?" Her shy look, coupled with her reluctant yet welcoming eyes, is really very attractive. If it were the Zhang Yi of the past, he would have gotten carried away and let her into the house right away. It has to be said that not everyone can be green tea or white lotus. This level of tea art cannot be achieved without 10 years of practice. Zhang Yi thought about it quickly in his mind. Should I let Fang Yuqing, this white lotus, into my home? Don't get me wrong, he's not some saint. He simply thought that he had pursued her for 2 years. If I could get on base and whip her hard, it would be an explanation for the past. However, this thought only appeared for a moment before he firmly rejected it. Because this is the end of the world, he must completely eliminate any possible risk. Therefore, he would not open the door and let others enter his impregnable house. Being alive is more important than anything else. Zhang Yi sneered and looked at Fang Yuqing with a teasing look in his eyes. Fang Yuqing, did you misunderstand something? He spread his hands and said, I admit that there was a period of time when we had a good relationship. But, he moved his head closer to the camera and said with a teasing look on his face, you don't think I like you, do you? For a confident green tea girl, this sentence is too destructive. Sure enough, after hearing these words, Fang Yuqing's expression suddenly became very ugly. Lin Caning next to her also glanced at her secretly, with a barely perceptible hint of joy in her eyes. Sure enough, best friends are all fake sisters. On the surface, they care about you for your own good, but in reality, there are many people who just want you to make a fool of yourself. Fang Yuqing asked, Brother Zhang Yi, what do you mean by this? Didn't you like Qing'er the most in the past? Zhang Yi sneered. Don't get me wrong, you are indeed quite pretty, a beautiful sister. But I never planned to have a relationship with you, at most we're just having fun. Based on my qualifications, it's not difficult for me, Zhang Yi, to find a girlfriend with good looks and figure in Tianhai City. But, where do you get the confidence to think that I'm pursuing you so hard? Zhang Yi looked like he couldn't help laughing. He was telling the truth. He was a native of Tianhai City and had a Tianhai household registration. The family has a house worth several million in savings, and a stable job with a monthly salary of over 10,000. Coupled with his tall and handsome appearance, he is definitely a high-quality man in Tianhai City's blind date market. Otherwise, Fang Yuqing would not have listed him as her first choice after failing to catch the golden turtle. If Zhang Yi had not been simple and kind in his previous life, and had known how to have fun, he would have been around countless women. Zhang Yi's words were like knives, piercing directly into Fang Yuqing's heart. For a white lotus who calls herself a goddess, the most unacceptable thing is that her charm is not recognized, because that is everything she relies on to survive. In the past, she thought Zhang Yi was just a spare tire and a bootlicker. She can keep Zhang Yi hanging while looking for a richer second-generation man. In the end, Zhang Yi told her that she was the fish in the pond. Fang Yuqing couldn't accept this no matter what. Her voice changed into anger, Zhang Yi. Don't go too far. Zhang Yi sneered and continued to increase his efforts. All right, stop pretending to be some innocent and beautiful girl in front of me. I've seen through it a long time ago. Aren't you just a gold digger? You're always thinking about catching a rich man. Do you think rich people are all fools? By the way, let me tell you one more thing. You are well known among the rich second-generation circles in Tianhai City. You're going to lick young Master Zhang today, and chase young Master Li tomorrow. I'm just playing with you for a few days. Do you really think you can become a rich man's mistress? You know what they call you in private? The bus, the public socket. Zhang Yi mocked Fang Yuqing unscrupulously. When she thought she was very charming and wanted to impress Zhang Yi with her beauty so that he would let her enjoy the good life at Zhang Yi's home. Fang Yuqing's face turned frighteningly pale, and her body began to tremble with anger. When had she ever been humiliated like this in person? Moreover, he was mocked so mercilessly by the person she saw as a spare tire and a bootlicker. This was completely pressing her self-esteem to the ground and rubbing it like crazy. Zhang Yi. Shut up. Fang Yuqing roared. Zhang Yi sneered, I'm just telling the truth. Why are you so excited? Didn't you do all these things yourself? You really are both a man and a womanizer. After saying this, Zhang Yi didn't give Fang Yuqing a chance to curse and directly hung up the call. Zhang Yi scolded Fang Yuqing severely and exposed her true nature as a white lotus and green tea bitch. This deeply touched Fang Yuqing's sore spot. Although she is materialistic, promiscuous, and plays with men's feelings, she thinks she is a good girl. Being ridiculed by Zhang Yi deeply shattered her self-confidence. After all, even a petty bourgeois like Zhang Yi can look down on her, which means that she is not charming enough, and she has no chance of hooking up with the second-generation rich and becoming a rich wife. After Zhang Yi hung up the call, he soon saw a long string of voice messages from Fang Yuqing. You don't need to listen to know that he is scolding Zhang Yi. But does Zhang Yi care? Of course he doesn't care. At the end of the world, this white lotus will die day by day in extreme cold and hunger. Zhang Yi was just teasing her and watching her miserable condition. How could he be angry with a dead person? Instead, when he saw Bai Lianhua's frustrated look, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yi laughed heartily. He went to the kitchen and took out a bottle of Romanée-Conti from the refrigerator. This bottle of wine is worth 200,000 yuan and was also stored in a constant temperature wine cabinet in Walmart's warehouse. Zhang Yi didn't have much of this kind of wine, only a few dozen boxes. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll take this out to celebrate. There will be no shortage of electricity in the house as the circuit was modified during the renovation. Connected to the backup power supply is a noiseless generator. He has no shortage of energy. He came to the living room and set out a table full of delicious food in a very ceremonial manner. French-baked snails, tomahawk steak, looking up at the stars, Jinling salted duck, and a bottle of Romanée-Conti worth 200,000 renminbi. In the last days, all rules of social inertia are disappearing rapidly. Zhang Yi doesn't follow so many rules when it comes to eating. He eats whatever he wants and combines it however he wants. He can even eat caviar as a meal. This kind of luxurious life is probably unique in the world today. Because the end of the world comes so suddenly, even the most powerful and wealthy people in the world will not have time to make adequate preparations. For example, Su Hao, his father is also the president of a famous large group in Tianhai City. But in Zhang Yi's memory, his father died half a month after the end of the world. After all, his wealth had turned into waste paper, and the bloated and fat old man did not have the necessary abilities to survive the apocalypse. At this time, Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning were in the house they shared. Fang Yuqing's mentality was somewhat broken. She angrily threw things and cursed Zhang Yi. If it were normal times, she might not be so angry. But just now, she just happened to see that Zhang Yi's family was as happy as heaven. A warm and comfortable environment and plenty of high-end food are the most precious things in the icy apocalypse. The paradise was so close to her, but she couldn't step into it. She couldn't accept it at all. Zhang Yi, damn you, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you scold me? If it weren't for the current snowstorm, I wouldn't even look at you. Fang Yuqing cursed with gritted teeth. Sitting on the sofa beside her, Lin Canning stared at her with a hint of contempt in her eyes. You've already played it before, otherwise we could also enjoy the delicious food and warm fireplace at Zhang Yi's house now. Fang Yuqing snorted coldly. Who does he think he is? He just has a house and some savings. I, Fang Yuqing, am going to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. Lin Canning frowned, but now, Zhang Yi has so much food in his hands, and there is a fireplace at home for heating. This is much better than the rich second generation. She looked out the window and saw heavy snow falling with no sign of stopping. According to outside information obtained through mobile phones in the past 2 days, the whole world is covered in ice and snow. She said worriedly, will this snowstorm continue forever? On TV, the few remaining official channels are still encouraging people. The experts, wearing thick down jackets and shivering, said that the disaster would soon be over. We the people have the power, and persistence means victory. But everything we see doesn't give any sign that the disaster is over. Lin Canning hugged herself tightly. If the snow keeps falling, even if we don't freeze to death, we will starve to death at home. Lin Canning's words instantly turned Fang Yuqing's inner anger into fear. It's been 10 days. They have been locked up at home for 10 days. These 10 days felt longer than 10 years. If you have never experienced this, you will never understand how painful it is. It can even cause mental confusion in a person. Even though Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning are a green tea and white lotus combination. However, as women in their 20s, they are also very fragile inside. Faced with heavy snow that seemed to stop at no time, they thought of death. Fang Yiqing curled up on the sofa, and Zhang Yi's warm home with plenty of food appeared in her mind again. She said angrily, "This is unfair. Why can Zhang Yi live so comfortably, while I am so beautiful, but have to live such a miserable life?" Lin Canning glanced at Fang Yiqing and said nothing. She wrapped herself in the quilt, took out her cell phone and found Zhang Yi in the address book. Soon, Zhang Yi received a message from Lin Canning. Zhang Yi was drinking top-quality red wine and enjoying a luxurious meal. When he saw the message coming, there was a teasing look in his eyes. In the end times, watching the painful struggles of women like them is more exciting than watching a movie. Zhang Yi took a look at the message sent by Lin Canning. "Zhang Yi, I just saw you scolding Fang Yiqing. I'm so happy for you. In fact, I have long known that Fang Yiqing is a materialistic woman and has never really taken you seriously. I've always hoped that you would be able to see through her true colors one day. Great, congratulations on waking up." Zhang Yi chuckled. They are really fake sisters. They sold out Fang Yiqing so quickly. But this is normal, as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Lin Canning and Fang Yiqing are not good people. He responded, "Yeah, nothing." Lin Canning continued, "In the past, I watched you pursue Fang Yiqing all the time, and I was actually very sad. Zhang Yi, I've always liked you, did you know that? Now you don't want Fang Yiqing anymore, let's be together." Zhang Yi almost vomited out the red wine he had just drunk. This gold digger is so direct. He shook his head. Tisk, TSK, what a realistic person. It seems like she has had a miserable life in the past 10 days. In the past, Lin Canning was also very rude to Zhang Yi. Although her own conditions are not that good, it does not affect her at all and she feels like a fairy. Now that she saw that Zhang Yi rejected Fang Yiqing, and seeing that Zhang Yi's family had such a high quality of life, she immediately wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. Zhang Yi sighed, "This woman doesn't think I'm a rag collector, does she? Although Fang Yiqing is a green tea and white lotus, she at least knows how to act coquettishly and flirtatiously, and she can dress up. What else do you, Lin Canning, have besides being a masochist and narcissistic?" But out of bad taste, Zhang Yi still smiled evilly and said, "Oh, is that really the case? But I just scolded Fang Yiqing severely. You two are good friends. If you follow me, won't it affect your relationship?" Lin Canning's eyes lit up and she felt there was hope. She said without hesitation, "What best friend? We just live together." In order to gain Zhang Yi's trust, she told everyone all the negative information about Fang Yiqing. "You don't know how much I hate her. This woman is so lazy. These days she said she was afraid of the cold and didn't want to go to the toilet. She even used a mineral water bottle to pee. It disgusted me. Don't be fooled by her innocent appearance. She actually goes to nightclubs to meet men every day. If she meets a rich second-generation man, she will do everything she can to get him. If she needs money, she can just go out and sell it. Otherwise, she only earns 5,000 yuan a month. How can she afford to buy cosmetics and brand-name bags? Only 1,500 a night, how cheap. Humph, I look down on such a woman." It was also the first time that Zhang Yi knew that Fang Yiqing had such a side job. He gritted his teeth and felt more and more that this world was too absurd. Fortunately, he is not stupid. Although he is pursuing Fang Yiqing, he is not as poor as Zhou Peng. In order to gain Zhang Yi's trust, Lin Canning continued to expose Fang Yiqing's negative information. Don't be fooled by her innocent appearance. In fact, she has beaten several children. When she was in college, she was supported by several contractors for 4 years. Zhang Yi watched silently, and then recorded what she said. It was obvious that Lin Canning had been dissatisfied with Fang Yiqing for a long time. After all, Fang Yiqing is better at acting like a spoiled child and is prettier than her, which makes Lin Canning only be able to serve as a foil beside her. In this world, how many women are there who are willing to be someone else's supporting role? Otherwise, why do you think the best friends of those wandering goddesses in college are usually ugly and fat girls? After Lin Canning vented her emotions towards Yu Qing, she continued to confess her feelings to Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, do you know how painful it has been for me to watch you pursue Fang Yiqing over the years? Now I finally have the chance to confess my feelings to you. Let me be your girlfriend. I will definitely love you well in the future. Besides, you must be lonely at home right now, right? Having a woman by your side can help you do a lot of things. Lin Canning has already made it clear to Zhang Yi that as long as she is allowed to go to Zhang Yi's house, Zhang Yi can play however he wants. But unfortunately, Zhang Yi doesn't like this kind of stuff at all. He immediately forwarded the chat history between the two to Fang Yuqing. Then he said to Lin Canning, although I am very touched, let's forget about this matter. Lin Canning asked unwillingly, why? Don't you need a woman now? Zhang Yi suppressed his nausea and said to the phone, it's true that I like women. But you're too ugly. After saying that, Zhang Yi muted his phone and threw it aside. Lin Canning's face turned pale when she heard Zhang Yi's voice. He actually said she was too ugly. Slander, this is serious slander. Every time she posts her photoshopped photos online, countless people praise her as a beauty. Just when Lin Canning was getting furious, an angry scream came to her ears. Lin Canning, you bitch. Fang Yuqing instantly got furious when she heard Lin Canning's slanderous words towards her. The two men wrestled with each other, pulling each other's hair and pinching each other's arms. He kept hitting until he couldn't fight anymore, but he still stared at the other person fiercely. If it weren't for the cold weather and the fact that they still needed to live under the same roof, they would have wanted to kill each other. Of course Lin Canning understood what had happened and hated Zhang Yi very much. But like Fang Yuqing, she might be more envious of Zhang Yi than hating him. Only at this time did Zhang Yi agree to let them enter the room and eat some food. They will abandon their dignity and crawl over like bitches. Zhang Yi still lives a simple, boring, and affluent life. Every night, he would turn on the TV and watch the news, which he never watched in the past. Although the content of news broadcasts is still very untrue, we can still get some information from the outside world. Tianhai city officials have issued a notice that in order to meet everyone's demand for electricity, power will be supplied between 1 and 2 p.m. every day. High-power electrical appliances cannot be used. Only low-power electrical appliances, such as kettles, mobile phones and other objects can be heated. All major power stations are currently shut down and there is a shortage of electricity. We hope everyone will consciously reduce electricity consumption to avoid large-scale, long-term power outages. When Zhang Yi saw the news, he raised his eyebrows slightly. In fact, over the past few days, calls have been coming in every day, and the duration is less than an hour. Sometimes, the power supply is only for a dozen minutes. At this time, the authorities are still willing to supply electricity to ordinary people, even if it is only for a short moment, which is probably their greatest effort. Most of the world's power stations have been shut down, and energy will become less and less available before the Ice Age is over. However, what Zhang Yi cared about was not the content of the news, but the tone of the female anchor and the format of the news reporting. This time, the female anchor's tone was very serious, and the content of the report was no longer focused on comforting the public. This means that the authorities have given up concealing the extent of the disaster across the country. When we are unable to control the situation, we can only release the news comprehensively so that everyone can recognize the reality as soon as possible and then find ways to save themselves. As expected, when Zhang Yi opened his phone, he saw that all the chat groups were in an uproar. Some cursed the government for inaction, some cried in despair, and more were buying up supplies at high prices. The price of instant noodles has risen from 2,000 yuan a pack 2 days ago to 5,000 yuan a pack. Zhang Yi still felt speechless. The greedy nature of human beings is clearly visible. Knowing that the world is at its end, money is unlikely to have any effect in the short term. But they are still willing to exchange food and drinks for money. Zhang Yi didn't say anything. He was like an observer, observing everything from a detached perspective. Life must go on. Even if hope is lost, no one wants to die, even if it's just to survive. So no matter how much they cursed and quarreled, they still had to struggle desperately to survive the next day. Since the water pipes have been frozen, water supply in the community has become a big problem. If you want to drink water, you can only go to the first floor to get snow water in the extremely low temperature of more than 70 degrees below zero outside. But after retrieving the snow water, how to melt it becomes a big problem. The temperature in the room is about -50 to 60 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, the ice is as hard as cement. Some residents were so thirsty that they licked the water with their tongues, and then their tongues got stuck to the water and froze to death. During these few days, Zhang Yi discovered through surveillance cameras that Chen Zhenghao's men came to spy every day. Obviously, they thought that Zhang Yi would definitely come out to fetch water, and planned to take this opportunity to kill Zhang Yi. However, for many days, they did not see Zhang Yi leave the room. They could never imagine how rich the supplies were in Zhang Yi's home. As long as he wants, he can live in this room with no worries about food and clothing until his death. Is Chen Zhenghao still alive? He's holding up pretty well, Zhang Yi said to himself. Chen Zhenghao was hit by an arrow in his calf. Without effective treatment, his leg will definitely be disabled. And because of the infection, even life may be lost. Not to mention that in such extremely low temperatures, any injury would cause a high fever. It's a miracle that I can survive. Could it be that because the temperature is too low, the virus cannot survive, so it didn't die? Zhang Yi didn't know much about medicine and couldn't figure out why Chen Zhenghao was still alive. But he didn't care too much. Who was alive and who was dead outside wouldn't have much impact on him. Chen Zhenghao's death was only a matter of time. The next morning, after Zhang Yi woke up, he took the phone with sleepy eyes. His greatest pleasure now is to check the messages in the chat group every day and go to the forum to see what is happening in the outside world. In this apocalyptic world, watching others struggling in dire straits in extremely cold temperatures. But I am enjoying a paradise-like life. This drastic contrast can bring Zhang Yi great satisfaction. At the very least, it eliminated his inner boredom and occasional loneliness. Compared to those who died of hunger and cold, or struggled on the brink of death, he didn't know how happy he was. When I opened my phone, I didn't expect that the first messages I saw were from Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, I'm sorry. I was probably too cold yesterday, so I was in a bad mood. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. You're right. I was too naive and immature in the past. I didn't realize who was the one who was truly kind to me. Now I realize that you are the one who treats me the best. In fact, I like you very much in my heart. Will you please forgive me? Let's live a good life together from now on. I want to be your woman. Wouldn't you be lonely if you lived alone? I can come and keep you company, so you won't be alone at the end of the world. Zhang Yi sighed. Fang Yuqing, who had always acted extremely cool and aloof, finally lost all her dignity and arrogance in the face of disaster. Even though she was mocked so mercilessly by Zhang Yi, she had to abandon her dignity and choose to kneel down and lick Zhang Yi's ass. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Zhang Yi shook his head, thinking that he was still stupid in his previous life. If I had known she was this kind of woman, wouldn't I have taken advantage of her so easily? People like Fang Yuqing are obviously worthless, but they insist on pretending to be noble goddesses. You are obviously so cheap, why pretend to be pure? Zhang Yi replied, even rotten pears can quench thirst, but I'm not that thirsty yet. He is a man with a craft inherited from his ancestors. At worst, there are still many props you can use in the other space. It is a high-end product, a fully simulated product developed in the land of Sakura. Well, it's not that Zhang Yi wants it, it's just that Walmart's warehouse has too many complete categories of products. After closing Fang Yuqing's chat interface, Zhang Yi opened Lin Caning's. This woman is even bolder than Fang Yuqing. She might also know that she is not as pretty as Fang Yuqing, and would be at a disadvantage in the competition. So she took a few selfies of herself, all of which were full of suggestive content. Compared with Fang Yuqing, she is more open-minded. If this thing happened in her past, it would have caused her social death. Zhang Yi quickly replied, I felt nothing inside, and even felt like laughing. Then just ignore it. He also knew that after seeing how beautiful his home was, these two women would definitely try to get into his home at all costs. Now that they have abandoned their dignity and begged him, they will do anything to get what they want in the future. But what can I do? Zhang Yi spent a lot of money to build his home into an iron fortress in order to deal with any possible situation. After Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning received Zhang Yi's reply, they were so angry that they started cursing again. They had lost all their dignity and begged Zhang Yi humbly. Especially Lin Caning, she took pictures of every place and pose she could. Zhang Yi actually said that he even wanted to laugh after seeing her photo. What a shame. Although she doesn't have the time and energy to put on makeup and dress up, and her appearance and figure are a bit worse, she is still a woman after all. Doesn't she have any face? The more they thought about it, the more unwilling they became. Life now is like hell. Not only do we have to endure hunger, but we also have to endure extreme cold temperatures. Zhang Yi's home is the last hope in their hearts. Fang Yuqing clenched her teeth, and a fierce look appeared in her eyes. If all else fails, just rush into their house. I must live in their house. I don't want to be hungry anymore. If it really doesn't work, it doesn't matter if I kill Zhang Yi. As long as she can live in Zhang Yi's house, she is willing to do anything. Although she thought so, she was a woman after all. If she ran to Zhang Yi's house and broke down the door, she would definitely not be able to beat Zhang Yi. Thinking of this, Fang Yuqing looked towards the next room with a cold gaze. She and Lin Caning have broken up. The former plastic sisters have completely torn their faces apart. But now, Fang Yuqing needs someone to help her. So she went to the next door and said to Lin Caning, Zhang Yi, that damn bitch, watched us starve and freeze, and wouldn't let us go into his house. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Such a nice house is not worthy for him to live in. Let's find a way to take his house away. When Lin Caning heard Fang Yuqing's suggestion, her eyes lit up. If begging Zhang Yi doesn't work, then the only thing he can do is to cheat or rob. Okay, I agree with you. Why does a bitch like Zhang Yi have the right to live in such a nice house? He should get out and freeze to death or be bitten to death by wild dogs. It would be most appropriate for us to live in their home. Out of hatred for Zhang Yi and desire for Zhang Yi's family, the two fake sisters temporarily formed a united front. However, the two of them had a detailed discussion on how to snatch Zhang Yi's house. If we go to rob the house, the two of us may not be able to beat Zhang Yi. We still have to rely on external help. Even under normal circumstances, neither of them could beat Zhang Yi. Not to mention that they are now cold and hungry, while Zhang Yi is full of energy and has no worries about food and drink. Lin Caning gritted her teeth and said, how about calling a few neighbors to go with us? Fang Yuqing glared at her coldly. Are you stupid? No matter how much supplies Zhang Yi has at home, there's not enough for so many people. So the fewer people who know about this, the better. Lin Caning asked anxiously, then what do you think we should do? Fang Yuqing said proudly, we can call Zhou Peng over. Zhou Peng is her loyal bootlicker, and Fang Yuqing obeys everything he says. Although Zhang Yi had licked Fang Yuqing before, at least he had some brains and was not manipulated by Fang Yuqing. But this Zhou Peng is a completely brainless person. For Fang Yuqing, he would even die. So Fang Yuqing planned to ask Zhou Peng to help her take over Zhang Yi's house. Lin Caning smiled and clapped her hands, what a good idea. The licking dog is still the best. Fang Yuqing called Zhou Peng immediately. At this time, Zhou Peng was so hungry that his bones were showing. As a warehouse employee, he had a lot of food at home, but most of it was given to Fang Yuqing. Zhou Peng didn't realize at all that people were just playing with him. He was still feeling self-moved, thinking that since he had given so much, Fang Yuqing would definitely marry him in the future. As soon as he saw Fang Yuqing's call, he was so excited that he forgot about hunger and cold and ran over happily. When he arrived at Fang Yuqing's house, Fang Yuqing immediately came over and complained with a look of grievance about how Zhang Yi had been frivolous to her. Woo woo woo, Zhang Yi is simply a beast. I just asked him for something to eat, and he asked me to sleep with him. Zhou Peng, you know I'm not that kind of casual woman. Zhou Peng looked at Fang Yuqing's tearful face, and thought of how she found him the first time she was bullied, and he suddenly felt extremely happy. Look, why does she come to me instead of someone else when she has something to do? This shows that I hold a special place in her heart. This is probably love. Zhou Peng felt that this was the time to show his masculinity. Maybe we can take down Fang Yuqing in one fell swoop. So he patted his chest and said, Zhang Yi is such a jerk. How dare he do this to you? I must kill him. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning looked at each other and thought, this dog is really easy to deceive. They had prepared a lot of lines of speech, but before they could use them, Zhou Peng took the initiative to take charge of dealing with Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing held Zhou Peng's arm and looked at him with seductive eyes. Zhang Yi's house has a lot of food stored up. And his house is also equipped with a fireplace, which makes it very warm. Why does a bitch like this live in a house like that? Zhou Peng, let's find a way to take his house. From now on, where should we live together? What do you think? Zhou Peng had always disliked Zhang Yi. Because Zhang Yi is more handsome and richer than him. In the past, both of them were interested in Fang Yuqing, and Fang Yuqing naturally treated Zhang Yi better than him. Now, Zhou Peng's arm was hugged by Fang Yuqing, and he could feel the vague touch through 7 or 8 layers of clothes. A sense of victory arises spontaneously in my heart. He immediately said, haha, okay. Don't worry, Yuqing, I'll take care of this matter. Seeing that Zhou Peng agreed, Fang Yuqing said, but you must be careful. Zhang Yi is such a selfish and shameless person. If we try to rob his house, he might fight back. So we have to go there with weapons, and it's best to strike first. Lin Caning also said at the side, if it were up to me, we should just beat him to death. She hated Zhang Yi the most. Because she sent her private photos to Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yi was not attracted to her and instead said she was too dark. If this matter gets out, she will want to die. Therefore, Zhang Yi must die. Zhou Peng hesitated a little when he heard this. Killing someone is an easy thing to say, but after all, we have all lived in a civilized society for more than 20 years. It's not easy to start this. When Fang Yuqing saw Zhou Peng hesitate, she immediately changed her face. Why, you don't agree? Zhang Yi has bullied me so much, and you are still soft-hearted towards him. It seems that all your past claims of love for me were fake, humph. When Zhou Peng saw Fang Yuqing was angry, his nature as a bootlicker came out again. He hurriedly said, no, Yuqing, don't be angry, isn't it okay for me to listen to you? As long as he can get Fang Yuqing, he will do anything to kill. After all, we are now in the end times, and people's moral ideals are slowly being lost. Fang Yuqing said, well, let's go there now without further delay. When the time comes, we'll first try to trick Zhang Yi into opening the door. Once he opens the door, we'll... She made a throat-slitting motion. Lin Caning took all the prepared tools. 2 kitchen knives, a steel pipe, and a clothes hanger that she had dismantled. Zhou Peng took out a kitchen knife and stuffed it into his thick down jacket. After a few people finished their preparations, they headed towards Zhang Yi's house with murderous intent. After they arrived at the door of Zhang Yi's house, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning hid nearby with weapons in their hands to avoid being seen by Zhang Yi through the peephole. The two of them winked at Zhou Peng, indicating that he should knock on the door and lure Zhang Yi out. Zhou Peng nodded, reached out and touched the kitchen knife inside his clothes, and immediately felt confident. He reached out and knocked on the door. Zhang Yi, are you home? I'm Zhou Peng. Hearing the sound outside the door, Zhang Yi became curious. Zhou Peng. Although he and Zhou Peng both work in the warehouse, they do not have a good relationship on weekdays. Moreover, because they both pursued Fang Yuqing, some conflicts occurred. This guy must have come to see me for no good reason. After all, in the end times, there can be no good news in this world. Zhang Yi did not go over to open the door, but turned on the TV and checked the surveillance footage. Sure enough, he saw the scene outside the door. Looking at the 2 women hiding on both sides of the door, holding kitchen knives and steel pipes in their hands, with murderous looks on their faces, Zhang Yi felt a chill on his back. Even though he was fully prepared, the viciousness of these 2 women still made him gasp. Want to kill me? You are worthy. Zhang Yi sneered, and a cold murderous aura spread in his black eyes. It's not certain who will kill whom. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Zhou Peng knocked on the door even harder. Zhang Yi. I'm Zhou Peng. Please open the door. I have something important to tell you. Zhang Yi sneered, reached out to take out the gun, and released the safety with a click. He walked to the door. Who is it? When Zhou Peng heard Zhang Yi's reply, he quickly reached out and signaled Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning to get ready. It was the first time for the 2 women to commit such a murder and they were a little nervous. But when they thought that after killing Zhang Yi, they could live in his warm, comfortable house with plenty of food, their eyes immediately became determined. Zhou Peng said, Zhang Yi, I'm Zhou Peng. We've run out of food at home. For the sake of our relationship as colleagues, can you give me something to eat? He looked pleading, but his hands were quietly placed down, ready to draw his sword at any time. Zhang Yi leaned against the door and said calmly, we are out of food at home, I can't help you with this matter. Fang Yiqing and Lin Caning cursed in their hearts. Is it possible that there is no food in your house? There are 7 or 8 boxes of food in the kitchen, including scallops, dried scallops and abalone. Are they all fake? However, they were prepared for this situation. Zhou Peng gritted his teeth and took out a box of medicine from his pocket. Zhang Yi, I won't take it for nothing. I'll trade it with you for a box of ibuprofen. It was freezing cold and many people had colds and fevers. In this case, medicine can save lives and is even more valuable than food. In order to lure Zhang Yi to open the door, Zhou Peng took out his treasured ibuprofen. Zhang Yi was behind the door at this time, thinking about how to deal with them. Kill them. That's easy. Whether you use a gun or a crossbow, you can kill them. But killing them monotonously is really boring. In the doomsday, death is a relief, while living is hell. Of course he wouldn't let these bitches get away with it. After thinking about it, Zhang Yi came up with an idea. He walked over to the trash can and pulled out a pulse bottle. I just drank several cans of beer and I just happened to feel the urge to pee. He opened the gate of the bottle and let the water out. Ibuprofen. This stuff is good, let me think about it. While Zhang Yi was draining the water, he was chatting lazily with Zhou Peng. Several people outside the door also heard the faint sound of water, but they didn't know what Zhang Yi was doing. Just hearing Zhang Yi's tone that there seemed to be a chance, several people showed excitement on their faces. Zhou Peng quickly said, yes, 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 open the door and let's exchange. I don't want much, just 2 packs of instant noodles will do. According to the current prices in the community, ibuprofen can at least be exchanged for 5 packs of instant noodles. Zhou Peng deliberately offered a low price just to trick Zhang Yi into opening the door. 2 packets of instant noodles. I'm afraid you'll suffer a loss. That would be so embarrassing. After Zhang Yi finished pouring water, he immediately had a bottle of iced black tea in his hand. The bottle was full and there was white foam on it. Zhou Peng thought Zhang Yi was about to take the bait, so he leaned against the door and said, it's okay. I'm so hungry now. We're colleagues, so I'd rather give you a break than give others a break. Hurry up and open the door. Zhang Yi stepped on a stool and climbed to the shooting hole on the door, then poured a bottle of hot, fresh iced black tea at the 3 people outside the door. Zhou Peng and a few others were startled when liquid suddenly poured on their heads. Fang Yiqing and Lin Caning even screamed. Ah! What is this? Hey, it's hot water, it's still steaming. Feeling the warmth, a few people were happy at first. But within a second, they smelled that peculiar pungent smell. This is urine. Ah! The 2 women were covered in urine and screamed like pigs being slaughtered. They immediately squatted on the ground and vomited continuously. Zhou Peng's eyes turned red with anger, and he banged on the door hard, bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yi, I'd hashtag Yuan and asterisk. And percent hashtag Yuan. Get out here, I'll kill you. However, the heavy alloy door did not change at all when he smashed it with his fist. Instead, Zhou Peng's hand hurt badly. Zhang Yi's hearty laughter came from inside the room. What does my urine taste like? Is it delicious? You are a bunch of idiots, and you still want to come and trick me. Do you think you deserve it? Zhou Peng and his companions immediately realized that they had been discovered by Zhang Yi. Several people were shocked and angry, and yelled at Zhang Yi outside the door. Zhou Peng cursed, I shouldn't have wasted my time talking to you. Just wait, I'm going to kill you when I get in. He didn't pretend anymore, he took out a kitchen knife from his clothes, and chopped at the door with all his might. Ordinary doors are made of wood and can be opened by simply breaking the door lock. But Zhang Yi's door is made of integrated alloy and can withstand the bombardment of RPG. When Zhou Peng chopped down with his knife, it was like chopping on a steel plate. The door didn't move at all, but the huge recoil force directly sent the kitchen knife flying. The kitchen knife passed by Zhou Peng's head, leaving a long cut. His knuckles were also bleeding from the shock. A little biological knowledge: human skin is more fragile in winter, and the pain is more intense. Zhou Peng was completely frightened. If the kitchen knife had been a little off, it would have hit him directly in the face. But soon, his daze was forcibly interrupted by severe pain. Ah! Zhou Peng cried out in pain. Seeing this, the two women were so frightened that they left Zhou Peng behind and ran away in a hurry. Zhang Yi watched all this in the room, weighed the pistol in his hand for a few times, and wondered whether he should go out and shoot each of them. Not to mention beating them to death, at least let them get some injuries, so that they will surely suffer a fate worse than death in this icy apocalypse. But after thinking for a moment, he gave up this plan. Why? Because there are 3 mad dogs outside. Although there is a high probability of injuring them if I open the door and go out, there is also a 0.09% chance that I will be killed in return. Zhang Yi would never joke about his own life. That's right, he is the king of Go. You are living such a comfortable life, why do you act on impulse? It doesn't matter. I'll just wait them out here. Let's see how long they can survive in this apocalypse. Zhang Yi remained calm and went back to the sofa to continue playing games. Zhou Peng and Fang Yuqing ran back home. He sat on the sofa, trembling all over. He almost lost his life just now, and he is still scared. When Fang Yuqing saw his urine dripping onto the sofa, she immediately screamed. Ah! Get out of here! Who told you to sit on my sofa? Fang Yuqing felt sorry for her sofa, but was also disgusted by the fact that Zhou Peng was covered in urine. After all, Zhou Peng was at the door at the time and was splashed the most. She immediately yelled at Zhou Peng, telling him not to sit on the sofa. Zhou Peng felt very aggrieved. He went to cause trouble for Zhang Yi because he listened to Fang Yuqing. Now he was soaked in urine, shivering with cold, and had wounds on his body. But Fang Yuqing actually treated him like this. However, a liquor is still a liquor after all. Zhou Peng changed his mind and felt that Fang Yuqing's scolding of him made sense. He didn't even do a good job helping Fang Yuqing, and his body was dirty, so how could he defile the sofa in the goddess's house? The more Zhou Peng thought about it, the more he felt that he deserved the scolding. He quickly stood up and apologized to Fang Yuqing. I'm sorry, Yuqing, it's all my fault. Please don't be angry. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were in a hurry to change clothes, so they waved at him. Get out now, we need to change clothes. Zhou Peng didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly left Fang Yuqing's house. The two people returned to the room and quickly changed the clothes that Zhang Yi had urinated on. But after changing clothes, they could still smell the pungent odor. After all, it wasn't just on their clothes, but also on their hair and skin, and even flowed down their necks into it. The weather was so cold that taking a shower was tantamount to seeking death, so they didn't dare to do it at all. Therefore, I can only suppress my nausea. The operation failed and they were splashed with urine. The two women hated Zhang Yi even more. What should I do? Zhang Yi is too cunning and hard to deal with. Damn it. No matter what, I'm going to take his house away from him. Let's think of a way. I don't believe he has no weaknesses. Just as the two women were discussing how to deal with Zhang Yi sent a message to Fang Yuqing. This is urine, next time I will throw shit on you. Omega. This time Zhang Yi prepared in a hurry. If he had prepared in advance, they would have been treated to a feast of manure and splashed all over them. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning's faces turned green. If they were splashed with shit, they would want to die. Zhang Yi turned off the chat and stopped reading the message from Fang Yuqing. Although he has blocked the message reminder, the number of words showing the number of messages is rising rapidly. You don't need to read it to know that it is not a good thing. He went to look inside the owner group. As soon as we entered, we saw a good show. Ever since her home was robbed by Chen Zhenghao, Aunt Lin seemed to have a mental problem. Now she keeps posting in the group, clamoring for everyone to hand over supplies to her. I am the director of our neighborhood committee. If any of you dare to disobey me, I will arrest you all when the snow melts. Did you hear that? Give me a reply. You must send all your food to my house today. But this time, there were not many people hanging on her at all. More than 10 days have passed, and everyone has realized what the current environment is like. The authorities simply cannot take care of anyone, and Auntie Lynn's so-called neighborhood committee is nothing at all. She failed to scare anyone and was instead ridiculed. Damn old woman, can you just die now? You cheated our family out of a box of instant noodles, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Some people brought up what happened at the beginning of the snowstorm. If you hadn't told everyone that everything was fine and stopped us from stockpiling supplies, how would we be here today? As soon as this matter was mentioned, it instantly aroused everyone's anger. When it first snowed, even though it was very cold outside, some people still wanted to go out shopping. But at that time, Aunt Lynn kept saying in the group that the snowstorm would be over soon, and that anyone who hoarded supplies would be dealt with, so no one dared to go out. After a few days, heavy snow blocked all the roads, making it impossible to go out. If it weren't for her, everyone could have stockpiled at least half a month's worth of supplies. Damn old woman, look at what you have done. It's all your fault, you evildoer. The neighbors cursed at Aunt Lynn. The rich second-generation Su Hao also appeared in the group. I'll buy supplies at high prices, whether it's food or drinks. I'll give you 10,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles, and 5,000 yuan for a bottle of mineral water. The price of instant noodles has reached 10,000. Su Hao is really anxious. If he doesn't use his money now, it will become waste paper. Zhang Yi shook his head. It's already this late, and you're still thinking about using money to buy things. As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, someone jumped out. I have some food at home that I can sell to you. Zhang Yi was suddenly speechless. It seems that no matter what time it is, there will always be people who are greedy enough to risk their lives for money. Even though the hope is slim, some people are still betting that the snowstorm will not last too long. But only Zhang Yi knew that this snowstorm would continue for an extremely long time. After this snow, even if the snow stops, it will take a very long time for the whole world to recover. Money is not even as useful as waste paper. At least you can use waste paper to wipe your butt. When Zhang Yi thought of this, a bad idea suddenly appeared in his mind. There is so much toilet paper in his warehouse that he can't use it all, but his neighbors probably don't have that much at home. If the toilet paper runs out, what will they use to wipe their butts? Soon, he shook his head again. If you don't have enough food every day, you probably don't poop much. However, this also indicates that the barely maintained peace will soon be broken. Zhang Yi knew that once food was completely cut off, people would become horrible beasts. The next day, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning ran to Zhang Yi's house and knocked on the door again. They begged desperately outside the door, hoping that Zhang Yi would let them in, and said that they were almost frozen to death. Zhang Yi ignored them completely. Frozen to death. That's exactly what Zhang Yi wanted to see. Seeing that Zhang Yi did not respond, they said that considering their past relationship, even just giving them some food would be fine. Zhang Yi looked through the surveillance camera and saw that they all came with umbrellas. It seems that he has been psychologically traumatized after being splashed with urine yesterday. But Zhang Yi was not stupid enough to open the door for them. If he guessed correctly, they all carried knives, ready to kill him at any time and then rob the house and supplies. Zhang Yi thought about it and opened the different space. There were a lot of miscellaneous items in the warehouse that were not used on weekdays, so Zhang Yi put them all away at that time. Anyway, his alien space is big enough and he doesn't have to worry about taking up space. I didn't expect it would come in handy now. He grabbed 2 stink bombs from the toy area inside. This toy is used for pranks and will emit an extremely disgusting stench when lit. It is also very difficult to wash off with water or detergent. He listened to the voices of Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning outside the door, smiled, picked up the stink bomb and walked over. Zhang Yi lit the stink bomb and quickly threw it out through the shooting hole above the door. After the stink bomb landed, a large cloud of thick black smoke quickly emerged. The pungent odor quickly spread through the corridor. When Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning smelled the odor, they felt like they had opened a can of feces that had been sealed for 10 years, and they started vomiting violently on the spot. What are you vomiting? Vomit. Zhang Yi, you are so shameless. The stench in the hallway grew stronger and stronger, so the 2 women ran away. Zhang Yi was not worried about the stench returning to the house. After he closed the shooting hole, the whole room was in a semi-sealed state. Although the air can still circulate, an air filtration system was specially installed when the house was built to prevent any odor or harmful air from entering. Seeing through the surveillance camera the two women walking and vomiting in a mess, Zhang Yi laughed happily. But soon, he received complaints from his neighbors next door. "Zhang Yi, what is that thing you threw at the door? It stinks. Could you please consider the feelings of your neighbors?" Zhang Yi's neighbors are a young couple who have moved in 2 years ago. However, on weekdays, Zhang Yi didn't have much interaction with them. At most, they would nod when they met in the elevator. At this point in time, he was too lazy to maintain any relationship with his neighbors. In the end times, everything he did was only about his own safety, and he didn't care about others at all. It can even be said that as long as he can live safely and comfortably, he can kill other people without mercy. In the last days, there must not be any saintly mentality. Once it appears, it must be strangled immediately. Come and hit me if you don't agree. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he directly blocked his neighbor. As I said, he was too lazy to argue with others and waste his breath. Soon, Zhang Yi discovered that his neighbors were scolding him in a group. But unfortunately, other people just don't care about their business. Zhang Yi chuckled, it felt really good to be without morals. That afternoon, Zhang Yi was suddenly awakened from his sleep. Bang! A loud bang sounded in the corridor and quickly spread throughout the entire apartment building. Zhang Yi's expression was somewhat solemn, the sound sounded like a gunshot. There is actually someone with a gun in their community. Zhang Yi was not sure whether it was a gun or firecrackers, so he quickly went to the living room and turned on the TV to check the surveillance. As a result, the scene before him made his pupils shrink. In front of the door of the house on the 3rd floor, Chen Zhenghao, who had a broken leg, was holding a black gun in his hand. That cold and dark light can easily make people tremble. The door of that resident's house was open, and from the surveillance angle, 2 human legs could be vaguely seen. The little Karamis under Chen Zhenghao came out with some food, candles and other things, with smiles on their faces. It was obvious that the resident on the 3rd floor was dead. Even if he wasn't dead, he wouldn't be able to survive for a few days after being shot and losing all his supplies. This time is 10 o'clock in the morning. Usually every household will go out to dig snow and melt it into water for drinking at this time. By working together, we can temporarily raise the temperature in the corridor so that it won't be too cold. No one can survive without water, so this activity is carried out every day. Chen Zhenghao took advantage of this opportunity and started killing people and stealing supplies. Ding dong. The cell phone rang. Zhang Yi took the phone and took a look. The message was from the group. Chen Zhenghao sent a voice message. The city is now blocked by heavy snow. We can't rely on anyone else. We have to rely on ourselves. I, Chen Zhenghao, will take on the responsibility of building manager of Building 25. From now on, I will have the final say on everything here. If you just listen to me, I can let you live well. Whoever dares to be the first to stand out, hee hee. Immediately afterwards, Chen Zhenghao sent 2 pictures. One photo showed the gun in his hand, and the other showed a resident on the 3rd floor lying in a pool of blood. The large group that used to be chattering was now completely silent. Everyone was shocked by this bloody and cruel scene. I believe most residents are filled with fear at this moment. In peacetime, when have they ever seen such a scene? It's hard to even imagine. But now, the bloody reality lies before us. In this apartment building trapped in a blizzard, hell is other people. No one dared to refute Chen Zhenghao, everyone was afraid of death. Zhang Yi was lying on the sofa, and couldn't help but say, Chen Zhenghao is really smart. He is indeed a man who can thrive in society. Chen Zhenghao used both soft and hard tactics and did not simply intimidate the owners of the building. Because he only had one gun, no one knew how many bullets he had. But Zhang Yi knew that the quantity would definitely not be large. After all, this thing is strictly controlled in the country. Zhang Yi spent a huge amount of money at the beginning, but the seller only sold him 100 of them. Moreover, there are only about 5 or 6 little Karamis under Chen Zhenghao. There are about 50 households and more than 100 people in the whole building. If they were really pushed into a corner, he, a cripple, would not be able to handle it at all. Therefore, the best way to make these owners obedient is to use a combination of soft and hard tactics, on the one hand painting a rosy picture for everyone, and on the other hand scaring them. Human nature has always been afraid of death. Even though they knew in their hearts that if Chen Zhenghao could kill the owner of the third floor today, it might be their turn tomorrow, they still had a sense of hope. For example, those who live on high floors think that Chen Zhenghao will kill the people on the third floor today and the people on the fourth floor tomorrow, and it will take another half a month to kill him. Then he doesn't need to fight desperately, because the people below will definitely resist anyway. And so on. As for the people living on the fourth floor, they felt that Chen Zhenghao did not necessarily kill people in order. On the contrary, if I resist, I will definitely be killed, so it is better to just stay at home and behave myself. Maybe someone else will die first. Zhang Yi shrugged his shoulders. These things had nothing to do with him anyway. Others did not dare to resist Chen Zhenghao, but he was not afraid of Chen Zhenghao at all. As long as Chen Zhenghao dared to show up at his doorstep, his life and death would be completely in Zhang Yi's hands. As for whether the other neighbors are dead or alive, it has nothing to do with Zhang Yi. They act like ostriches and are unwilling to resist. Zhang Yi has no interest in being a saint and sacrificing herself to save others. At this moment, a series of rapid ding-dong and ding-dong sounds suddenly came from the mobile phone. Zhang Yi picked up his phone and immediately saw hundreds of messages. He found himself being pulled into a new group. Out of curiosity, Zhang Yi went inside to take a look. It turned out that the owners of the apartment building had created a new group, but Chen Zhenghao and his gang were not in this group. It turned out that the death threat brought by Chen Zhenghao made some people think of banding together for warmth. Zhang Yi didn't say anything either. After all, his own safety was definitely not a problem. He just wanted to see what this group of people could do. As soon as the new group was formed, the owners and tenants of each household began chatting in panic. Chen Zhenghao is simply a devil. He robbed 3 families by breaking into their homes. There were 2 young men living in room 301 on the 3rd floor. They were hot-tempered and tried to resist, but he shot them dead with a gun. The other 2 households were 302 and 401. After being frightened, they obediently gave them all the food and drinks in their homes. Hey, on days like this, if there's nothing to eat or drink at home, isn't that just waiting to die? Someone said indignantly, we must unite and fight against bullies like Chen Zhenghao. Someone responded immediately below. Yes, we have so many families, how can we be afraid of just 5 or 6 of them? As long as we are united, he has nothing to fear. Someone else mentioned, but he has a gun in his hand. Humph, so what if he has a gun? How many bullets can he have in a gun? That's right, if we rush forward together, he won't be able to stop us at all. I'll give him a left kick, followed by a right kick, and I guarantee he'll fall to the ground. He's lame now, so he's not worth mentioning at all. If he didn't have a gun, haha, I could take care of him by myself. When everyone talked about dealing with Chen Zhenghao together, they were all filled with passion, as if they couldn't wait to rush to Chen Zhenghao's house and execute him. However, someone interrupted at this time. So when do we start? This statement caused a brief silence. It is certainly convenient to satisfy your desire to talk big, but when it comes to risking your life, not everyone may dare to do it. Everyone understands the truth, but no one wants to be the one who rushes to the front and gets shot. It sounds so nice, but in fact it is just to trick others into going over and blocking the bullets. Well, this is not a problem. We can definitely deal with him. After all, he is a desperate criminal, and he has a few thugs under his command. We need to make long-term plans. Yes, reckless behavior is the behavior of a fool. We must win with wisdom. Zhang Yi curled his lips. Some people were just shouting that Chen Zhenghao was not to be feared, but some were still trying to use left kick and right whip kick to deal with Chen Zhenghao. Now that it's really time to go on, you start shouting about victory through wisdom. He really laughed. At this time, Uncle Yu, the security guard of the community, suddenly sent a message. We can't let Chen Zhenghao and his gang continue like this. If they continue, we'll all be killed by him. Even if he wasn't shot to death, if all his food and drink were taken away, wouldn't he still die? I can take the lead. Everyone, come with me and teach these bastards a lesson. Uncle Yu doesn't talk much on weekdays. He is a retired soldier with an upright character and a passionate heart. He is also highly respected in the community. Faced with a shameless scum like Qin Zhenghao, a villain who took human life lightly, his heart was filled with rage. Wow, Uncle Yu is so awesome. He is indeed a soldier of the people, so awesome. Uncle Yu, I support you. Do you need a weapon? You can use our kitchen knife. I have a Longquan sword that I bought when I was traveling last year. It can cut through iron like mud. I'll lend it to you. Chen Zhenghao is just a cripple. Uncle Yu, find an opportunity to attack him from behind. Don't give him the chance. Everyone was praising Uncle Yu and giving their own suggestions. But no one said that they wanted to join Uncle Yu to deal with Chen Zhenghao. Uncle Yu was also speechless. There are 5 or 6 of Qin Zhenghao's men, and they have guns in their hands. I definitely can't go there alone. At the very least, we need a dozen guys to go with me, so that we can be safe. I was a soldier before, so I have some skills. I can take the lead. The residents who had adult males in their homes suddenly stopped talking. Female residents like Fang Yuqing, who had no adult males at home, were immediately excited. Yes, we women are weak and powerless, and we can't deal with such scum. Men in Building 25, now is the time to show your manliness. The men in our building are all great men. You must succeed. It's time to show your gentlemanly manners. I hope you will succeed immediately and protect us weak women. Of course, the adult males among the owners were not happy. Some of them are not married yet and live alone or share a house with friends. It is not completely impossible for them to risk their lives to fight against the villains. But looking at the attitudes of the female owners, they clearly look like female boxers. They also consider it their duty to risk their lives to fight against the villains. These men would not be happy about that. Please don't do that. You always gave priority to women in everything before, but now when we are in danger you let us go first. Why? Now we will give you the fair treatment you want. If you want to go, let's all go together. You are so good at boxing online, if you have the guts, go fight Qin Zhenghao and the others. It's not that I can't risk my life, but I will only protect my wife and children. When the female owners saw that the men were unwilling to deal with Qin Zhenghao, they changed their faces and started cursing. Are you men? Isn't this the time for you men to step up? How dare you say that you want a woman to take risks? You guys are such idiots. So disgusting. I will never marry someone like you in the future. The original purpose of recruiting new owners was to discuss how to deal with the risks brought by Qin Zhenghao. But inexplicably, a quarrel broke out over who should deal with Qin Zhenghao, and it eventually turned into a confrontation between a man and a woman. Zhang Yi was also speechless. This plot is exactly the same as in the previous life. This is also why, in his previous life, Qin Zhenghao killed half of the people in the building, but later he was still able to control everyone with just a gun. When they died, they just closed their eyes and didn't even dare to struggle. Upon seeing this, Uncle Yu anxiously appealed in the group. Everyone, stop arguing. The biggest problem right now is dealing with Qin Zhenghao. There is a female owner named Lu Tian who lives on the 7th floor of the apartment building. She is the main force in the quarrel between men and women, a 22-year-old fairy who just graduated. At this time, both men and women in the group were angry, and Lu Tian would scold men whenever she saw them speaking. Even when the kind-hearted Uncle Yu spoke, she typed quickly with 2 fingers. Uncle Yu, why are you pretending to be such a good guy? You were a soldier and you are so good at fighting. You should be the first one to rush forward when encountering something like this. There are so many men in our building. If we swap with them, the others will be safe. In today's society, it is obvious that we women are more important, and your only role as men is to provide services for us women. I hope all the stupid guys in the group will remember this and don't make me say it a second time. Lu Tiantian's speech was ridiculed by a group of male owners on the spot. It's the end of the world, who will pamper you little fairies now? Haha, do you really think you are an onion? You think you deserve to let us risk our lives to protect you? Uncle Yu, who was criticized, was even more speechless. He couldn't understand why everyone had such an attitude when he had good intentions and was thinking about everyone. He doesn't talk much and can't argue with others, so he just stops talking. Zhang Yi watched the chats in this group and thought it was quite lively and interesting as a joke. After all, there are limited ways to entertain yourself nowadays. All in all, his conclusion is just one point. The vast majority of people in this group of owners deserve to die. The verbal battle in the chat group became more and more intense. Maybe it was because they had been suppressed for too long, and everyone finally found an outlet to vent, so they all let it out. All the vicious and dirty words filled the chat group and were unbearable to hear. So much so that in the end they all forgot the original purpose of establishing the group. Zhang Yi put his phone aside and went to the kitchen. Although there are many ready-made meals in the alien space, he sometimes wants to cook for himself and enjoy life. Take out fresh ingredients from the alien space. The potatoes, onions, ginger, and garlic are all as fresh as if they had just been dug out of the soil. The beef brisket is also very tender, and the bright red meat looks very appetizing. Walmart is worthy of being the world's #1 supermarket brand, and the quality of the products it chooses is impeccable. Zhang Yi stewed a pot of potatoes and beef brisket, and also made some clay pot chicken recipes and put some pancakes on the edge of the pot. After stewing in this way, the pancakes absorb the soup and become particularly delicious. Picking up his phone, he found that Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning had sent him messages again. This time, there was a pleading voice. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning cried very hard, and it was obvious that they were also frightened by Qin Zhenghao's murder. The two green tea and white lotus girls have no ability to resist the bad guys. Therefore, they are all likely to become Qin Zhenghao's next targets. Especially after seeing the sturdy anti-theft door of Zhang Yi's home, they felt that Zhang Yi's home was a safe paradise and wanted to move in. Zhang Yi, no matter how big the conflicts between us were in the past, at least you loved me once, didn't you? You can't just watch me die, can you? I know you look tough on the outside, but you're soft at heart. Please, save me. Lin Caning is even more unscrupulous than Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I don't want to die. As long as you let me live in your house, I can do anything you ask me to do. But please don't let me die at the hands of those people. Zhang Yi could feel the fear in their hearts. To be honest, if Zhang Yi's house had not been reinforced at this time, living in such a cold and food-deficient home, he would be no less desperate than these two people. But will he pity these two women? Ha 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 ha, of course not. After all, this scene is what he most wants to see. The more desperate they were, the more excited Zhang Yi became. He didn't say anything but slowly took a video for them to watch. In the video, in front of Zhang Yi is a big pot of beef brisket stewed with potatoes, and a blazing fire is burning in the fireplace not far away. The warm and peaceful atmosphere in the house formed a sharp contrast with the blizzard and howling north wind outside. This was undoubtedly a huge stimulation for the two women at this moment. After all, now they can't even have enough food to eat, let alone survive. The two of them then said a lot of words begging for mercy, asking Zhang Yi to let them enter the room and live together. Zhang Yi chose to ignore it. Neither agree nor refuse. He just wanted to leave them a little hope, so that even though they knew the hope was slim, they still had to come and kneel down to lick his ass. The day passed in such boredom. After Qin Zhenghao and others have snatched a certain amount of supplies, they will not be in a hurry to continue taking action for the time being. They also understand that if things go too far, all the owners will unite against them. The most reasonable approach is to gather one group, appease one group, and then kill one group. However, that night, Zhang Yi noticed some unusual movements by Qin Zhenghao and others through surveillance. There was no electricity in the entire Tianhai city at night. Only Zhang Yi's family had the lights on, but people living in the same apartment building didn't notice. Zhang Yi saw several of Qin Zhenghao's younger brothers carrying two corpses out of the door. Zhang Yi looked carefully and felt that the two people looked familiar. The reason why I remember it so clearly is that Zhang Yi knew almost all the owners of the entire apartment building. But these two people obviously did not look like they were from their apartment building. Therefore, they could only be the other brothers called over by Qin Zhenghao when the snow just started. After a little thought, Zhang Yi figured out what was going on. When Qin Zhenghao led his men to attack Zhang Yi's house that day, Zhang Yi flushed him with a large water pipe. This extremely cold weather of -60 to 70 degrees Celsius is extremely deadly. So, these two people must have frozen to death. It is not surprising that colds and fevers caused by low temperatures can lead to death if there is no comfortable environment and treatment with drugs such as ibuprofen. Otherwise, why was the average life expectancy so short in ancient times? Both bodies were stripped of all their clothes and thrown at the stairs. Zhang Yi frowned, and at first he couldn't figure out what their purpose was in doing that. If you just want to dispose of the body, just throw it out of the window. The heavy snow will bury everything. Why throw it at the door? However, while his thoughts were switching in his mind, Zhang Yi suddenly thought of a very scary idea, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Chen Zhenghao left their bodies behind. Could it be that he was keeping them as backup food? This thought made Zhang Yi's hair stand on end and he shuddered. But this explanation is indeed the most reasonable. When the weather is freezing cold, the world is like a huge refrigerator and there is no need to worry about food spoiling. Much of modern people's understanding of the end of the world comes from apocalyptic movies. And cannibalism is not a rare thing in those themes. In the records of human history, there are horrific records of people exchanging their own children for food, eating rice and meat, etc. when disasters occurred. Perhaps it is because of the peace in recent years that some people have forgotten the history recorded in black and white. Until the end of the world. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, and his rapidly beating heart soon calmed down. He accepted this reality faster than most people. After all, he was a man who had experienced the end of the world once and was eaten as food. He knew that once people were at the end of their rope, they would resort to any cruel acts out of hunger and eat everything they could. Chen Zhenghao is such a ruthless person. Although Zhang Yi didn't like that gangster, he still couldn't help but sigh. Many people understand this truth. But if someone really uses the corpses of his brothers as food reserves before the food runs out, it's almost inhumane. After Chen Zhenghao killed the resident of room 301, the atmosphere in the entire apartment building became very tense. No one in the large group before dared to speak now. Chen Zhenghao seemed to realize it as well, and everyone secretly formed a new owners group behind his back. But there is no way to prohibit this kind of thing. He could only threaten and win over the owners. The situation is so difficult right now. Everyone is trying to survive. No one wants to kill anyone. If that guy from 301 hadn't attacked my people first, I wouldn't have accidentally killed him. After all, I'm not a demon. I hope that everyone can live in harmony in the future and lend us some food when we need it. As long as you cooperate, I promise that everyone can live in peace. After these words were spoken, some people really let down their guard. Some people even think that maybe it is true as Chen Zhenghao said, that the owner of 301 died because he was the first to take action. Stockholm Syndrome refers to this type of people. In the despair of death, they will be grateful as long as the perpetrators show them a little kindness. Zhang Yi still acted like a bystander, watching coldly, neither commenting nor participating. But in his heart, he was also a little more wary of Chen Zhenghao. Although his house was well guarded, Chen Zhenghao and his men had no chance of breaking in with just their broken gun. However, in the last days, it is always better to be more careful. If he really provokes me, I'll find a chance to kill him. Zhang Yi said lightly. This brief tranquility was broken the next day. Although every household was afraid to go out because of fear of Chen Zhenghao, they could not survive if they did not go downstairs to chop ice and get water. So, some people still quietly opened the door and planned to dig the snow when no one was paying attention. As a result, he was caught red-handed by the people sent by Chen Zhenghao to stake out the area. The supplies looted on the first day were all eaten up by the hungry thugs. Now they have red eyes and have regarded all the residents of the entire building as their prey. Once we catch someone, we won't be polite and will snatch everything away. In the new group, someone's urgent cry for help was heard. Zhang Yi opened the group chat and was immediately delighted. The person calling for help was none other than Lu Tian, who lived on the 7th floor. Chen Zhenghao lives on the 6th floor, just downstairs from her. As a result, that morning, when she wanted to sneak down to dig snow to get water while it was dark, she was caught red-handed. She lives alone, so it doesn't take much effort for her to clean up. He was the target of Chen Zhenghao and his men. In addition, they have been confined for nearly half a month, and Chen Zhenghao and these little Karami are feeling uncomfortable, so they are planning to find a woman to vent some of their emotions. Lu Tian is not very pretty, but she is young and has a decent figure. Since conditions are limited, people will no longer be picky. So the group of little Karamis rushed up with wrenches and iron bars, grinning. Lu Tian quickly closed the door and in desperation, she thought of asking her neighbors for help. Woo! Everyone come and save me. They are smashing my door, please, they will kill me. At Uncle Yu, please save me. Aren't you a veteran? They definitely can't beat you. This group of people can't be trusted at all, they are too cruel, we all need to unite. If anything happens to me, you'll be next. Lu Tian cried in the group and anxiously sent voice messages one after another. But yesterday, she was not like this when she spoke arrogantly in the group and angrily scolded a group of male owners. Uncle Yu replied, "Girl, this happened suddenly, and I can't handle so many of them by myself." Although Uncle Yu is kind, he will not go there and die in vain. Chen Zhenghao had 5 or 6 people and guns at his disposal, so even though he had been a soldier, he was unable to defeat them. If we had reached a consensus yesterday and formed a guard team, there would be hope of scaring them off. When Lu Tian heard Uncle Yu's words, her heart turned cold. She cried and said, "You can't do this. Can't you protect a weak woman like me? What kind of men are you? Woo, if I die, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost." Originally everyone had some sympathy for her, but when they found out that she was shamelessly using moral blackmail on everyone, they immediately became angry. In addition, Lu Tian sprayed all the men in the building yesterday, so everyone was settling new and old grudges together. Oh, yes, we are all useless. Little fairy, you are so powerful, you definitely don't need our help. Haha, the little fairy can fight. Beat those people to death. Didn't you scream so loudly yesterday? I thought you were so powerful, but in the end you still had to beg us to save you. You'd better die. If you die, thousands of families will be happy. The group was filled with cheerful laughter. No one had the slightest sympathy for the desperate situation Lu Tian encountered, instead, they seemed to be gloating over her misfortune. Because Lu Tian's house was robbed, at least they will be safe for a short period of time. When Lu Tian saw these cold sneers, she fell into complete despair. She turned to the female owners and asked them to save her. However, the responses from the female owners were also unanimous. We are all sisters, and there is nothing we can do in this situation. Come on, sister, hold on. I support you mentally. You have to hold on, otherwise if the door is broken, they might do something to you. That's right. There are so many of them. They will make you miserable. Some people were trying to comfort her perfunctorily, while others were trying to scare Lu Tian out of spite. After all, human joys and sorrows are not shared. Long-term isolation and the threat of death have distorted the minds of many people. More and more people joined the group chat, but the topic had changed. Sister, even if you die, you should take someone with you to die with you. This will be considered as getting rid of harm to the people. Right. Anyway, your house has been robbed and you probably won't be able to survive. You might as well take someone with you before you die. Lu Tian was shaking with anger. When she wanted to say something else, the door was kicked open with a bang. At Zhang Yi's home, he watched the surveillance video and saw Lu Tian screaming, and then she was grabbed by the legs and dragged out by several little Karamis. It's so cold outside, but you still remember to exercise. You guys are really energetic. Zhang Yi made such an exclamation. But it makes sense. In the current situation, no one knows when they will die. Before a living thing dies, the first thing it thinks of is to pass on its life factors. Zhang Yi took a bite of the chocolate bar and said to the surveillance camera, "At this temperature, any inch of skin exposed is life-threatening." Although no one saw what Lu Tian's final outcome was, we can guess what it was. What will be the fate of a girl if she falls into the mouth of a pack of wolves? Even if Chen Zhenghao and the others spared her life, she would have to wait for death if she lost all the resources she depended on for survival. However, no one felt too much grief in their hearts, but instead breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Tian can at least feed Chen Zhenghao and the others for a while. But even so, this has sounded a wake-up call to other owners. If this continues, they may not live long. That afternoon, Zhang Yi found himself suddenly pulled into a chat group again. He laughed in silence. In such an unstable environment, people became more and more suspicious and there were more and more small groups. It seems that if they hold together, they will become stronger. Zhang Yi took a look at the members in the group and found that there were only 6 or 7 people in it. Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing, and Lin Caning were all inside, along with several other neighbors. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, not knowing what they were trying to do. But soon, someone took the initiative to find him. Fang Yuqing, it's too dangerous outside now. Chen Zhenghao and his men will come after us sooner or later. We all need to stick together. Zhang Yi said calmly, it's okay, I'm living a comfortable life now. Lin Caning, that's not the case. You are alone, but Chen Zhenghao has 5 or 6 people and guns. So you are also very unsafe now. Zhang Yi curled his lips and asked, why don't you go ask Chen Zhenghao who broke his leg? Chen Zhenghao has not dared to come and retaliate until now, because he knows that Zhang Yi is a tough guy. Zhang Yi asked, so what do you want? Fang Yuqing quickly said, it's too dangerous for everyone to live separately now. So we decided to move in together, so that we can still have a fighting force even if we face Chen Zhenghao. Zhang Yi immediately laughed, why, now that you are all together, you are not afraid of the gun in Chen Zhenghao's hand? It's ridiculous. If having more people really works, there are more than 50 households in the building, and more than 100 people together. If they come together, one person can trample Chen Zhenghao to death. We are all cowards, and we get together just to seek psychological comfort. Another person in the group spoke. His name was Sun Jichao. Zhang Yi remembered that he was a white-collar worker in finance. With more people, at least they will be wary. And we can unite to seal the door, so we won't be afraid of them breaking in. It's just that right now, what we lack is a good base. Fang Yuqing quickly added, Zhang Yi, your house has a balcony, and the anti-theft door is very strong, which is very suitable for fighting Chen Zhenghao. So, we hope you can join our team and fight against Chen Zhenghao together. At this point, Zhang Yi finally understood. It must be Fang Yuqing who told these people that his house is so great. It is very likely that these people already know that Zhang Yi's home has a perfect insulation system and a large amount of food. Zhang Yi sneered. He could hear the sound of their abacus calculations from more than 10 floors away. Zhang Yi said bluntly, I don't need it, thank you. I am living very comfortably by myself now. If you want to live together, just find a place for yourselves. What a joke, 7 or 8 people squeezed into my own house. At this time, it is unclear who is a human and who is a ghost. Doesn't that mean you are putting yourself in danger? Besides, Zhang Yi doesn't owe them anything, so why should he do that? After being rejected by Zhang Yi, the people in the group were obviously very unhappy. Sun Jichao, Zhang Yi, everyone's life is in danger now, you can't be so short-sighted. Only if we are together can we survive. Another group member, Wang Min, also said, it's only because your floor has a balcony, which is convenient for getting snow water, that everyone chose your house. You think we are taking advantage of you, but in fact we can all protect you. Zhang Yi's mouth was crooked from laughing. He sent a message in the group, protect me. The series of question marks following the sentence reflected his inner sarcasm. Do you know what kind of life I am living now? You still protect me. How dare you say that? Fang Yuqing, hiding in the quilt, pursed her lips and then started firing. She knew that Zhang Yi hated her and would not let her into the house. That's why she is now using everyone to morally blackmail Zhang Yi. She felt that human life was at stake, and even if she, Lin Caning, Zhou Peng and others had behaved badly towards him, Zhang Yi should be more generous. Lin Caning, Zhang Yi, okay, I admit that we need your help. But think about it, if you just let us take refuge in your house, you can save 7 or 8 lives. Can you bear to watch us being killed by Chen Zhenghao? We have been friends and neighbors for so many years. Zhang Yi knew all of these 7 or 8 people, some of whom he had a good relationship with, and some of whom were colleagues working in the same place. They all spoke up and asked Zhang Yi to let them in because of their past friendship. It's a pity that Zhang Yi, who was persecuted to death in his previous life, is no longer the kind-hearted guy. Most of the people who had shared a share of the pie with him were also in this group. What is human nature to talk about in the end times? The only way is to survive. So he said, "It's already this time. Whether or not you can survive depends on your own ability. You are of no value to me, so why do you ask me to protect you?" After saying this, Zhang Yi directly chose to quit the group. It's just a dream to want to take advantage of him. Only he who has no morals will not be kidnapped. After chatting, Zhang Yi took out a box of potato chips from the alien space. He came to the window, sat on the soft imported recliner, and looked at the scenery outside while eating potato chips. Apart from the extreme cold outside, the snow scene is really beautiful. The earth is covered in silver, without any other colors, which is pleasing to the eyes. At this moment, he suddenly saw a shaking black dot appear on the 18th floor in front of him, followed by a scream full of despair. Zhang Yi looked carefully and found that it was a person falling from the sky. In a flash, he was stuck in snow that was 6 or 7 meters deep. The temperature outside was over 70 degrees below zero, and falling into the thick snow would surely mean death. It seems that the situation in other apartment buildings is similar to this one. Faced with the depletion of supplies, people began to scramble for supplies everywhere, and even resorted to violence and murder to rob. Wherever there are people, everything is evolving towards hell on earth. While eating potato chips, Zhang Yi was thinking about the future situation in his mind. It seems that in addition to being wary of the neighbors in this apartment building, we also need to be more cautious about the survivors outside. In the doomsday, anything can happen. In Building 25, Chen Zhenghao and others robbed several households in succession and killed 5 people directly and indirectly. This situation led many residents in the apartment building to unite. Their solution to this problem is for everyone to stay together instead of being separated. Then he used heavy objects to block the door to prevent Chen Zhenghao and others from breaking in. As for the method of getting water, it is through the window. Residents on some floors have balconies and are also exposed to the falling snow. As for Fang Yuqing, they live together in Wang Min's home on the 18th floor. Wang Min is Zhou Peng's cousin. She runs a cosmetics business in Tianhai City and is considered an independent strong woman. Therefore, he has some assets. His house has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, the same layout as Zhang Yi's. As for the other people, they are all colleagues in her company and good friends. After all, it is the end of the world. Even if we want everyone to stick together, we can only find people we can trust. Fang Yuqing and Lin Keining were able to come because Zhou Peng gave a guarantee. As for the token of allegiance, it was naturally the situation in Zhang Yi's family. At this time, a group of people were sitting in the living room, wrapped in thick down jackets, with scarves around their necks, as if they wanted to seal up their entire bodies. Since Zhang Yi rejected the proposal to live together, everyone was in a bad mood at this time. Wang Min looked at Fang Yuqing and Lin Keining and said calmly, "I agreed to let you live here because of my cousin, and you also promised to persuade Zhang Yi to let us live in his house. Now Zhang Yi doesn't agree at all. What do you think we should do about this matter?" Zhou Peng is a bootlicker, but Wang Min is a smart guy and can tell at a glance that these 2 girls are not easy to deal with. Therefore, if they hadn't brought up Zhang Yi, Wang Min would not have allowed them to join. Fang Yuqing hurriedly said, "Sister Wang, listen to me. Zhang Yi's house is really well stocked, and they even installed a fireplace. As long as we can live in his home, our future life will be very good." After being rejected repeatedly by Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing and the others no longer had any illusions about Zhang Yi. So they sold out all the information about Zhang Yi's family, including the photos and videos that Zhang Yi sent to them. Lin Keining also said, "Yes, you have all watched the video, you should understand how comfortable Zhang Yi's home is now. Let's all work hard and live in Zhang Yi's house. Not only can we fight against Chen Zhenghao, but we can also live a comfortable life." Upon hearing this, Wang Min and others couldn't help but take out their phones again to watch the video that Fang Yuqing forwarded to them. The video contains scenes of Zhang Yi's home, which are extremely eye-catching and make their eyes sparkle. Wang Min frowned, but his attitude has been made clear. He doesn't want us to move in at all. At this time, Sun Jichao, who was wearing glasses, raised his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a low voice, "People like him are too selfish. They don't care about other people's lives at all. We don't need to be too polite to this kind of person. I think, since there is only one person in his family, why don't we use some special methods? As soon as Sun Jichao said this, everyone looked over. Obviously, everyone understood what Sun Jichao meant, to break into Zhang Yi's house and force him to give up the house. His friend Lu Tao also loudly supported, I think this is a good idea. Such a selfish person only thinks about himself and doesn't know how to think about others. Why should he live in such a good house? Wang Min frowned slightly, but according to Zhou Peng, their anti-theft door is very strong. We are not the kind of people like Qin Zhenghao, and we are not good at this. Zhou Peng also said, yes, and Zhang Yi is particularly despicable. Last time we knocked on his door, he actually urinated on us from above. When talking about that incident, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining suddenly felt nauseous and almost vomited. Until now, the smell of Zhang Yi is still on their hair and skin. If it weren't for the cold weather and their stuffy noses, the smell would have taken them away. Sun Jichao raised his glasses and sneered, this matter is actually easy to handle. As long as we wrap ourselves tightly, wear masks, and go over with umbrellas, we don't have to worry about what he can do. As for breaking the door, He looked at Lu Tao standing aside. Lu Tao coughed and said, I used to work in a locksmith company, so I'm very familiar with this kind of thing. I can open all kinds of locks commonly used on the market. Hearing Lu Tao say this, Fang Yuqing and others almost jumped up with excitement. Great! As long as we can open their security door, we can rush in. I wonder how that bastard Zhang Yi can resist. Fang Yuqing cursed with gritted teeth. She had begged Zhang Yi so much before, but Zhang Yi refused to let her in and even did all kinds of humiliating things to her, making Fang Yuqing hate Zhang Yi to the core. Once we get through the door, I'm going to push his head into the toilet and make him eat a lot. Zhou Peng, the dog licker beside him, came over attentively and said, I'll be responsible for pulling it when the time comes. Fang Yuqing was disgusted by Zhou Peng's rudeness, but she still needed him now, so she smiled and said, okay, then you should eat more soy products and onions. A group of people looking happy. They obviously felt that if so many of them attacked together, Zhang Yi would not be able to resist anyway. So, a group of people found umbrellas, wrapped themselves tightly, and walked towards Zhang Yi's house with some guys who broke into the house. Zhang Yi's home has an alarm device installed, which will automatically sound the alarm whenever there is any movement on his floor. So Zhang Yi was the first to know when this group of people climbed up the stairs. He saw this group of people through the surveillance, but because they wrapped their bodies up, Zhang Yi thought it was Qin Zhenghao who brought people here. You came just in time. Since I didn't kill you last time, it would be nice to teach you a lesson this time. Zhang Yi said with a sneer. But he still had no intention of letting Qin Zhenghao die now. If Qin Zhenghao dies, who will clean up these bastard neighbors in the apartment building? Then there would be no fun to watch. This group of people were wrapped very tightly, and when they arrived not far from Zhang Yi's house, they immediately opened several umbrellas. Now, no matter whether Zhang Yi sprayed them with water or used stink bombs, he couldn't drive them away in a short period of time. All this was information provided by Fang Yuqing. She naively thought that even if Zhang Yi's family had prepared many defensive measures, the supplies in a house were limited after all. Spraying water and releasing stink bombs are Zhang Yi's last resort. People have arrived at Zhang Yi's door. They are holding umbrellas, but the Zhanlong security company has installed a lot of pinhole probes on this floor. You can capture the visitors' actions from various angles. After a group of people arrived at the door, Zhang Yi saw him and take out several shiny metal tools from his pocket. Then he poked his way into the keyhole of his security door. Break into the door and pick the lock. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't care. If their anti-theft door was so easy to pry open, the professionals from Zhanlong Security Company would be screwed. In addition to having a world-class security level, comparable to the anti-theft doors of bank vaults, this door is also equipped with 5 layers of defense. If you want to open the outermost lock, you must be a world-class lock-picking master to have a chance. Not to mention that a physical lever is added inside. The more complicated something is, the simpler the way to solve it is. On the contrary, it is the simple things that are difficult to deal with. For example, the door of Zhang Yi's house. Since he had no intention of going out from the beginning, he directly plugged the door with a 10 centimeters diameter steel rod. Unless you use a car to hit it repeatedly, it is impossible to break it with human power. Moreover, Zhang Yi had considered the possibility of others prying open the door, so he specially installed a special defense. Zhang Yi looked at the surveillance video on TV, then took out his mobile phone, opened the control software of the safe house, and gently pressed a button. In an instant, a huge electric current flowed through the security door. Lu Tao, who was concentrating on unlocking the door, let out a scream, and a strong electric current ran through his whole body. The people nearby were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they quickly stepped back. "Save me!" Lu Tao asked his companions for help with a grim face. The powerful electric current was like a pair of pliers, biting him tightly and he couldn't break free at all. Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng, and others nearby were dumbfounded. They had not expected this to happen and did not have the proper insulated tools to use. Soon, green smoke came out of Lu Tao's body and a burnt smell came from it. Boom. He fell to the ground, his clothes were burnt to shreds, and the skin on his arms and face was carbonized. Obviously he won't survive. Ah! Fang Yuqing, Lin Caning, and others nearby screamed. Seeing someone die in front of you is a huge shock. Inside the room, the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth slightly raised. For some unknown reason, I felt quite happy. But who can they blame? He actually had his eyes on Zhang Yi, he deserved to die. Wang Min and others felt a chill in their hearts, and their plan to pry the door open failed. Sun Jichao and Lu Tao have been friends for many years. When he saw his brother's tragic death, anger filled his eyes. "Zhang Yi, you son of a bitch, get out here." He picked up the shovel in his hand and smashed it towards Zhang Yi's door. The sound was so loud that it could be heard on several floors. However, the huge iron door did not have any dents or damage. After the paint on the surface falls off, the thick alloy inside is exposed. Zhang Yi came to the door, put his hands in his pockets, and said jokingly, "You want to break down my door? Aren't you looking for death?" He shook his head and sighed, "Hey, isn't it good to be alive?" Hearing Zhang Yi's mocking voice, the people outside the door were shocked and angry. Wang Min yelled, "Zhang Yi, we wanted to come to you in a friendly way to discuss living together. How could you kill someone? You are even worse than Chen Zhenghao. You are a murderous devil." After hearing a woman's voice, Zhang Yi realized that the person outside the door was not Chen Zhenghao. But he didn't feel any regret at all for killing Lu Tao. After all, such a person deserved to die. After thinking about it, he realized who the people in front of him were. It must be Fang Yuqing, Lin Caning, and their group coming over. After all, they are the only ones who know how comfortable Zhang Yi's home is. Zhang Yi looked unhappy and scolded him without any hesitation, "Are you pretending to be me? It was you who came to my house to break down the door and wanted to rob my house. You deserve to die. You still have the nerve to bark here. It really makes my dad laugh to death." Sun Jichao pretended to be calm. "Zhang Yi, we have no ill intentions, we just want to talk to you. But you killed our good brother Lu Tao without telling us. This is too much. Aren't you going to give us an explanation?" Zhang Yi laughed out loud. "Just come over to talk to me. Come uninvited, come up and pry open my door, and you call this talking? Humph, after prying the door open, the next step will probably be to kill me, or kick me out and let me fend for myself. And then you enjoy the safe house I worked so hard to prepare, right?" Several people looked at each other. This was indeed what they had originally thought. Sun Jichao's frown deepened. The tragic death of his good brother made him hate Zhang Yi to the core. But now, the most important thing is how to break in. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Zhang Yi, we'll give you one last chance. Open the door and let us in. Otherwise, the consequences will be unbearable for you." Fang Yuqing also shouted from outside, "Zhang Yi, we won't hurt you. We just want to live with you and face the disaster together. Don't be ungrateful." Lin Caning also shouted, "Yeah, at worst I can let you live in the master bedroom and provide you with supplies first." They were very excited at this time. Because just across the wall is heaven, they have been waiting for this day for a long time. Zhang Yi scoffed at their claims. Are you out of your mind? This house originally belongs to me, but you guys are distributing it like the master. If you have the ability, just use it. I'll see if you can break in. While speaking, Zhang Yi's hands were not idle. He had already loaded his pistol and had a crossbow in his hand. The hunting time is about to begin. Through surveillance, he could clearly see everything outside and even hear their whispered conversations. Sun Jichao and several others gathered together to discuss the next steps. Among the few people, Gu Jiaoliang, the most courageous, asked nervously, "What should we do? Now that Lu Tao is dead, no one can open the lock. How about we retreat? It would be bad if we attract the attention of Chen Zhenghao and the others." Sun Jichao cursed, "What are you afraid of? This is the 24th floor. Chen Zhenghao and his men would be exhausted if they climbed up here. Even if they wanted to kill people, they would start with the people on the lower floors." Wang Min said with a serious expression, "This Zhang Yi is indeed difficult to deal with. He looks like he knew the end of the world would come a long time ago, and he is very well equipped." That's right, some people gradually began to realize Zhang Yi's abnormality. In this icy apocalypse, everyone was starving and freezing, and even those who had food in stock at home had a very difficult time. But he was the only one who had enough food and warm clothes, and even chose to install a fireplace in Tianhai City, a southern city. Coupled with the sturdy anti-theft door, it is obvious that it is prepared for such a situation. Zhou Peng curled his lips and said angrily, "If that's the case, then Zhang Yi is even more hateful." He clearly knew that the snowstorm was coming, but he only cared about himself and didn't even notify the neighbors in advance. Pooh! He spat fiercely. Because he has a personal grudge against Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng will never miss any opportunity to slander Zhang Yi. Wang Min and others still frowned and ignored Zhou Peng. After all, if it were them, they would definitely prioritize themselves and their families, and not care about the lives of others. The question is, what should we do next? If prying the door open doesn't work, is it possible to just break it in? As Wang Min spoke, he looked at Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao and Gu Jiaoliang. These three are the few men in their team, and they are the main force if they want to force a goal. A few people whispered and discussed for a while. Zhang Yi saw through the surveillance camera that they left through the stairs again. He held a gun in his left hand and a crossbow in his right hand, and watched them leave leisurely. Zhang Yi could have taken action and shot both people. But he is not in a hurry at all. His life is too dull now and he needs some excitement. So he wanted to see how these people plan to break the door. This is also to prepare for dealing with more difficult people in the future. After a long time, they came back. This time, they brought a large and thick piece of wood. It looks like it was taken off the bed. Several women were holding umbrellas nearby to prevent Zhang Yi from splashing them with cold water. The three men held up wood and rushed towards the gate with a duong. The sound was so loud that Zhang Yi could feel the walls shaking. But he was not worried. The 20-centimeter thick steel plate could not be broken unless there was a Hulk in the opposing team. Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao and Gu Jiaoliang fought desperately. Zhang Yi just sat on the sofa, staring at them banging on the door, and observing the changes in the house through the mobile phone app at any time. This app is specially designed for users by Zhanlong Security Company, which can check the overall movement of the house at any time. He was not careless and held the weapon steadily. Once he found something was wrong, he would take action. However, Sun Jichao and others banged on the door with great force for a long time, and the whole building knew about it, but the door remained as strong as before. Apart from some white spots, there is not even a dent. After 5 minutes, everyone was completely dumbfounded. How thick is this door? Even the door of a bank vault isn't that strong. Whose house would have a door like this? Sun Jichao and his men were almost in despair and roared in anger. That was the sound of unwillingness and despair. Zhang Yi, who saw this scene through the surveillance camera, smiled slightly and felt much more assured about the quality of his safe house. Well, now it's time to teach you a lesson. Zhang Yi stood up, put the pistol in his pocket, and then opened an iron box. There are 20 crossbow arrows in this iron box, but the strange thing is that they are all covered with rust. Normally, this alloy crossbow arrow is unlikely to rust, but these 20 arrows are all covered in rust, as if they had been stored in a humid environment for several years. In fact, they were all rust marks deliberately created by Zhang Yi. Even the slightest abrasion of the skin can cause tetanus. In this environment where there is no access to medical care, it will not be fatal quickly, but will only cause the wound to become infected and then fester and rot. If a person is shot by it, he will either have to choose amputation to save his life, or wait to die in extreme pain. Zhang Yi gained this experience from Chen Zhenghao. Although Chen Zhenghao's legs were disabled, he still survived through some means. But next time, if he is hit by this tetanus arrow again, Zhang Yi wants to see how he survives. Zhang Yi showed a devilish smile on his face and climbed up the shooting hole. Fang Yuqing and a few others were holding umbrellas and couldn't see the situation of the people below clearly. Zhang Yi didn't care about that and just shot under the umbrella. You are lucky if you die, but it is best if you are not dead. Call out. The tetanus arrow shot directly through the umbrella, followed by a shrill scream. Zhang Yi didn't wait for them to react and quickly loaded the second arrow. There was no need to aim since they were all standing together anyway. The second arrow was shot out, and another scream was heard. Zhang Yi quickly loaded the bow and drew his bow. Those people finally reacted at this time and ran away screaming. Zhang Yi took his time, he aimed at them and shot, and he intentionally avoided vital parts, shooting specifically at the arms and thighs. Of the remaining 6 people, 3 were hit by arrows, and 1 was hit by 2 arrows. However, due to the slow loading speed of the crossbow, before Zhang Yi could shoot an arrow at them, they ran into Zhang Yi's blind spot. Zhang Yi shrugged. It doesn't matter. Those guys are already dead anyway, and they will die miserably in extreme pain. As for the others, Zhang Yi has plenty of time to play with them. As I said, time is on Zhang Yi's side. Or should we say that Zhang Yi is steady, because even at this moment, he still didn't open the door to go out and finish off the enemy. Let's talk about whether it is stable or not. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance of getting hurt, Zhang Yi would never take the risk. It's just that the consumption of crossbow arrows is a big problem. Zhang Yi frowned and began to think about the long term. He originally bought 300 crossbows and 300 bows and arrows. After using it up every time, it was difficult for him to go out and recycle it. Although there are still a lot of things left, as the old saying goes, if you don't think about the future, you will have immediate worries. After Zhang Yi thought about it for a while, an idea suddenly came to him. He opened the alien space, searched around in it, and immediately found what he wanted. There are many marbles for bearings in the warehouse, which can also be fired with a crossbow. There are also toy glass marbles. Although their lethality is not as strong as that of steel pillars, they are also very powerful when shot out by professional-grade crossbows. Even if the crossbow arrows are not enough, there are still many metal products inside that can be dismantled and modified. Zhang Yi felt comfortable immediately. I can live off these things for the rest of my life. He felt comfortable, but some people were in a miserable state at this time. Fang Yuqing and 7 other people originally wanted to take advantage of their numbers to rob Zhang Yi's house. But in the end, they lost more than they gained. Not only did 1 person die, but 3 others were shot by crossbow arrows and had to run back in embarrassment. They didn't even dare to pick up Lu Tao's body. Fang Yuqing, Wang Min, Sun Jichao and others fled back like lost dogs. After returning to the house and closing the door, the group of people were covered in cold sweat and gasping for breath. Especially the wounded, who gritted their teeth in pain and fell on the sofa. Zhang Yi's arrows hit Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoliang. After all, they were the main attackers at the time and were closest to Zhang Yi's door. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining had seen Zhang Yi's methods before, so they deliberately stood back and were not hit by the arrows. As a result, out of the 7 people who went there, 4 men either died or were shot by tetanus arrows. Because the weather was so cold, they didn't feel much pain at first. But after returning home, several people had to grit their teeth and undress while enduring the extreme cold. When they saw the wound, their faces all changed. If it is an ordinary arrow, you can just pull it out, disinfect it with alcohol, and take some anti-inflammatory drugs. But this arrow is covered with rust. Without antibiotics, once infected, in the current environment, all you can do is wait to die, and it will be a very miserable death. No, no. How could this happen? Sun Jichao's pupils constricted. He understood what this meant, and the fear of death instantly enveloped him. Bang. There was a crisp sound, and Wang Min slapped Fang Yuqing angrily. Those who were injured were all her relatives and friends. And all this was caused by Fang Yuqing instigating them to rob Zhang Yi's house. How could she not be angry? Bitch, it's all your fault. Didn't you say that only the door of his house was strong? Why was there an arrow? Did you know about it a long time ago? That's why you ran so far away. Why are you all fine? Wang Min is not petite, she is much taller than Yuqing and Lin Caning. This slap made Fang Yuqing tremble with fear. Fang Yuqing covered her face and shed tears of grievance. I don't know either. The last 2 times we went there, he didn't attack us with crossbows. Zhou Peng was hit by an arrow in the arm. Seeing his beloved woman being beaten by his cousin, he hurriedly struggled to come over and stood in front of Fang Yuqing. Cousin, don't be like this. I can testify that Yuqing really doesn't know. Seeing that her cousin was so stupid, Wang Min hated him for not fighting for it. She pointed at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, then why are they both fine? Humph, I saw them hiding far away just now. Lin Caning was unhappy and whispered, aren't you not injured? How dare you talk about us? Wang Min was so angry that he yelled, I was just lucky and didn't get shot. Now all of us are harmed by you, get out of here. However, Sun Jichao reached out to stop Wang Min and gave her a wink. We are all injured now, and someone has to take care of us. He said in a low voice. He didn't want to die yet, so he had to pull out the arrow and pray that he wouldn't get infected so that he could survive. Wang Min's chest heaved violently, and he looked at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning hatefully. Why don't you come and help? Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning lowered their heads, with a hint of resentment in their eyes. But he still went to help the wounded treat their wounds. After undressing, they saw the power of the arrows and their faces immediately turned pale. Zhang Yi's crossbows are all professional grade and can be used to hunt wild boars and coyotes. It shot onto the person's body and immediately penetrated deeply into him. They don't have professional medical staff or equipment here, so there's no way to deal with it. If they are not handled properly, they will bleed to death. Wang Min thought for a moment and said, we can only ask Dr. Zhou to come and help. The Dr. Zhou she was talking about was Zhou Qir. When Lin Xiaohu's liver was ruptured after being kicked, it was she who helped save his life. Wang Min walked aside and called Zhou Qir. After a while, Zhou Qir came over. Wang Min walked over and excitedly took Zhou Qir's hand. Dr. Zhou, our lives all depend on you. Zhou Qir wore a black, knee-length down jacket, wrapping herself tightly, but it still couldn't hide her tall and slender figure. She carried an iron medicine box on her shoulder. After entering the house, he took a look at the injuries of several people and immediately frowned. Another arrow wound. Wang Min blinked curiously, again. Who else has been shot by an arrow? An unnatural look flashed across Zhou Qir's face. No, he was a patient from the previous hospital. Wang Min felt a little strange, but he didn't have time to think about it now. Dr. Zhou, please take a look at them as soon as possible. Zhou Qir didn't say any more nonsense and walked over to check the injuries of several people. By now, their faces had turned frighteningly pale. Since the arrow cannot be pulled out, there is no way to stop the bleeding. In temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees Celsius, this in itself is extremely deadly. Zhou Qir took a look and frowned, their injuries are too severe. Unless there is professional equipment, I am not completely sure about performing surgery. Wang Min quickly said, Dr. Zhou, it's already this late, just do it. We believe in you. Zhou Qir shook her head. The arrows are covered in rust, which can cause infection. The most I can do is pull the arrow out, but without antibiotics it will get infected. I'm afraid. She didn't say the rest of the words, but everyone at the scene understood what it meant. Under such conditions, once infected, death is certain. Wang Min's tears immediately flowed down. Sun Jichao and others were close friends, and Zhou Peng was her cousin. In the last days, people already feel particularly insecure. If you lose so many relatives and friends in one day, it will definitely make you devastated. That Zhang Yi has such a cruel heart. He must have done it on purpose. How could he be so cruel? Even if we occupy his house, we won't take his life. Wang Min cursed sadly. Zhang Yi. When Zhou Qi heard the name, she also remembered it. She had met Zhang Yi several times and vaguely remembered that he was a sunny and handsome man. However, due to Zhou Qi's aloof personality, she didn't communicate with him very often. In short, if there is no medicine, just pulling out the arrow will still be very life-threatening. I hope you can understand. Zhou Qi said lightly. Today, she is no longer shy about anything. In the end times, everyone should be prepared to die at any time. Suddenly, Fang Yuqing seemed to think of something. She said excitedly, medicine. I remember Zhang Yi has some at home. When Wang Min, Sun Jichao and others heard that Zhang Yi had medicine, they immediately became excited. When people are dying, they will grasp at any straw. Sun Jichao struggled and said, is this true? Does he really have the medicine? Wang Min also stared at her. Fang Yuqing, don't lie. Because of you, several of us were seriously injured. Now when she hears the name Zhang Yi, she still feels a lingering fear. Fang Yuqing said, it was about a month ago. From that time on, Zhang Yi seemed to have changed completely. He started to hoard things at home like crazy. I see trucks delivering things to him almost every day. Once, I saw a car from a pharmaceutical company drive into the community, and Zhang Yi went to pick it up. Then, they carried 2 large boxes to his house. They must have contained drugs. Zhou Qi heard this and said, antibiotics are not rare drugs. If he really knew about the disaster and stockpiled them in advance, he must have a large amount of antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs on hand. As a doctor, Zhou Qi is very sure of this. Sun Jichao seemed to have seen hope of survival, and the light in his eyes was a little crazy. Then go find Zhang Yi and ask him to bring the medicine to save my life. He is the one who caused my injury, so he must save me. Wang Min gritted her teeth, looking conflicted. But after what just happened, he must be disgusted with us. Why would he give us medicine? Gu Jiaoliang could no longer bear the pain. He lay on the sofa, groaning in pain. Ouch, I feel like I'm dying. Think of a solution. Go ask Zhang Yi to save us. Fang Yuqing also said, we didn't hurt him, and we plan to leave some supplies for him after breaking the door. On the contrary, he is the one who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness and wants to kill us. We are the one who is on the side of justice, so what are we afraid of? After hearing what these people said, Zhou Qi basically understood what had happened, and a look of speechlessness suddenly flashed across her eyes. But this matter had nothing to do with her, so she didn't comment much. Instead, he opened the medicine box, took out gauze, and stopped the bleeding of several people. There's nothing left in the medicine box. The medicines she kept at home were for emergency use, so there wouldn't be too many. Moreover, in the past few days, I have helped several neighbors with their treatment, so naturally the inventory has bottomed out. If Wang Min and the others couldn't get the medicine, perhaps she could only help pull out the arrow and then bandage it reluctantly. At least it can make their death less painful. A group of people spoke nicely. Until now, they still think they are not wrong. They are just trying to survive. What's wrong with that? We can only blame Zhang Yi for being too selfish. Why should he enjoy such good living conditions alone? After Wang Min thought for a while, he suddenly pointed at Fang Yuqing and said, I'll leave this matter to you. I know that Zhang Yi pursued you before, so you are the most suitable person to do it. Sun Jichao and Gu Jiaoliang also expressed their agreement weakly. After all this was caused by Fang Yuqing. If she hadn't told a few people about the situation at Zhang Yi's house and assured them that Zhang Yi's defenses were weak and could be easily breached, they wouldn't have been so stupid as to take the risk. Although Zhou Peng was somewhat reluctant to let Fang Yuqing go to Zhang Yi for help, the severe pain in his arm and the danger of death made him choose to stand on Wang Min's side. He said to Fang Yuqing, Yuqing, we are a group, right? I am sorry to have wronged you in this matter. Only if we all live well can we protect you. Fang Yuqing had a conflicted look on her face and was very reluctant. After all, she had been insulted by Zhang Yi before. But now she has no choice. It was only because of her relationship with Zhou Peng that she was able to join this group. Otherwise, a weak woman like her would not be able to play much of a role in fighting against bullies like Qin Zhenghao. No other team would choose to have her join. Even if you can join in, you might just become a toy. Women, especially those who have no skills other than being able to act coquettishly and having a pretty face, are so cheap in the end times. Joe Keir picked up the scalpel, but the conditions were limited and disinfection was impossible. Even with an alcohol lamp, it will clump at this temperature. What's more, without medicine, current disinfection is just a meaningless task. She asked Sun Jichao to bite the towel and then started digging out the arrows. In the operation scene without anesthesia, screams like a pig being slaughtered were soon heard, and the towel in Sun Jichao's mouth was almost bitten to pieces by him. Everyone in the room was horrified and hurriedly urged Fang Yuqing to borrow medicine from Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth and called Zhang Yi's voice on WeChat. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Yi was at home, preparing to eat something. It's amazing to say, even though it was his first time killing someone, he felt incredibly calm inside. There was no fear, but instead a sense of excitement at having successful revenge. This made him very satisfied. To survive in the end times, one must have this kind of mentality. He was really afraid that he would vomit or suffer from insomnia. After all, he has experienced more desperate situations than anyone else now, and nothing can make him mentally collapse. At this time, the phone rang. Zhang Yi took it with interest, and when he found out it was Fang Yuqing calling, he couldn't help but widen his eyes with a surprised smile on his face. Oh. You just got beaten so badly by me, are you going to call me and scold me now? Zhang Yi answered the call without hesitation. The more miserable the other person is, the happier he is. He turned on the speakerphone and started making lunch in the kitchen. Hey, what's up? Zhang Yi's voice was very gentle, as if it was not him who had just killed Lu Tao and shot arrows at Sun Jichao and others. But the more he spoke in this tone, the more creepy Fang Yuqing and others felt. Fang Yuqing was chatting with the speaker on under the gaze of several people. She begged, Zhang Yi, Lu Tao is dead, Zhou Peng and the others were shot by you and are about to die. Woo! She cried miserably, as if trying to win Zhang Yi's sympathy. However, Zhang Yi just said calmly, oh, if you die, you die. You have to die sooner or later. He held a knife in his hand and leaned close to the microphone and said quietly, you don't think you can survive this snowstorm, do you? The sound seemed to come from hell, and Wang Min and others felt a chill on their backs. Zhang Yi expressed their greatest fear deep in their hearts. The city was blocked by heavy snow, and their building had become an isolated island. Even if they are able to survive now, their supplies will soon be exhausted. Even if they are not killed by Chen Zhenghao, they will freeze to death or starve to death. Fang Yuqing cried tremblingly, Zhang Yi, I know I was wrong. It's all my fault for not agreeing to your pursuit. But now I want to change. Can you forgive me? Zhang Yi asked calmly, what do you think? Next to Fang Yuqing, Wang Min and others pushed her and asked her to get down to business. Fang Yuqing sniffed and cried, Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng, and the others were shot by you and are now seriously injured. There is no medicine at home, they will be infected and die. Didn't you buy a lot of medicine before? Please lend us some. I promise I will never bother you again. Zhang Yi's hands paused as he was cooking. He was confused by Fang Yuqing's amazing logic. Fang Yuqing, guess why I shot them with rusty arrows? I want them to be infected and die in pain. This is exactly my goal. You actually came over to me to borrow medicine. Are you crazy? Zhang Yi cursed with a smile. Don't Fang Yuqing and the others understand this? But now, if they don't shamelessly come to Zhang Yi, they can only watch several of their companions die. The three men, including Zhou Peng, are their hope for survival in the future. Fang Yuqing cried and said, Zhang Yi, we were wrong. Please let them go this time. We promise that we will never cause trouble for you in the future. Besides, the world is so difficult now, we should help each other. Can you please stop being so cold-blooded? Would you feel happy if they died? Before Fang Yuqing finished speaking, Zhang Yi said firmly, yes, I am very happy now. Fang Yuqing was choked for a moment and didn't know what to say. Wang Min came over anxiously and said to Zhang Yi, I'm Wang Min. Do you remember that I treated you to a meal before? Zhang Yi immediately rolled his eyes. In the past, Wang Min asked him for help to get a batch of goods from the warehouse at a low price. Zhang Yi ate her meal, but later helped her make a lot of money. Do you think this is interesting? Zhang Yi asked with a sneer. Wang Min swallowed, and heard Zhou Peng's screams in the living room again. After Zhang Yi heard this, he looked satisfied, wishing he could only see their miserable appearance. Wang Min said, Zhang Yi, everyone is in danger now, and there is a bully like Qin Zhenghao who is harming people's lives. If you are a good person, you may be able to help us in the future. You give us the medicine this time. I, Wang Min, will remember your kindness in the future and will definitely return it to you. Zhang Yi said disdainfully, favor. Do you think I'm a fool? Those hanging men were all injured by me. There is also a guy here who died. His body is at my door. No matter what I do, this feud will never end. Help you and wait for you to take revenge on me in the future. This is so funny. Wang Min wanted to explain, we are not that kind of people. Stop talking. It's really boring. Zhang Yi tooted twice. Whether you are that kind of person or not is not important to me. What's important is that I don't believe you are that kind of person, so I won't save you. Save someone who wants to harm you. That is not a purely virginal act. No matter how wonderful the other party's words are, Zhang Yi will not be shaken. Seeing that Zhang Yi refused to listen, several people began to get anxious. Wang Min's eyebrows were raised. Zhang Yi, please don't push us too far. If you insist on killing us, we don't know what we can do. Facing Wang Min's intimidation, Zhang Yi smiled disdainfully and said, haven't you done everything you can do? If you had the ability, you would have broken into my house, killed me, and taken everything from me. Grandpa, I wasn't brought up to be scared. This won't work on me. Fang Yiqing snatched the phone and cried to Zhang Yi, do we have to go this far? We had such a good time in the past. Why can't we give up our prejudices against each other and start over? In fact, Qing'er has always had you in her heart. At this time, Zhou Peng next door was performing surgery while biting a towel. After hearing this, his eyes almost popped out and he whimpered even louder. Zhang Yi is quite impressed by this kind of green tea girl, whose face is thicker than the corner of the city wall. But it's not surprising. In the current environment, Zhang Yi is equivalent to a wealthy man. Gold diggers are first-rate at pestering wealthy men. Suddenly, an evil idea came into Zhang Yi's mind. He knew that the others were not far away and Zhou Peng could hear their conversation. So Zhang Yi deliberately said, hey, Yiqing, actually I still have feelings for you in my heart. It's just that you hurt me too deeply at the beginning, and I can't let it go. These words were like a match that ignited the dawn of hope for Fang Yiqing. She ignored the angry looks of the people around her and said with excitement, trembling all over, Brother Zhang Yi, I knew you would love Qing'er. You are so stupid. Qing'er's favorite person is you. Those things before were just to test you. Alas, you are so stupid. How come you don't understand other people's thoughts? Wang Min and others nearby felt so embarrassed, and Zhou Peng was so angry that he almost fainted. However, everyone thought that only if Fang Yiqing really hooked up with Zhang Yi would she have a chance to get his house and supplies, so they kept silent. Brother Zhang Yi, let Qing'er live in your house. From now on, Qing'er is your woman. Whatever you want Qing'er to do, no matter how you want her to do it, Qing'er will listen to you. Okay. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. Okay. Fang Yiqing jumped up on the spot with excitement, even more excited than after drinking soy milk. Lin Caning said impatiently, take me with you, take me with you. Fang Yiqing glanced at her coldly and sneered in her heart. Zhang Yi's cold voice came from the phone again. But, Yiqing, you are the only one I love. So I can only accept you coming alone. As for those questionable people, you should keep your distance from them. The current environment is so difficult, we should not let a group of people come and hold us back. Don't you agree? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene changed color. Originally, I hoped that after Fang Yiqing hooked up with Zhang Yi, everyone would benefit from it. Why does it sound like Zhang Yi wants to cut ties with them? Fang Yiqing was so excited at this moment that she didn't care about the people around her at all. She nodded rapidly and agreed readily. Okay, brother, you have the final say. Qing'er will listen to you. Then come over now and don't worry about the others. Yeah, I'll be right there, brother, wait for me. Fang Yiqing's excited little face flushed. When she thought that she could escape from her current hellish life, she thought of nothing else. She immediately ran out the door. Wang Min and others have already accumulated enough anger. Seeing that Fang Yiqing was really going to abandon them and go to Zhang Yi by herself, Lin Keining reached out and grabbed her. Fang Yiqing turned around and roared with a distorted expression, "Get out of here. Don't stop me from going to Zhang Yi's house. I've had enough of this kind of life." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Min slapped her hard in the face. "You shameless bitch, you've caused us so much trouble, and now you want to just walk away. No way. Wang Min and the others are so angry now. It was you, Fang Yiqing, who came here and lured us to attack Zhang Yi's house. As a result, now some of us are dying and some are injured, and you want to abandon us all and go enjoy yourself. There is no door." Zhou Peng, who was undergoing surgery, was so angry when he heard that Fang Yiqing was going to find Zhang Yi. "Yiqing, how could you do this to me? Didn't you say you hate Zhang Yi the most? Remember you said you wanted to be my woman." Fang Yiqing was slapped by Wang Min. She covered her face but gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, "Is there anything wrong with me pursuing my own happiness? Being with you is only temporary. After everyone runs out of supplies, won't we just die? Zhang Yi's home is so comfortable, with food and drink, and he doesn't have to suffer from the cold. What's wrong with me going over to him?" She looked at Zhou Peng, who had a painful look on his face, with an expression that said, "You have to understand me. Zhou Peng, you are a good person and have always been nice to me in the past. But if you love someone, you should want her to be happy, right? Although you have helped me in the past, you shouldn't stop me from pursuing a better life. Can you give me as much as Zhang Yi gives me?" Zhou Peng's face turned frighteningly pale, and he stammered, not knowing how to refute. Zhou Qi frowned and said to him, "Don't move. Otherwise, if you cut your aorta, you'll be dead." Wang Min became nervous and hurried over to hold Zhou Peng down. "Cousin, don't be so angry about this bitch, save your life first." She took a deep breath, stared at Fang Yiqing and said, "Fang Yiqing, we won't stop you if you want to leave, but only if Zhang Yi brings the medicine over in exchange." Lin Keining blocked the door and raised her neck. "Fang Yiqing, if we want to leave, let's go together." Fang Yiqing looked at them with hatred, and had no choice but to say to Zhang Yi, "Brother Zhang Yi, you heard it too, they won't let me go. Why don't you give them some medicine?" Zhang Yi was watching the show in the kitchen. Hearing Fang Yiqing's words, he smiled slightly and said, "Medicine is very precious. How can I believe that they are not lying to me? They may also be lying to you. Maybe they will hold you hostage, use you to threaten me, and keep asking me for things. Qing'er, we can't be fooled." Since the external speaker was on, everyone could hear the conversation between the two people clearly. Zhou Peng was still shouting excitedly, "Yiqing, don't believe him. He is just playing tricks on you." Yes, that's what outsiders think. But those who are involved are often confused, and in such an environment, Fang Yiqing's mental state had already become a little abnormal. Zhang Yi gave her a glimmer of hope, and she was like a drowning person grabbing a straw. Even though he knew rationally that it couldn't save his life, he still held on tightly, unwilling to let go. She nodded repeatedly, yes, brother Zhang Yi, what you said makes sense." After saying that, she rushed towards Lin Keining who was blocking the door like crazy. "Get out of here, bitch. Don't stop me." The two women immediately started fighting. In order to be able to go to Zhang Yi's house, Fang Yiqing went completely crazy and fought with red eyes. She desperately tore Lin Keining's hair and bit Lin Keining's arm with her teeth. Lin Keining felt pain and started fighting with her like crazy. The two people fell to the ground, looking like two crazy women. Wang Min couldn't bear to watch it anymore. There were several patients undergoing surgery here, and if they continued fighting like this it might affect the operations. So she also joined the battle, and worked together with Lin Keining, and finally subdued the crazy Fang Yiqing. "Ah! Let me go, let me go. Let me go." Fang Yiqing shouted at the top of her lungs, like a madman. Wang Min frowned, swung his hands, and slapped her face left and right, 6 or 7 times. Fang Yiqing was stunned and finally calmed down. Wang Min snorted coldly, "You want to leave? Dream on." She picked up Fang Yiqing's cell phone and went to the side to call Zhang Yi. "Hey, Zhang Yi. Fang Yiqing is in our hands now. If you really want to save her, give her the medicine in exchange." Zhang Yi shrugged. "There are too many of you. I'm scared. What if you take the opportunity to kill me?" "So Yiqing, although brother also wants to live with you, they won't allow it. You mustn't blame brother." Zhang Yi spoke loudly on purpose. Naturally, Fang Yiqing also heard these words. She screamed in pain, looking at Wang Min and others with vicious eyes. Zhang Yi hung up the phone at the right time with an evil smile on his face. The cruelest thing in this world is to give desperate people a glimmer of hope, and then let them never be able to touch this glimmer of hope. Of course he couldn't let that green tea girl in, he just wanted to discuss those people. At worst, they could just kill Fang Yiqing. Fang Yiqing and the others are here. Fang Yiqing wailed for a long time, and finally burst into tears of grievance. But she didn't hate Zhang Yi, but Zhou Peng, Wang Min, and others. She felt that if Zhou Peng, Wang Min, and others had not stopped her, she would have been in Zhang Yi's house now, eating delicious food and enjoying the warm fireplace. Wang Min sneered at Fang Yiqing. She glanced at Lin Caning. She was very satisfied with Lin Caning's performance just now. At least she was not in the same group with Fang Yiqing. They are really good friends, they betray each other when disaster strikes. You can see that this woman only thinks about herself and never considers others. If you want to stay in our team, keep an eye on her. Don't let her run away. Wang Min said coldly to Lin Caning. Lin Caning nodded repeatedly. Sister Wang, I will definitely listen to you. She glanced at Fang Yiqing who was crying on the ground, her eyes full of hatred, and said word by word, I will never let her run away alone. If we have to suffer, we should suffer together. Why should you enjoy the good life alone? In the living room, Zhou Qi performed simple operations on 3 people. Since there was no means of disinfection or anesthesia, they could only quickly pull out the rusty tetanus arrow and use gauze to stop the bleeding. Sadly, there weren't even any cotton balls for disinfection because the weather was so cold that the medical alcohol had frozen. The only good news was that the temperature was too low, so they did not faint in pain. But the disadvantages are also very obvious. Under such extremely low temperatures, the body can easily become necrotic. Zhou Qi finished the operation and wiped the blood off her hands. She closed the toolbox and said to Wang Min and others, this is just a temporary solution. If there is no medicine, there is a high probability of infection later. So you must be mentally prepared. Wang Min and the others' eyes were full of helplessness. Since Zhang Yi refused to pay any attention to them, how could they get the medicine? Zhou Qi extended her hand toward Wang Min. Of course she couldn't help for nothing. Wang Min also knew the rules and took out a bag of biscuits and handed it to her. Although it wasn't much, if she ate sparingly, it would be enough for her to eat for 2 days. Zhou Qi was quite satisfied and left. After Zhou Qi left, the atmosphere in the room became extremely depressing. The wound was still causing severe pain, causing the 3 men to lie on the sofa, wrapped tightly in the quilt and unwilling to move. Zhou Peng looked at Fang Yiqing lying on the ground, his eyes filled with grief. As for the others, they all looked at her with unkindness. Sun Jichao took a deep breath, we can't just wait to die. We must get medicine from Zhang Yi. Otherwise, once the wound gets infected, we will all die miserably. He looked at Wang Min and Lin Caning and said in a deep voice, you should understand that if there is no one around to protect you, it will be difficult to survive in this apocalypse. Wang Min and Lin Caning did not look happy. They understood that what Sun Jichao said was true, otherwise Wang Min would not have chosen them to form a team in the first place. But we have no way to deal with Zhang Yi at all. Wang Min took a deep breath, his face full of helplessness. Even the assault on them failed, and they suffered heavy casualties. What other good solutions can we have? Sun Jichao gritted his teeth, the physical pain made him desperate. I have an idea, you can try it. Everyone's eyes lit up and they looked at Sun Jichao. Is there any solution? As long as there is hope, we have to give it a try. Yes, if we continue like this, we will just die. We might as well give it a try. Sun Jichao said, Zhang Yi has a fireplace at home, which means he has stored a lot of fuel. And looking at his videos, there is plenty of food. At present, only a few of us know this news. But right now, it is obviously impossible for us to break into Zhang Yi's house. It would be better to leak this news and let everyone in the entire building know. Sun Jichao's eyes were as vicious as a cobra. If a few of us can't handle him, can a few hundred people handle him? Not to mention there's also a mad dog named Chen Zhenghao, who has a gun in his hand. That group of people is capable of all kinds of evil, including murder. They will definitely go after Zhang Yi. We will just need some medicine and food by then, which shouldn't be a problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jieliang said excitedly, "This is a good idea, I agree." The others didn't hesitate for long before nodding in agreement. After all, they have no better choice at the moment. Fang Yuqing suddenly yelled at everyone, "You are so shameless. How can you do this? I want to live with Zhang Yi in the future. If you destroy him, what will I do in the future?" Wang Min had a cold face and went over and slapped her hard. At this time, Fang Yuqing's face was swollen like a pig's head. Wang Min pulled her hair and dragged her to the bedroom amid Fang Yuqing's screams. Then Wang Min shouted to Zhou Peng, "Zhou Peng, come here and kill her for me." Zhou Peng injured his arm, but the injury was not too serious. After all, Zhang Yi didn't aim at the vital points at the beginning. He wanted these people to get infected and die from pus. Therefore, Zhou Peng can still exercise after taking out the arrow. Zhou Peng was stunned for a moment when he heard Wang Min's words. He hesitated and said, "Cousin, this is not good, right? I really like her, how can I hurt her?" Fang Yuqing was also trembling on the bed and begging for mercy. "No, you can't do this to me. Zhou Peng, didn't you say you loved me the most?" Wang Min spat and said disdainfully, "You little vixen, you've caused us so much trouble. It's a bargain for you just to let you sleep with my cousin." She said to Zhou Peng, "Silly brother, don't be confused anymore. This kind of woman is very cheap, I don't know how many people she has slept with. To put it bluntly, you just want to sleep with her, right? I'll give you a chance to fulfill your wish this time. Let's see how she can deceive you in the future." They are all women, and Wang Min knows very well how to deal with Fang Yuqing. As long as Zhou Peng sleeps with her once, he won't be so new to her anymore. Zhou Peng roared and rushed to the bedroom, but ended up pushing Wang Min away. "Don't say that to her. Yuqing and I are truly in love, I will never force her," Zhou Peng said with his neck stiff. Wang Min glared and pointed at Zhou Peng, and was so angry that she couldn't speak for a long time. "You useless licker." In the end, she underestimated the loyalty of the bootlicker. Zhou Peng said, "No, I'm not a bootlicker. Yuqing, she is a woman who really treats me well. I believe that as long as I use time to impress her, sooner or later she will fall in love with me." Zhou Peng said this, turning around and giving Fang Yuqing a smile that he thought was handsome. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." He still remembers when he first came to the city, he was young and unfamiliar with the place. With only a junior high school education, he was looked down upon by many people around him. Then only Fang Yuqing gave him a friendly smile, and even kindly asked Zhou Peng to help her move things. When he was lonely, Fang Yuqing gave him the opportunity to treat her to a meal. This feeling of being trusted has always remained warm in Zhou Peng's heart. He would rather hurt himself than hurt Fang Yuqing. Even though Fang Yuqing had just said those words, he still felt that it was Zhang Yi's fault and Fang Yuqing was just deceived by him. That's right, as long as he waits patiently, Fang Yuqing will one day understand that he is the best man for her. Fang Yuqing felt relieved when she saw Zhou Peng's silly smile. Although it wouldn't be a big problem to let him join, Fang Yuqing had always looked down on this kind of guy and still felt disgusted. Everyone else in the room was speechless at Zhou Peng's dog-licking behavior. But now, everyone is focusing on uniting the people in the entire apartment building to deal with Zhang Yi. So let's not worry about what happens to Zhou Peng. Wang Min and others decided to reveal the news that Zhang Yi's family was rich in supplies to everyone. With the help of everyone, we broke into Zhang Yi's house. Only in this way can they grab the medicine and save the lives of Sun Jichao and others. So, Wang Min posted all of Zhang Yi's previous videos and photos into the previous owners group. The reason for posting to this group was naturally to let Chen Zhenghao see it as well. Wang Min, my dear neighbors, I just realized that there are people who live such a happy life. This kind of selfish behavior is simply shameless. The video was shot by Zhang Yi's family these days. Think about how we've been living lately and how he's been living. Do you think this is fair? Let's discuss how we should handle this matter. On weekdays, basically no one talks in this group. Only Chen Zhenghao occasionally goes inside to intimidate his neighbors. So when Wang Min posted so many videos and pictures, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. So, the neighbors clicked on the video and started watching it. As a result, when everyone saw the wonderful life in the video, they were so excited that they almost went crazy. They actually wore pajamas in the house. It's over 70 degrees below zero in our house. How do they keep warm? The lights are on in their house at night. Where does he get the electricity? Is this really a recent video? Isn't it from the past? Some people have raised questions. There is no way. Everyone is starving and cold now. It is really unimaginable that some people can eat a hot and delicious meal and live in a warm and comfortable house. Wang Min immediately said, I can assure you that these videos were shot recently. Zhang Yi's family has already prepared all kinds of supplies, whether it's food or fuel. So the life he lives now is like heaven. Lin Caning also spoke up, yes, I can prove it. When he went to the supermarket to buy things, I was the one who helped him. Their family bought a lot of things later. Did you forget all that? Lin Caning's words evoked many people's memories. Yeah, back then, Zhang Yi's family had cars and trucks every day, and I didn't know what he was trying to do. Could it be possible that he knew about the snowstorm in advance? That's really shameless. He didn't even tell us. Zhang Yi is simply not a human being. How could he do such an immoral thing? We are neighbors and have lived together for many years. He is so selfish. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation and blamed Zhang Yi for all the suffering they were going through. But they didn't consider it at all. Even if Zhang Yi told them that the end of the world was coming, would they believe it? Of course, they don't consider this, they just think that Zhang Yi owes them. Someone immediately said, Zhang Yi must be held responsible for this matter. Yes, why do we have such a miserable life while he is the only one living a good life? There is so much food and drink in his house, as well as medicine and energy. He must share some of it among us. We are not doing well, and he should bear the main responsibility. All the neighbors were furious. They couldn't stand this situation. It would be fine if everyone was living a miserable life. Why do we have to live a life that is not lived by human beings while you enjoy the life alone? No, if we have to die, we must die together. Chen Zhenghao and others also saw the video in the group. Chen Zhenghao's eyes suddenly turned red. Zhang Yi, you son of a bitch, you actually live so comfortably. One of Chen Zhenghao's legs is disabled, all thanks to Zhang Yi. So in the entire apartment building, the person he hated the most was actually Zhang Yi. The reason why he didn't continue to take action later was that, firstly, Zhang Yi's family was difficult to attack, he had suffered losses before, and he would not take action against Zhang Yi unless it was absolutely necessary. Secondly, he had no idea that Zhang Yi's family had so many resources. Otherwise, even at the risk of his life, he would continue to attack Zhang Yi's house. In a large group, the chat history instantly exceeded 100. Many people began to tag Zhang Yi and asked him to give everyone an explanation. Everyone is living such a miserable life right now, almost freezing to death and starving to death. You have so much food at home, and fuel for the fireplace. Share some with everyone. That's right. Everyone will remember your kindness. I hope you won't be ungrateful. Zhang Yi, we have been neighbors for many years, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. Zhang Yi, I'm your Aunt Wang from the 20th floor. I lent you 2 green onions before. We have such a good relationship, you have to give our family some supplies. Brother Zhang, I'm your brother Lu Wenqiang. We are brothers. How about letting me live in your house? The situation is so dangerous now. I'll go over to protect you. Moral kidnapping, begging, and reasonable. All kinds of people came, but they all had one central idea. Zhang Yi should take out all the supplies in his house and distribute them to them. The message kept popping up, so of course Zhang Yi saw it. Everyone in the group was asking him to share supplies, but Zhang Yi just watched coldly and didn't say anything in a hurry. He wanted to see how interesting these people's faces were. Aunt Lin, Zhang Yi, I am the director of our neighborhood committee. She promoted herself, so funny, and I am also the elder of our building. I have the final say, bring these supplies, I will distribute them to everyone. Mother Xie Limei, Zhang Yi, my baby, and I are almost starving to death. Didn't you praise our baby for being adorable before? Please save us. I can let the child recognize you as his godfather. You can even have other requests. The second-generation Richmond Su Hao, Zhang Yi, as long as you let me live in your house, I can give you all my assets. No, my father is dead, and all my family's assets worth more than 1 billion will be given to you. Zhang Yi watched the show for a long time before he slowly typed a word. Oh. His one word immediately made everyone even more excited. Those who are being morally blackmailed continue to be morally blackmailed, and those who are begging for alms continue to beg for alms. After a long time, Zhang Yi asked calmly, am I familiar with you? Why should we share our things with you? At this time, everyone is on the verge of despair. In fact, there is no point in reasoning with them. As long as they can survive, they can abandon all human moral bottom line. Zhang Yi naturally knew that he had no intention of reasoning with these people. It's just pure monkey show. There was something evil in his eyes. The crazy neighbors at this moment reminded him of the scene in his previous life. Once, out of kindness, he opened the door of his home. And then these neighbors, they came into his house and gave him an axe. Then, before he died, they couldn't wait to dismember and eat him. He wants revenge. That's why he wanted to play with these poor and hateful insects to his heart's content. Someone in the group immediately became anxious. Zhang Yi, are you speaking human language? We have been neighbors for so many years, isn't it normal for us to help each other? What's the point of living alone? Young men, don't just think about lying down comfortably, you have to learn how to make contributions. If you hadn't concealed the news and secretly stockpiled supplies, how would we have ended up like this? Yes, everyone is living such a miserable life now, it's all your fault, you must atone for your sins. Zhang Yi, oh. Then what? Below there was another large group of people begging, threatening, and cursing. They were like passengers on a shipwreck in the ocean, thrown into the freezing cold waters of the Arctic Ocean, with sharks roaming around. But at this time, a small fishing boat was found nearby. The boatmen on the boat were eating hot pot, singing songs, and paddling leisurely past them. So they swam desperately, trying to get the boatmen to pull them on board. The closer people are to the brink of despair and hope, the easier it is for their mentality to collapse, and the more hideous their faces become. Zhang Yi looked at their distorted appearances, smiled, and took out a bottle of top-quality Australian yellow kangaroo tail from the constant temperature wine cabinet in the other space, and also took out a portion of top-quality French foie gras. Red wine and foie gras are a perfect match. The bitterness of foie gras and the astringency of red wine tannins taste better when blended together. This allows Chinese people who are not accustomed to the taste of red wine to also taste its deliciousness. Zhang Yi ate foie gras and drank red wine while watching his neighbors' wonderful performances. Some people sent him private messages and some even called him. Zhang Yi opened them one by one with great interest. Mother Xie Limei, Zhang Yi, please save me and my baby. As long as you let me live in your house, you can do whatever you want to me. Female college student Zhang Xiyu, brother Zhang Yi, I'm still young and I don't want to die. Please take me. Just give me something to eat. Many female residents also sent private messages, many of whom are married. They are very familiar with the current market conditions and know that money is simply not enough to impress Zhang Yi. So, they all offered to exchange their bodies for Zhang Yi's protection, or at least get some food. What is Zhang Yi's attitude towards the news about the female owners? I just read some interesting little essays and I am too lazy to reply. Of course, there were also a few people who were bold enough to directly send private selfies to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took a quick look at it, without showing any particular interest. The main reason is that these women are too confident. There are a few who are good-looking, but most of them are not good-looking. They are not like the female anchors on certain audio platforms who have professionally practiced how to twist their waists and buttocks. There is nothing to see at all. You use this to test men. How many men can't withstand this test? As for the selfish motives of some male residents, that is even simpler. It's not about calling each other brothers, calling each other big brother or little brother, and then asking Zhang Yi for help. It's just some old men who are using moral blackmail to ask Zhang Yi to take care of them. The most disgusting thing is that there is a gay. As for the request he put forward, Zhang Yi didn't want to talk about it. After looking around, Zhang Yi felt bored. He found a phone stand, placed the phone in front of him, and hoped that some new ideas would emerge. Then, I lay on the sofa, drinking red wine, eating foie gras, and admiring the beautiful snow outside the window. Half a month has passed, and the snow outside the window still hasn't stopped. The entire city was completely covered in heavy snow. According to Zhang Yi's memory, 1 month after the snow fell, everything below the 4th floor was submerged. As for how long it would rain, he had no idea. However, there was really no need for him to go out. Going out is to find hope for life, but now no one knows where to survive, except Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi held his chin up and said lazily to himself, "It's boring to stay at home every day. How about finding some time to go out? When most of the people in the building are dead, he can go out for a walk." Zhang Yi thought about it and suddenly remembered that he still had several snowmobiles in his warehouse. Those were originally destined for a nearby city to be used at an artificial ice and snow park. In this way, even if the snow outside is 10 meters thick, he still has a way to get out. Although I can't leave this room now, with this method, I can go out and get some fresh air in the future while ensuring safety. Zhang Yi was somewhat tempted. It's sometimes boring to stay at home all the time, so it's nice to go out and relax. He has national professional level winter clothing and a snowmobile, so he is not afraid even if the temperature is -60 or 70 degrees Celsius. Zhang Yi continued to look through the news from his neighbors out of boredom. Among these people, there was one person whose news made Zhang Yi somewhat concerned. The message Zhou Ke sent was not about begging for sympathy or sending private photos, but a very calm expression of her hope to exchange with Zhang Yi. "Mr. Zhang, our family's food and medicine are almost exhausted recently. I hope you can provide some help. In return for your gratitude, I can provide you with medical assistance later. Zhou Ke." Her image quickly appeared in Zhang Yi's mind. A female doctor from Tianhai First People's Hospital, 26 years old, tall and slender, at least 175 centimeters tall. The most profound impression on Zhang Yi was not her cool and abstinent face, but her proud 36D figure. Especially when she wears a black sweater in winter, she looks so tall and sticks out that Zhang Yi can't help but take a few more glances every time they meet in the elevator. As expected of a doctor, you are very rational. You didn't beg me for mercy, but you wanted to exchange with me, right? Zhang Yi appreciates Zhou Ke's attitude. In the end times, only valuable people are qualified to survive. And Zhou Ke demonstrated her value, which is her superb medical skills. After all, without certain abilities, it is impossible to get a job at Tianhai First People's Hospital. In the end times, medical skills are also very important skills. Although Zhang Yi has prepared a lot of medicine, he has also been doing homework in this area during this period. However, he was not so arrogant as to think he could handle every ailment. If there is a doctor around, it will undoubtedly provide great protection for his survival in the doomsday. The most important thing is that Zhang Yi has examined Zhou Ke's humanity. In her previous life, she died because she gave food to Xie Limei. Whether she was completely desperate or truly kind, at least Zhang Yi saw the brilliance of humanity in her. Zhang Yi placed his left hand on his thigh and adjusted his posture. With his other hand supporting his chin, he said to himself, "How about leaving her to take care of me and my good brother? Although I am living a comfortable life now, my brother is having a hard time. This is a problem." Zhang Yi is a young man full of vigor and he will not shy away from such issues. What's more, in the end times when morality and etiquette have disappeared, there is no need for human beings to live too depressed. They just need to face their desires honestly. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yi suddenly burst into laughter. He patted the armrest and said, I am really moved, but what a pity, what a pity. He looked up at the ceiling and said slowly, I am very afraid of death. Although Zhou Kuo is an option I can consider, I can't let her in without 100% control over her. Hey, let's take a look first. There will definitely be more survivors in the future. Brother, we have such good conditions, so why should we worry about not being able to find a good doctor and a good woman? Zhang Yi is quite open-minded, worthy of being a man who has died once. He replied to Zhou Kuo, I am in good health now, so there is no need for me to see a doctor. But I do have a lot of medicine at home, not to mention food. If you want to exchange, at least give me something that can be useful to me now. No matter how beautiful and talented a doctor you are, you can't get anything from me for free. When has old Zhang ever done a business that made a loss? There was a long silence on the other end before someone responded to Zhang Yi. Can you just treat it as an advance payment? I really can't hold on any longer. Zhou Kuo's tone was a little hesitant and a little ashamed. It can be seen that if she had no other choice, she would not easily pray to a man she was not familiar with. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yi said to her, I can give you food and medicine. But you have to do me a favor. What's the matter? Zhou Kuo asked. Zhang Yi said, these neighbors are probably going to attack me. If you know how they plan to act, please tell me. Zhang Yi knew that these crazy neighbors would definitely attack his house. But he was not afraid. When building the steel fortress, he spent so much money and personally selected many of its features. The purpose is to wait for this day to come. At this moment, his home was like a war fortress with slightly weaker firepower. Even if a group of armed soldiers wanted to break into his house, it would be impossible without heavy weapons. Not to mention the group of living dead neighbors who have been starving and freezing for half a month and are only half breathing. He proposed such a condition just to find an excuse for Zhou Kuo. Moreover, having one more inside player can provide an extra layer of insurance, allowing him to prepare early. After hesitating for a long time, Zhou Kuo finally agreed. Her morals and conscience do not allow her to be a despicable person. However, the neighbor's behavior of robbing Zhang Yi out of jealousy was even worse in her eyes. So she chose to help Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi said, well, I want to see your useful information first, and then give you what you want. After that, it depends on your performance. Zhou Kuo said, well, I understand. She is a kind-hearted woman, but definitely not stupid. She would not be so foolish as to ask Zhang Yi to help her unconditionally. The conversation between the two ended here. Zhang Yi glanced at the group message, and saw 99 plus messages in it, which were still tagging him, morally blackmailing and intimidating him. Zhang Yi, where have you been? Give us an answer quickly. Are you going to hand over the supplies in your hands? Some people are already getting impatient. Zhang Yi curled his lips into a sneer. It seemed that they were planning to attack his home. Eat shit. Zhang Yi replied with a smile. Immediately, the group was filled with curses, and all kinds of obscene words were spoken. Zhang Yi didn't care at all. If you have the guts, come over here. Now that he has tried killing people with his own hands, he doesn't feel any guilt, so he doesn't mind killing more. Okay, Zhang Yi, you asked for this. Don't ever say we didn't give you a chance, you selfish, despicable person. From now on, you will be responsible for all the consequences. The scolding gradually subsided. It is obvious that they must have formed a separate group to avoid Zhang Yi, just like they did with Chen Zhenghao before. Then they discussed together how to attack Zhang Yi's home. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, and a hint of nervousness and excitement appeared in his eyes. He was so excited that his body began to tremble slightly. Even if you know that your home is an impenetrable iron fortress, if you really have to face an attack by hundreds of people, it would be a lie to say that you are not nervous at all. But that feeling of excitement ignited the passion in Zhang Yi's bones. He had long wanted to personally teach those bastards who had eaten him a lesson. A white light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes, and soon his weapon appeared in the living room. 5 fine steel crossbows, 3 professional-grade advanced compound bows, more than 290 crossbow arrows, and 300 bows and arrows. There are also 2 large iron box steel columns. A machete, a 1.2-meter-long crowbar, a baseball bat, and a hunting knife. All the weapons displayed on the table are good tools for killing people. In addition to these physical weapons, there were also anti-wolf spray, electric batons, gasoline, a large amount of chemical reagents, and dozens of Molotov cocktails he made with wine bottles, cloth strips, and gasoline. Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with a cold and dim light. Come over here, no matter how many people you have. Just as Zhang Yi expected, the neighbors became angry when they realized that it was impossible for Zhang Yi to hand over the supplies in his home. Sun Jichao created a new group chat and invited all the living owners except Zhang Yi to join. They even dragged Qin Zhenghao in. After seeing Qin Zhenghao, everyone felt a chill down their spine. However, Qin Zhenghao took the initiative to say, "Everyone, our primary goal now is to deal with Zhang Yi. I'm afraid their family has more supplies than all of us combined. As long as we defeat him, we can get a lot of supplies. So you don't have to worry. I won't do anything to other people now. But I want half of the supplies obtained in this operation." Qin Zhenghao had suffered at the hands of Zhang Yi before, and knew that Zhang Yi's family had sufficient defense and even had crossbows. So he didn't dare to attack alone, and planned to take the cannon fodder in the building with him. He felt that with more than 100 people, they would be able to capture Zhang Yi's house. "Zhang Yi, how many weapons do you have? How many people can you kill?" There were more than 100 people in the whole building, but Qin Zhenghao and his team consisted of only 6 people, yet they asked for half of the supplies. But no one felt it was unfair. Instead, they thought Qin Zhenghao was a good person. He clearly had a gun in his hand, but he was willing to share it in half with all of us. What a nice person. Sun Jichao said, "Yes, now we should put aside our previous grudges for the time being. The first goal is to break into Zhang Yi's house and take back the supplies that belong to the collective." These 2 people took the lead in shouting, and the others naturally responded. After seeing the living conditions of Zhang Yi's family, their eyes turned red with jealousy, and they wished they could kill Zhang Yi immediately so that they could enjoy the current life for him. Knife in hand, follow me. Kill Zhang Yi and grab the supplies. Beat that shameless and selfish bastard to death. The big guy roared fiercely. Only a few people didn't speak, such as Uncle Yu and Zhou Qir. Others, even those who had a good relationship with Zhang Yi and had received favors from Zhang Yi, had put those things behind them. Nothing is more important than being alive. In order to survive, they can abandon all ethics and morals. Zhang Yi was wiping the gun in his hand at home. He was familiar with this thing, having used it often in the shooting club. Moreover, he intensified his training 1 month before the end of the world. There is no pressure in hitting people at close range. Just at this moment, Zhou Qir sent a message. "They're planning on coming to your house." After Zhang Yi saw it, he replied, "Oh, I see." Zhou Qir sat on the sofa at home and frowned after reading Zhang Yi's calm reply. She tightened the 2 layers of quilts around her body and pulled her snow-white feet inside. "I think every household has been there. They've seen your video and are going crazy. Don't you want to think of a solution?" Zhou Qir felt that at this time, the most sensible thing to do was to hand over some supplies and eliminate everyone's anger. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a person is, it is impossible for him to fight against so many people. With more than 100 people, it is not difficult to demolish a house. Zhang Yi smiled and didn't explain too much. He just said, "Remember, don't come over this time. I'm only reminding you once. Then, wait and see the show." Zhou Qir frowned, her eyes full of curiosity. She didn't know where Zhang Yi got the confidence to fight against more than 100 people in the building alone. This is no joke. Once his house is broken into, the crazy crowd will definitely take his life. Is he a madman? Zhou Qir muttered to herself. But this was Zhang Yi's own choice, and she had no choice. However, she did listen to Zhang Yi and did not follow the group to attack Zhang Yi's house. She is a person with moral bottom line and will not take advantage of others' misfortune, whether it belongs to Zhang Yi or other neighbors. Zhang Yi sat at home, quietly waiting for those crazy neighbors to come. He had a serious expression on his face and a large pile of weapons in front of him. At this time, he received a message from the security guard Uncle Yu. "Xiao Zhang, run. They are all looking for you with their weapons." Zhang Yi felt a little warm in his heart. It was rare to find good people in this world. He smiled and said, "Uncle Yu, don't worry, I can handle it." Uncle Yu was silent for a moment, and seemed to understand that there was nowhere to run at this time. Resistance was the only option. He said, "Xiao Zhang, I hope you can survive. I'm sorry, I may not be able to help you this time." Uncle Yu felt very ashamed, as he actually owed a favor to Zhang Yi. It was because Zhang Yi reminded him to buy supplies that he bought a lot of instant noodles, sausages, and other things at home. The living standard is pretty good now. But seeing Zhang Yi being besieged by so many people, he could do nothing. Zhang Yi said calmly, "You are kind enough to not join them. Don't worry about me." Uncle Yu's choice was the right one. If he ran over to help Zhang Yi now, he would probably be hacked to death by those 100+ owners. After a brief chat with Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi was also careful not to tell him the details of his family. One must be on guard against others. No matter who the other person is, he will never trust them completely. Not long after, Zhang Yi felt the ground under his feet begin to tremble slightly. There was a rumbling sound coming from outside. "Here I come," Zhang Yi said lightly. He knew that was the sound of hundreds of people rushing up the stairs. But Zhang Yi lives on the 24th floor. The elevator had no power, so these guys who had to run up the stairs must have been exhausted. Of course, the people who came were not just those downstairs. At the very least, Zhang Yi saw through the large screen in front of him that was monitoring the entire unit building that his neighbor in room 2402 also came out with a kitchen knife and a wrench. Next door was a young couple. The woman was hiding behind the men with a kitchen knife in her hand. There was a green light in the eyes of the two men as they looked quietly at Zhang Yi's door. Presumably, they must have been jealous after learning that their neighbors have been living a paradise-like life for the past half-month. Crowds of people continued to pour in, blocking the corridor in front of Zhang Yi's house. Several people held umbrellas above their heads to prevent Zhang Yi from pouring cold water outside. Before long, someone couldn't help but rush up and bang on the door. Boom. 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 "Zhang Yi, get out here. If you don't want to die, this is your last chance. Don't wait for us to rush in, otherwise it will be too late to say anything then." Through the surveillance, Zhang Yi did not see the figures of Sun Jichao and others, nor did he see Chen Zhenghao. The action of these people smashing the door made him confirm one thing: Sun Jichao, Chen Zhenghao, and others did not tell them the actual situation in their home at all. In other words, their goal was to use other neighbors as cannon fodder and endure Zhang Yi's crossbow shooting and high-voltage electric attacks first. Zhang Yi didn't bother to be polite with them. He had plenty of energy anyway and didn't need this little electricity. The high-voltage button is directly connected. The young man who was banging on the door angrily just now was bitten by the electric current and his face was distorted. The most terrifying thing was that because more than 100 people squeezed in, the entire corridor was crowded. So after he was electrocuted, a large group of people behind him were also electrocuted. "Ah. It's high-voltage electricity, get away from it." The person behind seemed to be bitten by a tiger and quickly let go. If they hadn't been wearing so many clothes, they would have had no chance of breaking free. Everyone was shocked by the high-voltage electricity, and their muscles twitched in pain. The men who knocked on the door and the 7 or 8 people around him suffered the most. Since they had no chance to escape, they were electrocuted and their bodies were charred. The others looked at them in horror, but no one dared to go over to rescue them. After more than 10 seconds, Zhang Yi cut off the current. Smoke rose from the 9 people, and the air began to be filled with the smell of barbecue and burning clothes. Bang! 9 people fell to the ground together, their bodies charred, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. But everyone knew in their hearts that even if these people were still alive, they were already dead in the current situation. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the scene in horror. They didn't expect so many people to die at once, and right in front of them. The person who died from electric shock had an extremely hideous expression and his eyes were wide open. Suddenly, several women in the crowd couldn't bear it anymore, screamed, bent over and vomited. It's a pity that they have nothing in their stomachs and can only vomit acid. Some people became frightened and wanted to run away. When I reached the stairs, I found that the corridor had been blocked by Chen Zhenghao and his brothers. What do you want to do? Get back here. Chen Zhenghao said sinisterly, holding a gun in his hand. The corridor was their only way to escape. Chen Zhenghao blocked this place and wanted everyone to fight Zhang Yi to the death. It would be better if they died, then Chen Zhenghao could justifiably seize the resources from them. Sun Jichao and several others were also at the scene despite their sick bodies. They looked at the 9 corpses with very cold expressions. Obviously, they had the same idea as Chen Zhenghao and others. Seeing that everyone was afraid, Sun Jichao shouted, "Damn Zhang Yi, he is simply a beast. He actually killed his own neighbor. Brothers and sisters, we must kill Zhang Yi and avenge them. Don't be afraid, just use the wood to hit the door, don't touch it. He doesn't have many tricks. He has already run out of tricks. As long as we break through this door, there will be a comfortable fireplace and endless food waiting for us behind it." Sun Jichao's encouragement made many people's eyes tear up again. They lived in hunger and cold for more than half a month. They were willing to give everything for a bite of food and a moment of warmth. Someone immediately found a piece of wood, which looked like it was taken from the wardrobe or bed. "Brothers, knock it down. Open the door and kill that son of a bitch Zhang Yi." A group of people held wood and started to bang on Zhang Yi's door frantically. Bang. 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 The violent collision caused the water cup on Zhang Yi's coffee table to start shaking. Zhang Yi felt that it was not satisfying enough. He took out a large Sennheiser speaker from the alien space, connected it to his mobile phone, and played his favorite song, Making Love. The people outside were banging on the door desperately, but a classic song was playing from inside, which made them even angrier. "Zhang Yi, you are so arrogant, I will kill you right now. You must die today to pay for my brother's life." They picked up the wooden stakes and rammed them harder and harder. But after knocking on the door dozens of times, they were sad to find that the door did not move at all. More than a dozen grown men exerted their strength together, with a force of over 1,000 pounds. Then, only a few white spots and almost unnoticeable dents were left on the big black iron door. The neighbors were disappointed. What kind of door is this? Why is it so strong? At this speed, how long will it take to break down the door? Everyone was out of breath. They were working in temperatures of over 70 degrees below zero, and because they were not well fed, they simply did not have much energy. After this, many people became weak in the knees and had to be rotated. But at the current rate of progress, I'm afraid there's no hope of exhausting everyone to death. At this time, a man came over, stared at the door for a long time, and then exclaimed, "This is the anti-theft door of the bank vault." This person worked in a bank. After taking a closer look, he immediately discovered the clue. When the people around heard this, they felt even more desperate. So this thing can't be broken. The bank staff shook their heads bitterly. Don't even mention hitting it with wood. You can't blow open this top-level anti-theft door even if you use a bomb. If there is no key, only the world's top lock-picking experts can have a chance of opening it. At this time, Zhang Yi, holding a crossbow, had already arrived at the shooting hole. Looking at the people who were still chattering outside the door and discussing countermeasures. This time, Zhang Yi was too lazy to aim. Since they want Zhang Yi's life, there is no need to be polite to them. Zhang Yi is not a saint. He raised the crossbow in his hand and started shooting. Soon several people were hit by arrows and fell down. Only then did the people outside realize the power of Zhang Yi's crossbow. "He's armed. Watch out." The people around screamed in fear and tried to disperse. But the aisle was so small, and hundreds of people were squeezed together, making it impossible for them to run. Because of fear, everyone was in a hurry and ended up tripping and falling. Zhang Yi didn't care about those things and just focused on the work at hand. The whistling sound of the arrows was like the soul-demanding Buddhist chant, extremely terrifying. This made the others even more frightened, and they all tried their best to squeeze into the stairwell. Some people fell to the ground and were stepped on before they could get up. Screams were everywhere. Chen Zhenghao stood in front of the stairs with a gun in his hand, pointing it at the people who wanted to escape. "What are you afraid of? He's just one person, come on." Chen Zhenghao's cold eyes and the black muzzle of the gun scared away those who wanted to escape. Chen Zhenghao's purpose was to use them as cannon fodder and consume Zhang Yi's defensive means. Of course, he would not let them escape. In order to survive, Sun Jichao and others stayed far away and were not hit by arrows. Zhang Yi shot dozens of crossbow arrows, and in such a crowded place, almost none of them missed. This caused great suffering to the neighbors. However, the potential of neighbors in desperate situations is still very strong. Someone immediately discovered the location of the firing hole and said, "There is a hole in the door." He shot the arrow from there. We just need to block it. Someone immediately raised the mop and broom in his hand and blocked the shooting hole on the door. Some people even tried to throw things into Zhang Yi's room. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry. He quickly closed the iron door behind the shooting hole and locked it. This thing can only be opened from the inside and cannot be broken from the outside. However, in this move, Zhang Yi eliminated dozens of combat forces in one breath. Only when the neighbors saw that Zhang Yi could no longer shoot arrows did they come back to their senses from their panic. The ground was in a mess and many people were shot by arrows, with the severity of their injuries varying. Several of them were shot in vital areas and died on the spot. But when the neighbors saw the rusty tetanus arrow clearly, their hearts sank. They knew that anyone shot by an arrow would have a hard time surviving. Some people lost their loved ones and cried bitterly while cursing Zhang Yi loudly. "Zhang Yi, you damned bastard, you are despicable and shameless. Come out, if you have the guts, come out, I'll challenge you in a duel. You devil, I'm going to fight you. Zhang Yi. I will kill you." And the only response they got was still the exciting songs in the room. Only after love can you understand. How deep is love? Only after losing do you understand what to cherish. There were constant shouting and cursing outside the house, but there was constant singing inside the house. It seemed like Zhang Yi was provoking everyone. In fact, this is true. Zhang Yi shot dozens of crossbow arrows in one breath. His hands felt a little sore, so he went to the kitchen, took out a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator, and gulped it down. Ah. So cool. Zhang Yi looked at the screen and continued to monitor the actions of the people outside. At this time, seeing that the gate of Zhang Yi's house was as solid as a rock and could not be broken into at all, the neighbors felt anxious and desperate. What should I do? At this moment, Sun Jichao shouted, "Don't worry. I have a solution." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Sun Jichao walking over with difficulty, holding his injured leg. He pointed at the wall of Zhang Yi's house and said with a smile, "Their door is made of alloy, we can't break it open. But isn't this wall made of bricks and cement? I don't believe we can't break it down." When everyone heard this, wisdom suddenly shone in their eyes. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? If we can't break down the door, we can break down the wall. With so many of us, it won't take long for us to break down this wall. Haha, Zhang Yi, you bastard, you definitely didn't expect that we have this method. Inside the house, Zhang Yi saw his neighbors suddenly cheering and immediately raised his eyebrows. The music was too loud and I couldn't tell what they were talking about. However, Zhang Yi was not in a hurry and planned to wait and see. He is not afraid of any number of tricks the other party has, because they are not as many as he has. It took a month and all the effort to build such an indestructible fortress. If you guys break it casually, then I, Zhang Yi, will be damned. These people all came with tools. So they quickly lined up in front of the outer wall of Zhang Yi's house, swung the hammers and axes in their hands and started smashing it. Bang! A big man used all his strength to smash the hammer against the wall. Suddenly, it cracked and large white-gray fluff fell out. When everyone saw this, their eyes were filled with excitement, and they felt that they had found a breakthrough in Zhang Yi's family. Then they smashed it even harder. However, when the big man swung the hammer and hit it for the second time, there was suddenly a sound of metal colliding. Ping! At the same time, the big man let out a scream and the hammer in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. He took a few steps back and fell to the ground. Everyone looked and saw that his hands had long cuts and blood was flowing out. It soon solidified under the low temperature and looked extremely creepy. What's going on? Everyone was very puzzled. What kind of wall could withstand the impact of a sledgehammer? Someone walked over and reached out to sweep away the dust outside. When he saw clearly what was behind, he almost dropped his jaw. This wall is also made of steel. Everyone was shocked and came over to watch. Sure enough, after peeling off the outer layer of white ash, the thick black metal appeared behind it. The material is exactly the same as the door. One person couldn't help but yell to the sky, "Why is this happening? Whose house uses steel plates to build walls? I don't believe this house is made entirely of iron." Some people could no longer bear this despair and picked up the hammer to hit other places. Several people worked together, hoping to find a flaw in the wall. However, no matter which angle they looked from, what they finally found was a solid and thick steel wall. In the living room, Zhang Yi curled his lips in disdain. "If you can think of this problem, how could I not have thought of it? I'm so sorry, even the walls of my house are made of 20 centimeters thick steel. If a cannonball can't break it, why would I be afraid of your broken hammers and axes?" Zhang Yi's biggest advantage is that he is afraid of death, so he solved all the problems he could think of. "When I first accepted the work, I checked every inch myself and tapped it with a hammer before I felt at ease. After all, the psychological trauma of being broken into and eaten in his previous life was too great, and he didn't want to experience it again no matter what." The knocking sounds outside continued. Zhang Yi thought it was too noisy, so he turned on the noise reduction function in the room. This is to prevent outsiders from taking advantage of the noise to attack. After about 20 minutes, the sound finally stopped. The owners of the entire building stared at the entire metal wall in front of them with empty eyes, and their hearts were colder than the ice and snow outside. It was like a cruel wall, cutting off their hopes of obtaining supplies. How could this happen? Why would anyone build a house like this? Someone covered his face and shouted in despair. Zhang Yi's neighbors, a young couple, also said sadly, "I knew they were renovating their house, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. There are probably not many normal people in this world who would build a house like this." Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyang's eyes were bloodshot. If everyone in the apartment building fails to break into Zhang Yi's house today, they can only wait for death. Sun Jichao bit his lip so hard that he didn't even notice it when it bled. Zhang Yi, he knew there would be a snowstorm a long time ago. Everything he did was to protect us. Sun Jichao pointed at Zhang Yi's house and shouted angrily. The neighbors looked at him, cried in pain and cursed Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, you despicable villain, only cares about your own survival and doesn't consider any of us. If we all die, what's the point of you living alone? If you're the only one in the world, won't you be lonely? One day, you will fall into endless regret and self-blame for not reminding us and not helping us. Can you sleep at night? Won't you feel guilty?" Some people, seeing that they had no way to deal with Zhang Yi, actually began to use the spirit of AQ to comfort themselves. "Humph, sooner or later God will punish you, Zhang Yi. If we died because of you, you would definitely live with a guilty conscience and suffer for the rest of your life." How could they know how happy Zhang Yi was living in his own home? How could he take these familiar strangers seriously? Chen Zhenghao was always supervising from behind with a gun. Seeing the all-metal wall at this moment, he also felt the difficulty of the problem. Now, he is not interested in anyone else and only wants to snatch Zhang Yi's house. Why are you in such a hurry? This is just the beginning. Even if the walls of their house are made of cast iron, what about the ceiling? The floor? I don't believe he made a tin box. Chen Zhenghao said coldly to everyone. Zhang Yi heard Chen Zhenghao's words through the surveillance and nodded approvingly. This guy's brain is quite useful. Then he sighed and shook his head, but it's a pity, I'm not stupid. After hearing what Chen Zhenghao said, the neighbors ran to Zhang Yi's house upstairs and downstairs. Hit it with a hammer, chop it with an axe, chisel it with a chisel, and hit it with a stick. In short, they used all the means they could. They are only 20 centimeters away from their hope of survival. And their goal is to break this 20 centimeters. But soon, they fell into deeper despair. They discovered that Zhang Yi's house really was just an iron box. Up, down, left, right, front, and back, there is no angle that is not blocked by thick iron plates. In this power outage environment, without tools such as electric saws and electric drills, they would have to go without food or water for a year to have any hope of breaking through these walls. Chen Zhenghao and others surrounded Zhang Yi's house and broke down the wall, and were busy for the entire morning. However, after digging up the walls, floors, and ceilings, they found that they were blocked by a thick layer of steel plate. The 20 centimeters thick steel plate is nothing short of a nightmare for them. If we only use manpower, there is no hope of breaking it now. After all, working in ultra-low temperatures and being unable to get enough energy to replenish the loss of physical strength will only accelerate their death. Many people collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion. The sound of gurgle gurgle was heard everywhere. They stroked their empty stomachs, hunger was about to completely conquer them. But there wasn't much food left. Some people saw their neighbor next to them and saw the snow-white flesh through the gaps in his clothes. An idea suddenly popped up in my mind. Isn't this just meat? As soon as the horrifying thought came to mind, everyone was immediately frightened to the point of freezing cold, and tried hard to drive the thought out of their minds. But once this thought arises, it invisibly gives people an option in desperate situations. They themselves probably know that if that day really comes, killing each other and cannibalism will definitely occur. Is there really nothing we can do? Sun Jichao's face was filled with pain, and he even felt that his arm had begun to become inflamed and ulcerated. There were no antibiotics, not even common anti-inflammatory drugs, and it was impossible to effectively clean the wound. There is still a lot of rust left on his wounds. In this case, death is almost inevitable. Damn you, Zhang Yi, why are you so cruel? How can your life alone compare to the lives of so many of us? What's wrong with sacrificing yourself? What's wrong? Sun Jichao roared to the sky, his mind completely twisted by despair. Just at this moment, Zhang Yi's neighbor suddenly came out. Maybe you can try walking on the balcony. When their house was renovated, the balcony was converted into a floor-to-ceiling window, with a large area of glass. Maybe there's a chance to break in. Other residents cannot see the back of Zhang Yi's house, but his neighbors can. In Building 25, some floors have a balcony, and the 24th floor where Zhang Yi lives happens to have a small platform. On weekdays, he uses it to plant flowers and dry quilts. Hearing what Zhang Yi's neighbor said, a group of people who were almost in despair suddenly looked up. Window. Ha ha ha, that's right. Since his house has windows, there must be an exit. It's impossible to seal them all. As long as there is a window, you can rush in. A group of people broke into Zhang Yi's neighbor's house without saying a word. There is actually a gap of about 15 centimeters between the two balconies, and a fence is installed in the middle. But these can't stop the crazy people now. However, the area outside the balcony is different from the corridor. At this time, the corridors were blocked by each household. Although it was airtight, it still had some warmth-keeping effect. However, the north wind was howling and snow was falling heavily outside, which could freeze a person to death in a few hours. Chen Zhenghao and others don't care about these things. As long as they can rush into Zhang Yi's house, they can get everything. A group of people howled and jumped onto the balcony of Zhang Yi's house like crazy. Zhang Yi naturally also noticed this scene. The two sides looked at each other for less than a second. The neighbors waved the tools in their hands and smashed them madly at the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Zhang Yi dragged his white recliner to the window, lay down leisurely, and poured himself a cup of steaming hot coffee. The small balcony was soon crowded with more than a dozen people. Their faces were so pale that they looked like zombies, and with their crazy and twisted expressions, they really didn't look like living people at all. Zhang Yi thought, if zombies really existed, they would probably be about this extent. Bang. 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 Ding dong. Low voices echoed through the French windows. Braving the wind and snow, this group of crazy people were trying hard to smash the glass. Even if they hadn't accidentally hit their hands, they would not feel any pain and would have let the blood flow out and then coagulate. When I just smashed the wall, the feeling of desire was not obvious enough. But at this time, there was only a layer of glass between them, which allowed them to see more clearly how luxurious Zhang Yi's life was. The fireplace in the room was burning brightly. Zhang Yi, wearing only a single layer of clothing, was lying on a white recliner like a landlord. There is a cup of brewed coffee next to me, still steaming. Judging from the amount of milk foam, it should be a cappuccino. The coffee table was piled high with weapons, but that wasn't the point. The point is that there is a pile of half-eaten snacks thrown under the coffee table. Potato chips, hamburgers, cola, pizza, roast chicken, roast duck, and even noodles with oil. It's these things that drive the neighbors on the balcony completely crazy. I had only been away from them for half a month, but they were so excited that they felt like they had seen their long-lost father. Roar. Ah! They were so excited that they even forgot their voice and expressed their excitement by howling desperately. Then he tried even harder, using all his might to smash the window. Zhang Yi held a cup of coffee in his hand and enjoyed the show. He simply said, "Who says glass is necessarily more fragile than metal? The cost of building this wall is extremely high." For the sake of quality of life, Zhang Yi rejected the proposal of Zhanlong Security Company and did not use metal here. Instead, they spent a lot of money to customize a whole wall of bulletproof glass as a floor-to-ceiling window. He still remembered what Wu Huiren, the manager of Zhanlong Security Company, had said: such a thick wall is no longer designed to protect against bullets, but artillery shells. The bulletproof glass on the special vehicles of Western heads of state that can withstand sniper rifles is made of this material. However, their thickness is less than half of Zhang Yi's wall. Sure enough, as the group of people were smashing things, they discovered something was wrong. I originally thought it was plexiglass and that I could break it with a few hard hits. But more than a dozen people have been smashing it for a long time, but there is not even a crack. What kind of glass is this? Is it bulletproof glass? What? Bulletproof glass? The word came out hoarsely from the throat of a man with glasses, but it was full of despair, as if it came from the 18th level of hell. It can even defend against artillery shells, so why can't it defend against your handicrafts? No, I don't believe it. A young man looked up to the sky and shouted, "My fate is in my own hands. I don't believe I can't break it. As long as I break it, the fireplace and all the food and drinks in the house will be mine. I must break it." Perhaps it was because of the extremely cold temperature, everyone's brains were frozen as they were jumping back and forth between hope and despair. They choose to throw away their rationality, work hard and recklessly, and fight for a future. Zhang Yi applauded them and expressed his moved. However, he felt a little hungry. Then he took out some food from the space, such as pork elbow with soy sauce, candied banana, some snacks, and a pure cocoa butter chocolate. There was only a window between them, and the people outside were smashing the glass desperately with distorted expressions in the biting wind and snow. On the other side, Zhang Yi was lying leisurely on a recliner, eating delicious food. This sharp contrast made the neighbors outside jealous and almost crazy. They cursed at the top of their lungs, their eyes red. "Zhang Yi, just wait for me, I'm going to kill you right now. If I break this glass, you're done for, you damned, selfish scum. You don't have much time to be rampant. Today is the day you die. So many delicious foods and hot coffee, they are all mine, all mine." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi raised the coffee in his hand and gestured to them. "Come on, keep going." Soon, the group of people outside were unable to work anymore. After all, this was the 24th floor, the wind was very strong, and there was heavy snow, which caused his body temperature to drop rapidly. They had to work for more than 10 minutes before changing teams. But half an hour later, there were only a few tiny scratches on the glass. Their hearts became more and more desperate. But seeing Zhang Yi living such a comfortable life through a layer of transparent glass, their jealousy made them reluctant to give up. Half an hour later, they were still working hard. Zhang Yi saw several little Karamis under Chen Zhenghao in the crowd. Obviously at this time, it is impossible for Chen Zhenghao to not contribute at all. Zhang Yi felt that the time was almost right. So he sat up from the recliner, walked to the coffee table and picked up a bottle. There was a layer of frost on the glass outside, and the neighbors didn't know what Zhang Yi was holding at first and thought it was a drink. But the next moment, they saw Zhang Yi take out a lighter and ignite something. Then, a hole appeared above their heads and a ball of fire was thrown out from it. As a means of counterattack, there were shooting holes in front and behind Zhang Yi's house, and there was more than one. The bottle drew a yellow arc in the air and fell to the ground in the astonished eyes of everyone. Bang! There was a crisp sound, and then a raging flame started burning. This is a Molotov cocktail made by Zhang Yi. Even at ultra-low temperatures, the gasoline can still burn quickly and release heat. The gasoline in the bottle splashed everywhere and suddenly caught fire. The space on the balcony was not very big to begin with, and the down jackets and cotton pants of the dozen or so people were stained with gasoline, which immediately caught fire. Zhang Yi showed a playful smile on his face, and continued to light the next Molotov cocktail and threw it outside. Ah! Fire, fire! More than a dozen people were crowded together, and the balcony was separated, so it was not easy to jump to the balcony of the neighboring house. These people couldn't escape as their bodies were corroded by the flames. Zhang Yi saw that they turned into burning and twisted fireballs. Some people wanted to roll on the ground and use snowflakes to put out the flames, but unfortunately the effect was too weak. Gasoline can still burn even when it comes into contact with water. Some people even tried to climb to the next door, but in their haste they lost their balance and fell directly from the 24th floor. Following a long scream, there was a loud boom. It's 24 stories high, and I wonder if the snow below can offset the impact. But according to the principles of physics, even if he didn't die, his bones and tendons would be broken and his internal organs would be ruptured. It's the same as being dead. Zhang Yi laughed and said, "At least falling to death is better than being burned to death." Bang! A hideous face suddenly pounced on the glass, with a distorted and terrifying expression, staring at Zhang Yi viciously. "Save me, save me!" In extreme pain, he cried for help to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi raised his coffee cup to greet him. "I'm not going to save you, go to hell, you piece of shit." The man let out a desperate sound and was completely engulfed by the flames. On the balcony next door, there were 60 or 70 people waiting to change shifts. Seeing this azure hell-like scene, he was terrified. "Help, help me. I don't want to die, please." The man with flames all over his body wanted to crawl over to ask for help, so he grabbed the railing with both hands and was about to crawl over. At this moment, a man here kicked him hard on the hand without hesitation. "Get out. Get out now. You are hopeless in this state, don't get involved with us." He kicked it, but the fireman still refused to let go. He gritted his teeth, increased his strength, and kicked down again and again. He even kicked off one of his fingers. The men struggled for a while, and finally looked at them in despair, then slowly fell in front of the fence. There was a familiar burning smell in the air. If you go shopping in the summer, you can often smell it on the roadside. These dozen people all died not long after. Some people were not seriously burned at first and wanted to escape, but were stopped by their neighbors. They were afraid that the flames would burn them, so they chose to let these people die. Some people were so burned that they jumped from the 24th floor. The blazing fire actually brought these people a touch of long-lost warmth. So, everyone walked forward slowly, stretched out their hands to warm themselves by the fire, and showed a smile on their faces as if they were afraid that others would notice it. The flames burned for more than 20 minutes before they stopped. The neighbors looked at the body on the ground and felt fear in their hearts. In order to deal with Zhang Yi, 30 or 40 of their people have died. There is no chance of breaking through the door from any angle. What should we do to snatch the supplies from Zhang Yi? There was a sense of despair in the air. But there was another smell that was becoming stronger and stronger, causing the neighbors' eyes to gradually change. None of the hungry neighbors were willing to admit that a crazy idea was slowly emerging in their hearts. This made their larynxes move up and down constantly. Suddenly, a woman burst into tears. "I can't stand it anymore." After a busy day, everyone thought they could easily break into Zhang Yi's house. But the final result made them despair. So many people died, but there was not even a crack in the walls and floor-to-ceiling windows of Zhang Yi's house. She suddenly ran in front of the crowd and climbed onto the balcony of Zhang Yi's house. When Zhang Yi thought that the next group of people were coming to smash the glass, she suddenly knelt down in front of the glass with a thump. "Zhang Yi, I'm almost starving to death. Please save me. Even just a piece of bread will do." Not only her, but more people came over one after another, kowtowed to Zhang Yi, and cried bitterly, begging Zhang Yi to give them a bite to eat. The tragic scene was so heartbreaking that anyone who heard about it would cry. Most of those who kowtowed were women, trying to win Zhang Yi's sympathy. Outside the window, there was an endless stream of pleading cries. They kowtowed so hard that their heads were bleeding. It was an extremely miserable sight. Zhang Yi sighed, walked to the window and said, "Everyone, please don't be like this. It makes me sad to see you like this." As he spoke, he raised the steaming noodles in his hand. "When I feel bad, I want to eat." Slurp. Zhang Yi ate noodles with big mouthfuls, making his neighbors drool. They were so greedy. When everyone heard this, they cried even louder and kowtowed even harder. "Zhang Yi, we were wrong. We just want to live. Just give us some food and let us live like dogs. From now on, we will listen to you no matter what you want us to do, okay?" Zhang Yi lowered his head and continued eating noodles. When people are hungry, it is such a blessing to be able to eat noodles in big mouthfuls. After eating half a bowl of noodles, he casually placed the rest in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Right in front of these neighbors, just across the window, they could see it but couldn't eat it. Everyone pressed their entire face against the glass like a dog, as if they could get some noodles that way. "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If one of you goes over here and brings me Chen Zhenghao's head, I'll take care of him for a week, eating all you can for every meal." Of course, Zhang Yi couldn't feel pity for these people. But it's also quite annoying that they smash walls and chisel windows here every day. So, it is better to let them fight each other. That's the most interesting thing. When Zhang Yi said this, he also sent it to the group chat, telling everyone in the building. When the neighbor in front of the glass window heard this, a hesitant expression appeared on his face. "Chen Zhenghao has a gun in his hand. If you want his head, you might lose your own head." However, if it is difficult for them to deal with Chen Zhenghao, can they deal with Zhang Yi? There were 30 or 40 bodies placed in front and behind Zhang Yi's house. Facts have proved that Zhang Yi is much more difficult to deal with than Chen Zhenghao. At this time, Chen Zhenghao was watching the changes here on the balcony next door. He didn't hear what Zhang Yi said, but frowned, thinking about what to do next. 2 of his men died this time. If you want to continue to control the entire building, you must replenish your manpower. While thinking, Chen Zhenghao suddenly felt like needles pricking his back, making his hair stand up. He turned around suddenly and raised the gun in his hand, but found that everyone was looking at him strangely. "What do you want to do?" When everyone saw the gun, they became a little scared and immediately stepped back. "Get out of here!" Chen Zhenghao roared. The way everyone looked at him was still strange, even a little weird. It's not like looking at a person, but more like looking at food. Chen Zhenghao was horrified and quickly left with a few of his men. "Wait, what about Zhang Yi's family?" Sun Jichao asked from the side. Chen Zhenghao cursed angrily, "We can't get in by attacking, what else can we do? We'll think of a way later." After saying that, he left cursing. In front of the window of Zhang Yi's house, some people kowtowed and begged for mercy, while others wanted to smash the window. These 2 groups of people could not bear the bone-chilling cold wind and snow, and left one after another. Zhang Yi lay in the warm house, waiting to see the show. After all, the apartment building lost about 40 people after this incident. Moreover, almost everyone participated in the invasion of his house, which caused great physical damage. This made supplies even more scarce, and the fighting between people became more terrifying. Soon, Zhang Yi received private messages from many people. After this battle, the neighbors completely gave in. Their limited physical strength was almost exhausted, and they could no longer launch a large-scale attack on Zhang Yi's family. Moreover, facing the Zhang Yi family's defense with no blind spots, they gave up hope. As a result, many people began to cry out to Zhang Yi to pity them or propose an exchange of interests. For example, the rich second-generation Su Hao. He took a photo of his girlfriend's entire body and said to Zhang Yi, "I can give you my woman. Can you just give me something to eat? She is a famous car model in Tianhai City. Look at her appearance and face, both are top-notch. I promise you will like her. Help me." Zhang Yi naturally recognized the model. Su Hao bought a house here just to keep her. On weekdays, she always dresses coquettishly, like a fox, exuding temptation all the time. In the past, she didn't even bother to look at the men around her. When facing Zhang Yi, she always has a proud look on her face. But now, Su Hao planned to sell her for a few meals. The woman now looked much more haggard and seemed very happy to be exchanged. At the very least, she knew that Zhang Yi had a lot of food at home, so she worked very hard during the filming. What a worthless piece of shit. Zhang Yi sneered. I have to say that this female model has a great figure and is very pretty. However, there was no way Zhang Yi would let such a shameless woman in. Maybe one day, they will stab him while he is sleeping and then take over his house. How can a woman who sells her body for money have any moral bottom line? Zhang Yi watched her video 5 times with disdain, then closed the chat box with contempt. There are other people's conversations below. Fewer men contact him. After all, they didn't have the capital to exchange food with Zhang Yi. Only Uncle Yu happily congratulated Zhang Yi on defeating the enemy. But more women look for him. For example, Fang Yuqing said excitedly, Brother Zhang Yi, you are so awesome. I knew you would be fine. Qing'er can't get away now. They are so abominable that they have locked me up at home. Don't worry, Qing'er will definitely come to find you. Zhang Yi sneered and ignored him. It gets dark very quickly, and now it becomes night around 5 o'clock every day, with the days getting shorter and the nights getting longer. At night, the temperature will drop by about 10 degrees. On TV, the few remaining TV stations were still broadcasting programs. Thanks to the efforts of the authorities, the snowstorm situation in our country is getting better. I hope everyone will not worry, the problem will be solved soon. The weather is extremely cold, please do not go out casually to avoid frostbite. Please provide some help to those in need. We all work together to overcome the current difficulties, and tomorrow will definitely be a better day. Zhang Yi feels that today's news is much more interesting than skits. But he was also curious about where these TV stations were moved to and how they were able to maintain operations. While listening to the interesting news, Zhang Yi was flipping through the chat history. Zhang Yi found it very interesting to read the messages from neighbors cursing, crying, and begging for mercy. Those who cursed him basically had someone died in their family. When Zhang Yi is in a good mood, he will also bless them. Congratulations to those of you who have lost someone in your family. You can have a barbecue for the funeral and mix the ashes with rice. Zhang Yi teased them jokingly, which made those people curse even more fiercely. But suddenly, he noticed some movement on the balcony. Zhang Yi walked to the window curiously. There was plenty of light outside because of the heavy snow. Then he saw someone coming and secretly moving the bodies. To be precise, it was the charred bodies. These people wrapped themselves tightly, and were startled when they found Zhang Yi looking at them. Zhang Yi, we are not here to mess with you, please don't misunderstand. We are just here to carry away the bodies. When these people spoke, their vocal cords trembled a little, and they didn't dare to look at Zhang Yi out of guilt. Zhang Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Oh. Carrying dead bodies. Are you their family? And if you want to bury it, just throw it down there. Do you think you will build a grave in your house? These people didn't know how to answer Zhang Yi's questions. You won't be able to use these bodies anyway, so don't worry about us. They gritted their teeth and quickly left, dragging the corpse. Zhang Yi waved at the glass. You guys are pretty ruthless. Have you finally come to this? The next day, Zhang Yi heard gunshots in the corridor. Bang. Bang. The 2 gunshots sounded like 2 large firecrackers being set off. This was undoubtedly done by Chen Zhenghao. Obviously what Zhang Yi said yesterday has taken effect. When faced with desperate situations, people's fear of death begins to slowly disappear. Zhang Yi's promise of all-you-can-eat noodles for a week was an irresistible temptation for them. Zhang Yi turned on the surveillance camera and saw the scene where the conflict broke out. 2 men fell to the ground with wrenches and kitchen knives in their hands, and blood dyed the corridor red. But Chen Zhenghao was not in a much better condition. He leaned against the wall with a gun in his hand, looking frightened. They will intercept people who come here to get water, and others can naturally take this opportunity to fight back against them. Chen Zhenghao asked his men to drag the 2 bodies away, and he followed quickly back to the house where he lived. He held a pistol tightly in his hand. Now, this was his last resort. After the two bodies were dragged back home, Chen Zhenghao winked at his younger brothers, and they immediately dragged the bodies to the back of the kitchen. Chen Zhenghao had a sinister look in his eyes. Sitting on the cold sofa did not bring him much warmth. After returning yesterday, he saw the message in the group and learned that Zhang Yi had offered a reward for him. This made him furious. He felt that he was the hunter and Zhang Yi was just the prey. Prey, why should you fight back against the hunter? However, he underestimated the madness of people in desperate situations. Early this morning, two desperate young men came and demanded his life. This made Chen Zhenghao feel a sense of crisis, but at the same time, he became even more crazy. Die. I'll kill all of you. If you want me to die, you should die first. Chen Zhenghao roared. After relaxing, he suddenly felt some pain in his back. So he called a younger brother to help him figure out what was going on. After the younger brother took a look, he immediately shouted, "Brother Hao, you've been stabbed in the back." A 30-centimeter long cut was made on Chen Zhenghao's down jacket by a kitchen knife. The blood was not very obvious on the black down jacket and could only be seen if you looked carefully. Just now, because it was too cold outside and Chen Zhenghao's excitement accelerated the secretion of adrenaline, he didn't feel any pain. Now hearing what his younger brother said, he immediately cried out in pain. How dare these two bastards sneak attack me? Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He quickly picked up his cell phone and called Zhou Qir. "Dr. Zhou, I'm injured. Come over and bandage me." Not long after, Zhou Qir came to Chen Zhenghao's house carrying a medicine box. Looking at this murderous villain, Zhou Qir's eyes were filled with disgust. But in order to stay alive, she had to heal him. In fact, the reason why Chen Zhenghao's arrow wound did not relapse before was because she helped Chen Zhenghao heal the wound. Although she was reluctant, she had no choice facing the evil man's gun. "I'm not going to help you for free," Zhou Qir said coldly. Chen Zhenghao chuckled, pointed to the kitchen and said, "I'll give you a portion of the food later." Zhou Qir sniffed hard before she could smell the pungent smell of blood. Her face changed. Having worked in the hospital for many years, she certainly knew what that thing was. Resisting the urge to vomit, Zhou Qir said coldly, "No need." Chen Zhenghao chuckled and said, "It's already this time, and Dr. Zhou is still so aloof. Sooner or later you will eat it. If you don't eat it, you will die." "I'd rather die." Zhou Qir frowned. "I can't bear to do that. In this world, it's so important to have a doctor by your side." Chen Zhenghao sighed. If Zhou Qir hadn't helped him treat his leg injury, he would have lost not only a leg, but his life. "Don't worry, if one day I have to eat you, I will leave you behind." Chen Zhenghao stared at Zhou Qir, a hint of heat flashing in his eyes. He has been coveting this beauty for a long time. If the other party was not still useful now, he would have taken action long ago. Zhou Qir frowned and stopped talking but helped him treat his wounds. After a while, the wound was simply bandaged. Zhou Qir picked up the medicine box and prepared to leave. Who knew that Chen Zhenghao gave his younger brother a wink, and the little Karami immediately blocked the door. Zhou Qir was shocked. "What do you want to do?" Chen Zhenghao said, "It's nothing. You can't leave until my injury is healed." Chen Zhenghao was also afraid at this time. There were no telling how many people wanted to kill him, and there was a lack of medicine. He felt relieved because there was a doctor around. Regardless of Zhou Qir's resistance, he forcefully kept her. Not long after, his younger brother brought over a pot of cooked rice. When Zhou Qir thought about what that thing might be, she almost vomited. Fortunately, she worked in a hospital and often came into contact with dead bodies, so she was not frightened to death. Chen Zhenghao asked her to eat some, but of course she refused. Chen Zhenghao sneered and ignored her. He felt that Zhou Qir was just pretending to be prudish. Sooner or later, when she could no longer bear the hunger, she would naturally eat. This is not a solution. These cattle and horses are now daring to resist. This is very disadvantageous to us. Only if we kill that guy Zhang Yi and occupy his house will we be safe in the future. Their home is like a fortress, and there are a lot of supplies inside, at least enough for us to live for a few months. Maybe by then, the snowstorm will be over. So, we still have to consider how to deal with Zhang Yi. Chen Zhenghao said to his younger brothers. Several younger brothers looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard this. Brother Hao, we have attacked Zhang Yi's house several times, but we failed every time. Their house is like a turtle shell, impossible to break into. Chen Zhenghao said, I don't believe that there are no flaws in their family, and I don't believe that he doesn't go out. How about this, we move in next door to his house and take turns watching him. When we get the chance, we'll just kill him. And it's safer to live in a high-rise building. The group of people were at a loss at this time, and they nodded in agreement to whatever Chen Zhenghao said. Zhou Kuo listened to their conversation. She went to the bathroom under the pretext of going to the toilet and sent a message to Zhang Yi, telling him about this. After Zhang Yi understood, he smiled disapprovingly. It is absolutely impossible to let myself go out. Got it. You continue to stay there and observe the situation. Zhou Kuo is a doctor, and Chen Zhenghao will not kill her, so her life is not safe for the time being. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry to take action. He set up a reward, and naturally someone would risk his life to kill Chen Zhenghao. Chen Zhenghao and others packed up some supplies and then took Zhou Kuo to the 24th floor. The young couple who lived next door to Zhang Yi were also very scared when they knew Chen Zhenghao had come. Open the door. Open the door. I'm Chen Zhenghao, and I'm going to move into another room with you guys. Open the door quickly, or I'll shoot. In the room, the young couple hugged each other in fear. What should we do? They are coming to rob our house. I'm afraid we can't even keep the last bit of food we have. The wife looked at her young husband with despair. The husband is a clerk who wears glasses. He hugged his wife and comforted her, Don't be afraid, it's okay. If they want the house, we'll give it to them. By the way, quickly hide the remaining food on your body. The two people hid the little food left in the house in their clothes and then opened the door tremblingly. Seeing the ferocious Chen Zhenghao and others outside, the man swallowed his saliva, bowed and said, Brother Hao, this house will be yours from now on. We will leave immediately. As he said this, he was about to leave with his wife. Before they took 2 steps, one of Chen Zhenghao's younger brothers sneered and raised the steel pipe in his hand. Bang. After a muffled sound, the man fell to the ground with black eyes. Even after he fainted, his eyes were still filled with disbelief. He didn't understand, he had clearly been obedient and gave up the house. But why would the other party still take action? The woman watched in horror as her husband fell to the ground motionless. Ah! She covered her mouth and let out a scream. Another stick fell on her head. The 2 little Karami came over and without further ado, they left the couple speechless. Zhou Kuo covered her mouth tightly, she was completely frightened. This was the first time she had seen murder, and no matter how strong her mental state was, she couldn't remain calm. Chen Zhenghao just glanced at her and sneered, It's too cold. They will die sooner or later. Dr. Zhou, you have to get used to this. After killing so many people, he has completely lost his respect for life. And there is one thing that Chen Zhenghao is unwilling to admit. That is, after being put on the bounty by Zhang Yi and being attacked, he also felt fear in his heart. Therefore, he had to use more brutal methods to suppress the owners at all levels and make them surrender. Zhou Kuo suppressed her nausea and said nothing. Chen Zhenghao walked into the house carelessly and asked his younger brother to deal with the 2 people. In the next few days, Zhang Yi could always hear a series of tinkling sounds. The sound came from next door, and he knew that Chen Zhenghao and others were looking for flaws in his room. Moreover, those people took turns monitoring the front door and back window of Zhang Yi's house. Chen Zhenghao thought that Zhang Yi would at least come out to throw away the garbage or get melted snow water. As long as I seize an opportunity and kill Zhang Yi, I can take away everything that belongs to him. But he could not have imagined that Zhang Yi had a huge alien space in his hands, and water was not a problem at all. However, it is indeed inconvenient for Zhang Yi to open the window to throw away the garbage. Chen Zhenghao has a gun in his hand, he won't take such a risk. However, for a stay-at-home guy, having a little more garbage at home is not a big deal. When he is bored, he plays games or watches TV shows and movies that he has downloaded in advance. In the owners group, his pleas for help are still heard every day. What comes with it is the crazy cursing that comes with not getting what you want. Zhang Yi, you are an inhuman bastard. You could have allowed everyone to live longer, why are you so selfish? You are destined to be alone for the rest of your life. Don't you have a heart? If you don't help us, you will live in guilt and regret for the rest of your life. Faced with the neighbor's scolding, Zhang Yi's approach was very simple. He simply live-streamed himself eating in the group, recorded his life, and sent it to them. Hello everyone, today I will make you a braised pork dish. After saying that, a piece of pork belly weighing at least 2 kilograms was thrown onto the chopping board. The neighbors in the group were furious. How can you make braised pork with so much pork belly? Don't waste it if you can't finish it. Give it to me, give it to me. Zhang Yi, you are not a human being, you are a beast. You don't deserve to eat that piece of pork belly. Zhang Yi, I haven't eaten anything greasy for a week. Please let me have a piece of pig skin. I'll even drink a sip of the oil, but that's the one you don't want, right? Give it to me, please. People who are extremely hungry have no resistance to this kind of high-fat food. As Zhang Yi made a series of clicks, the neighbors seemed to be able to smell the aroma of the braised pork through the screen. However, after working on it for a while, Zhang Yi frowned. He picked up a piece of pork belly, tasted it, and then spat it into the trash can. Too much soy sauce. Damn, this pot of meat is ruined. Although Zhang Yi cooks sometimes, he makes a lot of big dishes. As a result, I accidentally put too much soy sauce, and the whole pot of meat tasted like soy sauce. Even because the sugar color was not made properly, it tasted bitter. How can I eat this? Oh, what a waste, what a waste. Zhang Yi shook his head helplessly. I wanted to show off my cooking skills, but I messed it up. It's a pity that I don't have a local dog at home, otherwise it wouldn't be a waste. He had no choice but to pour the whole pot of pork into the trash can. The group immediately exploded, and all the neighbors went crazy. Don't throw it, don't throw it. My mouth is a trash can, the trash can is here. Ouch, what are you doing? Why are you throwing it away? Why? Please throw away your garbage quickly. I will pick it up right away. Master, I am late. Do you still need a dog? One that can help you take out the garbage. Some people were so angry at Zhang Yi's actions that they almost died on the spot. Their hearts are bleeding. It was freezing cold and the gas was out at home, so we couldn't cook. Even having a hot meal has become a huge luxury. Not to mention braised pork, they couldn't bear to eat that stuff even in their dreams. And Zhang Yi, without any thriftiness, threw away the whole pot. It's damn right. I'd better eat something ready-made. As Zhang Yi turned the camera, more than a dozen delicious dishes appeared on the clean and tidy table at home. The warm yellow lampshade illuminates the table, making the food look even more delicious. Zhang Yi pointed at each dish and introduced them enthusiastically. Look everyone, my dinner tonight is braised prawns, sea cucumber with scallions, first-class tofu, sweet and sour yellow river carp, 9-turn large intestine, fish slices in wine, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, mullet egg soup and candied yam. My friends, the dishes are all here, let's eat. Zhang Yi held up his phone, picked up his chopsticks and started eating like a food anchor. The neighbors in the group were going crazy with the messages. Zhang Yi, give me a bite of food. I kowtow to you. Zhang Yi, please give my child a bite of fish, even if it's just the tail. Zhang Yi, you are my father and I am your son, just let me drink some soup. Various voices of prayer could be heard everywhere, and some people were calling Zhang Yi frantically. Zhang Yi ignored them and just ate happily. Looking at the angry looks of these neighbors, Zhang Yi felt that the meal tasted even better. Zhang Yi's way of showing off his wealth makes the owners of the entire apartment building feel heartbroken. Now the swill that comes out of Zhang Yi's house is a delicacy to them. But even this, Zhang Yi didn't give them. The home of Sun Jichao and others. Since the last attack on Zhang Yi's house failed, their desire to obtain antibiotics was also dashed. After only 2 days, the after effects began to show. The 3 injured people felt their wounds were extremely itchy. Around the bandage, the blood began to look strange, an abnormal yellow color. Sun Jichao couldn't help but pull off the gauze, wanting to check what was going on. As a result, he saw that the wound had begun to fester. A nauseating fishy smell hit me in the face, just like a rotten and smelly animal corpse. No, 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 no. Don't do this, I don't want to die yet. Sun Jichao was so scared that he burst into tears, with snot and tears running down his face. When Zhou Peng and Gu Jieliang saw this scene, they were terrified. They lifted the gauze from their wounds and prayed that they would not get infected. Unfortunately, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. If it's just a scratch, it may have a chance to heal on its own. However, they all suffered penetrating wounds, as the rusty crossbow arrows penetrated deep into their flesh. The injury, coupled with bacterial infection and lack of adequate nutrition and medication, made it inevitable that the wound would worsen. Several people screamed like crazy. In the room, Fang Yuqing was trembling. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Zhang Yi. Brother Zhang Yi, they are all crazy. Qing'er is so scared. Can you come and save Qing'er? Qing'er will be obedient after you get there. She will do whatever you ask her to do. After a while, Zhang Yi's reply came. Qing'er, I'm really sad to see you like this. But I can't go out, Chen Zhenghao lives next door to me. Why don't you come over here? But be careful on the road and don't get hit by them. My neighbor next door was killed by them yesterday. You are so delicate and fragile, you might be targeted by them. Zhang Yi over there had a playful look on his face. Facing Fang Yuqing, this white lotus, he had only one thought in his mind, which was to torture her in every possible way and let her die in pain and despair. Sure enough, when Fang Yuqing heard that Chen Zhenghao was next door to Zhang Yi, her face was full of confusion. Chen Zhenghao has killed too many people, so she doesn't have the courage to take the risk. Brother Zhang Yi, Qing'er is scared. Can you come and pick me up? Don't you have a weapon? Zhang Yi cursed inwardly. You stinky cousin, I really gave you face, but you still asked me to pick you up. I wanted to do that, but I was scared by them a few days ago and felt a little uncomfortable. Let me just say this first. I'm a little sleepy. Bye. Fang Yuqing's face turned pale when she heard the screams outside the door, but when she sent a message to Zhang Yi again, Zhang Yi ignored her. In the next few days, Zhang Yi's life remained rich and leisurely. Now I don't have to go to work. I can sleep and wake up whenever I want. There is no need to rush around for a living, and there is no need to please anyone. If anyone dares to make him unhappy, he will just curse back. He lives a very happy life. Chen Zhenghao next door thinks about how to kill him and take away his house every day. But for several days, Zhang Yi was not seen coming out. As long as Zhang Yi doesn't come out, he will have no chance to deal with Zhang Yi. On the contrary, he himself was worried every day because of the bounty put on him by Zhang Yi. He didn't even dare to trust his younger brothers, and he slept with a gun in his hand. Soon his nerves began to fail. After much thought, Chen Zhenghao finally figured out what to do next. Zhang Yi has been monitoring the situation in the entire building through surveillance, and anyone who appears in the corridor will be seen by him. These days, he discovered that Chen Zhenghao seemed to be planning something. One after another, people began to enter Chen Zhenghao's home. These people are all young and strong, and they all live alone. Some people came here voluntarily, while others were forced to come here by Chen Zhenghao at gunpoint. Gradually, Chen Zhenghao's team expanded to 10. Even more than before. Zhang Yi understood. He was scared, so he tried to get a group of people to come over so that he could avoid being killed and come to me to claim the reward. However, in Zhang Yi's view, this approach is nothing more than drinking poison to quench thirst. Zhang Yi killed more than 40 residents in the building, and now there are about 70 people left. According to the predictions of the previous life, most families have basically run out of supplies. Then the next ration is people. Chen Zhenghao has gathered a group of younger brothers and will soon start slaughtering other people. However, this also means that Chen Zhenghao needs to provide food rations for 10 people. In this way, even if they kill each other, it will definitely not last long. What's more, everyone has their own ulterior motives now. Chen Zhenghao, a cripple, barely maintains his power with the help of a gun. But I'm afraid his gun doesn't have many bullets left. Zhang Yi sent a message to Zhou Qir, asking her about the situation with Chen Zhenghao. It took Zhou Ke a long time to reply to Zhang Yi. Chen Zhenghao and his men have gone crazy. Now that all the food is gone, they have started eating people. I haven't eaten anything for 2 days and I feel like I'm starving to death. Zhang Yi was not surprised by this. If one day he was about to starve to death and could only survive by eating humans, he would probably choose to die rather than eat. Of course, now that Zhang Yi eats and drinks well every day, it is natural for him to have such thoughts. If one day he were to face a food shortage, he didn't know what he would do. Zhou Ke continued to say to Zhang Yi, they have been out looking for people every day these days. As long as they find a house with someone, they will break in and kill the person. Everyone is out of supplies. It's ridiculous. The dozens of people you killed at the beginning actually allowed many people to live a few more days. But they have also encountered resistance. Those who are still alive have huddled together. They have also suffered casualties. After a long time, Zhou Ke sent another message. Zhang Yi, can you still save me? When Zhang Yi saw these words, he felt the humility of this cold and arrogant female doctor. She didn't seem to have much hope for Zhang Yi. After all, in times like this, everyone is in danger of losing their lives, so how can they have the ability to take care of other people's lives? Zhang Yi thought for a long time and finally made a decision. Zhou Ke, this woman is still useful to him, he can't let her die like this. It is not easy to find a surgeon in a tertiary hospital, especially one who knows you well. Help me do one thing, and after you're done, I can let you live. Zhang Yi can accept Zhou Ke, but she must submit a letter of surrender. Zhang Yi's requirements are very simple, they must be effective and non-threatening, and most importantly, they must not be saintly. Zhang Yi is sure about the first 2 points. But he wanted to know whether Zhou Ke could be ruthless at the critical moment. So he gave Zhou Ke a task. Zhou Ke didn't reply to Zhang Yi for the time being, and it was obvious that she was also struggling. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry, because time was on his side. If Zhou Ke couldn't pass this test, Zhang Yi would decisively give up on her. After all, Zhang Yi is in good health and the probability of him getting an acute illness is very low. He will not go out casually, and the risk of injury is extremely low. But it's hard to say how long Zhou Ke can live. The next day, Zhang Yi slept until 10 o'clock in the morning. He lifted the velvet covers and went to the bathroom to finish washing up. Then he changed into sports clothes and started exercising on the treadmill. In the end times, good physical fitness is very important. Only by having a strong body can you cope better with danger when it comes and avoid getting sick. He was sweating profusely on the treadmill and only stopped after running for an hour. Then I took a hot bath. When taking a bath, Zhang Yi feels proud. You know, this kind of enjoyment is an incredible luxury for many people nowadays. Bang. 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 At this moment, a loud noise suddenly sounded outside. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed, and he quickly wrapped himself in a bath towel and walked out. He soon heard a burst of shouting and cursing coming from Zhou Peng. When Zhang Yi turned on the surveillance camera, he saw Zhou Peng outside the door holding 2 kitchen knives, hacking at his door frantically. Zhang Yi, get out of here. You just hide in the house all day long. You are a useless coward. Zhang Yi curled his lips, yes, you are right. Then what? It's so funny. A loser who can't even survive, yet he still wants to provoke Zhang Yi. It seems like you are more anxious now. Zhang Yi noticed that when Zhou Peng smashed the door, he used his left hand to exert force and it was difficult for him to raise his right hand. He knew that Zhou Peng's arm was infected. If you look closely, you can even see his arms bulging high. Zhang Yi came to the door, put his hands in his pockets, and said calmly, Zhou Peng, it feels bad to be infected, right? When I was in biology class, my teacher taught us about wound infection. When the tetanus bacteria on the rust enter your wound, it's like maggots encountering a rotten corpse, and they begin to reproduce crazily. The wound on your arm must be at least 10 centimeters deep. It's very cold outside, but your flesh and blood are hot. The bacteria are multiplying desperately in that hotbed and eating your flesh and blood. Then the wound starts to fester and ooze black water. The bacteria grow more and more, and your wound becomes bigger and bigger. Finally, it runs along your blood vessels and into your entire body. Zhang Yi described the situation vividly, and after listening to it, Zhou Peng felt his arm hurt even more. He was sweating coldly, as if his whole body was full of bacteria that were about to eat him clean. Even though he knew that Zhang Yi was trying to scare him on purpose, he couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. Oh. Zhang Yi, I'm going to kill you. Zhou Peng had gone crazy. His arm was indeed rotten and he knew he was going to die. So he wanted to try it one last time, but his visit this time was destined to be in vain. In the next room, Chen Zhenghao's men heard Zhou Peng's crazy roar and asked, "Do you want to kill him?" Chen Zhenghao thought for a moment and said, "Haven't you heard that he's infected and dying? How dare you eat pork that has died of the disease?" Everyone looked at each other and finally decided not to take the risk. Zhou Peng hacked at the door for a while and cursed for a while. Finally, he was tired and collapsed in front of Zhang Yi's house, and began to cry and beg Zhang Yi for mercy. Zhang Yi said dimly, "You are dead. Your wounds are all rotten. It is in the advanced stage and you cannot be saved. It is better to do the things you did not dare to do when you were alive while you are still alive." Zhou Peng's eyes were filled with tears, and after hearing Zhang Yi's words, he fell into deeper despair. Is it possible that he is about to die? Fear enveloped him like an abyss. But what followed was anger, unbridled anger. I'm about to die, what is there to be afraid of? He struggled to get up and kicked Zhang Yi's iron door hard. He wanted to curse at him, but the door was too hard and he almost fainted from the pain. Zhou Peng didn't care about all this, he staggered back along the stairs. After returning to his residence, his eyes were dazed and he vaguely saw Sun Jichao using a candle to warm a knife and then use it to burn his wound. Sizzle. The sound of burning oil was accompanied by green smoke. Sun Jichao's pupils bulged and he howled in pain even though he was biting the quilt. He seemed to think that this would kill all the bacteria. Ignorant and pathetic. Cousin. Wang Min looked at Zhou Peng with heartache, not knowing how to comfort him. She knew that Zhou Peng would not live long, and now she could smell the stench of several people rotting on the floor of the house every day. The body has already decayed before the person dies. The pain is so deep that it is unimaginable for ordinary people. Zhou Peng ignored Wang Min and rushed to the room where Fang Yuqing was imprisoned. When Fang Yuqing saw Zhou Peng, she screamed in fright. Zhou Peng. What are you doing?" Zhou Peng walked up to Fang Yuqing and stared at her with bloodshot eyes. "Yuqing, will you marry me?" This poor licker, even though his life is about to come to an end, his biggest wish is just to marry Fang Yuqing. In the last days, this request is so ridiculous, yet so humble. Fang Yuqing frowned, her eyes full of disgust. She pinched her nose subconsciously. "No, I don't want to." Zhou Peng's heart was broken. He had given so much for Fang Yuqing and even lost his own life. But Fang Yuqing never had the slightest attraction to him from beginning to end. "No. You love me, you love me. I want to get you, and before I die, I want you to be my woman." Zhou Peng lost his mind. He was unwilling to accept that he had paid so much but got nothing in return. If you can't get something, just destroy it. The people outside the house heard the noise inside, but no one paid any attention. In their opinion, Fang Yuqing was the culprit who led them to where they are today, and she deserved to die. "No, go away, you stink, you're disgusting." Fang Yuqing cursed. "How dare you call me smelly?" Zhou Peng was so angry that he suddenly tore off the gauze on his arm. At this time, his wound had bulged up, turned black and purple, and was festering horribly. He made a creepy move and actually scratched the rotten wound with his hands, and then stuffed the rotten flesh into Fang Yuqing's mouth. "I let you scold me, I let you scold me." Fang Yuqing was so disgusted that she kept retching, but Zhou Peng still stuffed a handful of rotten meat into her mouth. Zhou Peng grinned grimly. Looking at his goddess being humiliated by him, he suddenly felt an unprecedented pleasure.